Larry, thumbs up if you can hear me. Larry. Thumbs up. You're beautiful, Larry. I love you. I'd never lie to Larry. Larry, I'm going to open up the Twitch feed on my laptop. All right, Larry, put us live so that we can start talking about what we think the metagame is going to be. Give me a thumbs up when we're live. Oh, we're live? Okay, cool. So, hey everybody, this is D-Switch Gaming coming from Galactic Toys and Games here in Kentwood, Michigan. I'm Andrew Walters, and I have the very famous John Whetstone here.
Made the drive out. Getting exciting day of Pioneer today.
Yeah, so John, what do you think of the Pioneer format?
I'm a huge fan right now. Obviously concerned about things like Winota and Lotus Field, but other than that, I think the format's super healthy.
Yeah, okay. I am pretty big on it myself as of late.
Not live quite yet, you guys.
34 players.
Steven, what the heck, man?
Let you know.
I appreciate you. What are we going to be live?
Open deck list for the top 8, so you will
I'll let you know.
Our minute are late for your match. The game if you
course, to play it, but he's a coward and didn't want to join us. So, is what it is. He might join us for commentary in a round or two, but we'll see on that one.
I also lost. Amazing to me. Everything I run to online is mono blue, right?
You know, and I think a big problem right now. And I was talking with Steven about this. For these paper tournaments, it's getting your hands on these cards. Right. Some of these commons, uncommons are very difficult to get your hands on.
Yeah,
like play with fire. But some of the like older con stuff, like rending volleys, you need 2 to 4 copies of that thing, and that thing's hard to find. It's 50 cents, you know, but it's just difficult to find copies.
Probably.
Right. I heard. I saw it in the chat. Are we good now, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, Larry was just informing me what chat already informed me of, that we were on mute. I just wanted to keep the commentary going. So, again, Andrew Waltice, John Whetstone, talking in Pioneer. So what else do you think we could be seeing right now?
I really think the mono blue deck is like,
Spirits.
If I had to pick a deck to win this weekend, I think that's the deck.
It's a sleeper. It's a sleeper. People aren't ready for it, and yeah. I played against that. I actually built it for Carly, who's judging today, Carly Peterson, and that deck I just built it and just threw it at her. Didn't do any play testing against it, and I got Bollywop pretty good.
Yeah.
The turn 1 Obsession, and then it's like a 1-mana Leak or some Geistlight Snare, I think it's what it's called. It's kind of an insane interaction. It's very powerful, and really can, you know, we're talking, you know, Pioneer decks trying to do unfair things, and I don't know about you, but Mana Leak on turn 2 is pretty powerful and unfair.
Being Core Spike turn 2 is pretty powerful.
Correct. Yeah. This man is even, I would say, almost like even more so than Modern, making sure you hit your mana on curve, and if you don't, you're really far behind.
Looks like
they're getting everything taken care of. I'm gonna go quickly see where we're ending up with James and who his opponent is. I'll be right back. All right. We do. So it is James Johnston that's going to be playing. It's going to be playing against a local Maggie. Didn't believe her last name is Sternberg or something. But she is on Jeskai Ascendency today, which is another thing we didn't talk about. It's another pretty popular combo deck. Really?
Yeah.
Really? So you're familiar with this? Okay.
Yeah, it's visible against.
How is it against Thoughtseize?
Pretty resilient.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the really big card that she has to fight through this round is Thoughtseize. And the legend Zach Allen's got his deck lists. Here, I'm going to give you the Jeskai Ascendency one. And, Well, James has brought some spiciness to this. We have, it looks like, it is going to be vampires, and it looks like black-white. We do have a go blank in the main.
Just one.
That
card's pretty good in this matchup.
Yep, I agree. And there's 2 more on the side, but he just needs to find it game 1. And it looks like he's going to be trying to win this game with some Edgar, some Champion Dust, kind of just traditional, just black-white, good stuff. Not really anything special, but, I mean, the really cards that are going to be really bad this matchup, like Fatal Push is awful in this matchup.
Actually, I think this, I believe Yeah, Maggie's just on the Sylvan Caryatids, so it's not even going to hit a thing like
No.
Cat Paradise Tree.
No, really, all she's going to have to worry about is getting her land's Fatal Push during a Sylvan Awakening.
No, they have Indestructible.
They've Indestructible. Never mind.
Doesn't matter.
Never mind. Of course. Why wouldn't they?
Good design on the sorcery.
Why wouldn't they?
The big thing here is I see there's 2 fiery impulses in the main deck for Maggie. It's not that important here, but the new Strengren hitting planeswalkers just punishes people from rolling their Nar sets down.
Also rolling the
set down in the matchup.
In this matchup specifically, rolling Sorin down to put your champion dusk in play. You can clean out the Sorin.
Correct.
Which is pretty powerful, especially because that deck wants to just clock you for damage and then second main plus lightning helix you.
But instead, we have 2 fiery impulse. Bad. I don't think that one can hit.
It cannot hit planeswalkers. It's just creatures.
Yeah, so we have no real way to answer the walkers.
So that could be a problem. We're going to have to see. I am excited to see how this match turns out. Looks like Larry's just getting everything set up. They're shuffling up.
Good old paper magic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, he's got the overlay all set up, so we are good to go for us here, and hopefully for you guys at home. Shuffling up, you can tell. Well, obviously James is on the other side of the table because James is the only person I know that wears the Jace hoodie.
Right.
Everything he does.
I don't think I've seen it. I've just seen James.
Yeah.
He wears it everywhere.
For how long I've been grinding paper magic, I knew as soon as someone in the Jace hoodie, I'm like, Johnston's here.
Do you think he only owns the founder or just like?
Well, being an excellent wizard as he is, I'm assuming he's got quite a few, probably a few dozen.
I did have shoes too.
I'm quite sure he does, probably.
Those like $700 pair of shoes.
Oh yeah.
Make the outfit, James.
All right. So
More shuffling to do.
I think this is going to be a very big, obviously play draw is always super polarizing in Magic, especially the farther you go in the Eternal formats. But I do think that James, if he is on the play, probably going to be in a good position to win this game, especially game 1, where he's just going to be pushing. Because he's not going to keep obviously it's an aggro deck. I play aggro primarily. If you keep a turn 1, Thought Seize into turn 2, like 2/1 drops kind of thing, we can really accelerate our clock.
Right.
Especially if it's 2 like Night of the Ebon Legion. But he needs to be on the play if he's going to win game 1 specifically.
The Thought Seize luckily is not too rough. He just has to cast it before the Jeskai Ascendency hits the board, but once that hits the board, nothing matters. Short of Thought Seizing, like catching one of the Thought Seizes, there's no way to interact at all.
Yeah, no, especially catching the Caryatid early. If he doesn't catch Caryatid, I think we're realistically out of the game.
Players take a look. Looks like Maggie's gonna mull again.
I would assume Maggie's on the play if she's making her mulligan decisions first. James takes his time a little bit on this stuff. We'll find out, I suppose. Oh yeah, and James when he gets focused, he is he's a killer. I tell you, he's good. Did you really? Oh, I gotcha. I have the only time I've never teamed with him. I've only beaten him in a lot of win-ins. He got very upset one time where he couldn't counter Master of Ethereum with a what's the ceremonious rejection. He kept it in because of ceremonious rejection, and my payout was colorless. No. Looks like
Times
we're
have changed.
waiting to get things started. Wait until we get the go-ahead. Should be good.
Mag's on 6 cards, and it looks like James got 7.
Yep.
That's a start, right?
Yep. For sure. Does look like Maggie is on the play.
Yeah. Tap reading pools to start.
Yep. And James really needs to lead with a thought seize here. I really. Okay, so that's pathway. Good. And that is a thought seize. Okay. So if he catches the carry added, if there. I'm assuming there's got to be one here. I don't see one.
Portable hold, fiery impulse, land. Is that another 2 land, 3 land? No, that's an op.
So we have op, portable hole, fiery impulse, and I think it's 2 land. Island and another land. I'm a big proponent of taking probably the fiery impulse or opt. Oh no, it is carry added. That's carry added.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, so it's land carry added. So you got to take the carry added in this instance.
I agree with that.
Really slow him down.
Also, just stops that 03 body is just.
It basically is a removal spell by itself, just sitting in play. You may not ever remove the creature from the board, but your attack's never getting through. Ooh, that's a land. That's exactly what Maggie needed here. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Too excited about this.
That looks like a stomping ground though, so she still does not have the red mana or the white mana she's looking for. This is probably going to be an opt to look for a land on the end step.
I would like to see the op on the main base and try to hit a triumph. Well, like, other than that,
Pretty clean, pretty standard. And important to note, James here does not have the 1-drop. That is not what you want from the aggro, the deck that's supposed to be the aggro deck. Maggie did find Express Iteration though.
so
Yikes.
this is pretty a slow start.
May not have any of the combo pieces, but definitely all the removal that you could ever need.
Saw Steel Center the stomping around now. It's kind of coming shock the whole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, and that's huge in these kind of against aggro and Pioneer, because it feels like in Pioneer every point of damage is important. You're not winning by a landslide unless you're playing Winota. I believe so, yeah. A little bit of glare. It's a lose a life draw card. It's a 1/1. And being told by Larry, yes, I agree. Vampires is mid-range. However, in this particular matchup, it is the aggro deck. It needs to present a claw.
Can't just sit here and
No, not at all. And I see an opt. It looks. Is that a chain to the rocks, or can't be a chain to the rocks in the main board?
No, they usually carry it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. Wild deck.
They play it all. They got 4 colors. They knew they want.
But Maggie didn't. Important to know, did not find a land. Looking for the white source. Yeah, I would if I was her. I'd just bottom anything that's not a white source. Ooh. Yeah, not bad. No, so we've been talking about how Maggie's just stockpiling a lot of removal spells, and the more time that she gets, the closer that James, really the game's just getting farther and farther out of reach. What does James need to have to really close out the game here? A Sorin, perhaps, into a Champion of Dusk. That's Sorin. Okay.
Oh, it actually went up to the owner.
It gets +1/+1. It gains Death Touch and Lifelink.
Okay.
+1/+1 counter. So this is attack for 2. I think actually it's pretty smart. He knows about the portable hole. He knows about the fiery impulse. Let's just keep Soren at a healthy total, and make her answer this 2/2 now. And once she answers the 2/2, we can play a more meaningful threat. I think I would actually like to see a Champion of Dusk being put into play. 4/4. Clear if he's not rolling it down, it's clear he doesn't have the Champion of Dusk. Possibly a Knight of the Ebon Legion will be one it's a 1/1. It doesn't. There's no actual good reason to put it into play until you deal what I believe it's 3 damages that represent trigger the ability. So if he rolls up the Soren on the next turn, he can clock for 3 and then play it.
The variable. Here's consider. Is that the Bant Triumph that's in play?
That I believe is the Bant Triumph. Spyra's headquarters, if I remember right.
Yes.
And that is a Botanical Sanctum.
How will we need this?
No, she needs to find Sylvan Caryatids and Jeskai Ascendency. Or she needs to get a mass amount of lands to go off with the champion, yeah.
Okay.
And Maggie being tapped out of red means that Fiery Impulse is off the table.
Okay. Alright, sweet.
So this is going to be a clean draw too. If perhaps he has another land and plays a second champion, that's effectively a 2-turn clock. In this scenario, I think realistically it's like an activate Mutavault, attack for 8, put Maggie to 8.
Like the fire ball. Never really getting it again.
No, absolutely not. And I think James is well aware of that. Ooh, shocking. This might be an Edgar? Or that Champion Dusk line like I was talking about, perhaps.
James flying to 15.
3 mana here. What are we playing for 3 mana? Just another Soren, perhaps? A Gold Blank. Ooh, that's huge.
Yeah, 4 dig through times, so those are shut off from this point forward for a while.
And really, yeah, at this point, that dig, like you were talking about, dig through time being shut off is huge. Because Maggie needs to find very select pieces now.
So I saw we discarded Mechanical Sanctum. Did you catch the other one?
It was Fiery Impulse. Which, that sounds about right. Doesn't seem like it's getting much better from this point forward. Ooh, Gifted Ephemeral, okay.
8 power I'm playing.
10 power if you count the Mutavault. And if you plus Soren, one of Soren's pluses is Sacrifice a Vampire, and it does Lightning Helix, so.
Helix or is it 2?
It's Helix.
Oh, wow.
It's 3 and 3.
Wow.
6-point life swing.
Is this, oh.
Dude, there's Ascendency.
That's the namesake.
Yeah, that's.
We'll see.
And I believe I see a Sylvan Awakening in her hand.
I should be.
I didn't see a third land.
Even if we had a third land, like Maggie can play it and then do nothing.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, we can attack for 4, 8, 11 total. Well, that would also be using the Soren as a 1 to put a counter. So James getting a little flooded. He does have enough mana where he can activate the castle, Lockthwain, to draw a card to see if he hits the Thoughtseize. Because I think that's what we need right now at this point.
Yeah,
and James is saying he's throwing. So James is throwing that aside. He's like, no, I just need to just deal a lot of damage. I think this might be a misstep, though, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get another turn on it.
No, not at all. Maggie, I believe, has 3 cards in hand. You got to assume that
Then we have
she's
to go
got to
to-
have
yeah.
something to keep the chain going. This plus is definitely going to be targeting the Mutavault. Easiest creature to protect.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, once.
I believe life totals are incorrect. Believe James is at 17, actually, because Soren does give lifelink as well.
Oh, that is correct.
Until end of turn. And it did clock in one time. So we didn't plus. You sent me one? Oh, sweet. One exciting thing is we did just got a metagame breakdown. Be able to take a look at that.
Still have James thinking here. It's not officially okay. So Maggie down to 4. James should be at 17, I believe.
I believe so. And we're going to be sacking this off. Put Maggie to 1. If
James
James
another Soren, that's game.
That is game, yeah. I think James is a pretty smart player. I don't see him doing to just not see the line to look for Thoughtseize. So I'm assuming he does have another sword. Which he Soren the Mirthless.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what that one does.
That is its +1 is Bob.
Okay.
It's -2, I believe. Creates Vampire Nighthawk. It's not Nighthawk exactly because it's lacking Death Touch, but it does have Lifelink and Flying. I don't know what its last minuses. We'll take a look at that.
There was no concession, so I don't think it's going to deal damage here.
No, probably not. Okay, Soren the Mirthless +1. Look at the top card of the library. Reveal it. Put it in your hand. Lose life equal to its mana cost. -2. Create a 2/3 vampire creature with flying lifelink. -7. 13 to any target. You gain 13 life.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Okay, so this is it. Does Maggie have the goods? I believe she does. I believe we're closing this game out.
Pretty fast here.
Okay, yeah, we're getting the mana counters out.
They can. So we get to loot here, find the spell.
Actually, surprisingly,
We tapped out here.
She's floating mana.
Oh, okay.
She's floating mana. Maggie does not have any. Yeah, she doesn't have any cards to dig. All she has is removal at hand.
Okay. So we got to loot to get where we need to go. That's not going to do it.
Nope. So now we go Fiery Impulse. Actually, I believe this might be lethal.
Yeah, that is lethal on board as long as life rolls are correct. We'll see if the players played out a little bit more here or just go.
Yeah, if we were correct and the life roll should be at 20, then this is 18 damage. This is.
It's 18 at the moment.
Is it 18 at the
Yeah,
moment?
because they're all 3/3s. We've played one spell with the Ascendency out. This is spell number 2, so they're all 4/4s now.
Well, the Sylvan Awakening doesn't count. So now we're at 8. Now this is 18 on board.
No, because it counted the portable hole.
Right. So portable hole, impulse.
Yeah, so they go up to 4. They started base 2/2s.
Oh, they're base 2/2s?
Yeah,
oh my
it's
gosh.
really messed up.
That's kind of sick. All right. Okay, so yes, James is dead.
We're waiting for them to see it.
Okay, we're untapping.
Looting.
And another Sylvan Awakening. Just got it all. She's having her cake and eating it too.
All
okay.
Right, looks like these are going sideways. Is this for mana or is this for kill?
I'm assuming this is for kill.
Still messing with the.
This is 24 damage.
Yeah. James is sitting there waiting for the end.
Yeah, James doesn't concede. That's one thing he doesn't do.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think what he's hoping is that maybe Maggie just taps everything down and whiffs. That's a dig through time. Okay, yeah, now we can pick cards. Yep.
Now knows the Ascendency deck has dig through time. A little bit of an
get a little bit, just as much information as possible. Doesn't I thought that they played Treasure Cruise, but they switched over to Dig Through Time?
It's been Dig for a little bit.
Okay.
They usually float between like 3 or 4.
Okay, so we're going into game 2 here. As far as sideboarding goes for James, Crippling Fear, I'm not sure what that card
That's
is.
going to give everything, I think, -3/-3. I'm not too confident on that one.
So if that's the case, we're not going to be seeing that. Good call. Good call.
Sorcery speed, yeah. It's not
Deafening Silence is in there. We're going to definitely see that.
Yeah, that one's huge.
Fracture we're going to see. And Gold Blank we're going to see.
Yeah, I also like the Necromentia.
Yeah, Necromentia is pretty good. There's also Grafter's Cage, Noxious Grasp, and Vanishing Verse. I don't think we're going to see any of those. But it looks like James has a lot of cards you can side out. The 4 Fatal Pushes are bad. Sword of the Mirthless is really bad in this matchup. As far as creatures you can side out, I think side out Murderous Rider seems fine.
Yeah.
So that is in total 7 cards to side out. Then we're bringing in 7. We could potentially bring in 9 cards. That might be a little bit of an overside, but I do think it's a pretty bad matchup for vampires in general.
Have to do it at this point.
Yeah, maybe side out the Kalidas Traitor of Get.
Yeah.
A little too slow. Just go full on anti-combo.
From Maggie's side, the 2 Radiant Flames are probably coming in just to keep that clock out of there. Probably Monastery Mentors to hedge like all the hate and just have another threat. Other than that, not much else. And probably just gonna be trimming things from the main deck. Probably safely trim when you're Sylvan Awakenings. You're not really trying to go down that plan when you board into Mentors and you're expecting.
Yeah, I think Mentor is going to be really good in this matchup. I think, initially it's not very good, but like James, we can just assume he's siding on all of his removal.
Right. I've been a huge fan of playing Young Pyromancer as well on the board.
That makes sense.
Because you just curve into the Mentor from the Young Pyromancer.
A little bit, and the cheaper mana cost is a little bit better for you too. Don't necessarily need to kill him with the Mentor. The Mentor is to slow him down a lot and potentially kill him.
Right. But just making an army of tokens and then having a Ascendency in play, you just amp them every time you play a spell. Every turn. You threw Deafening Silence. Just
seems pretty good.
Other than that, it's mainly on James' sideboard here.
Now, do the Ascendency decks, I'm assuming they play some number of Beseiju?
Actually, they don't.
Oh, so Deafening Silence could be a lights out kind of card?
It could, but you have March with Otherworldly Light to answer it in your main deck.
And James did reveal the white.
Yes.
So it is. I mean, we can just naturally assume. If I'm sitting in Maggie's seat, I can naturally assume that my opponent does have a Deafening Silence.
Yeah, I can confirm there's no Beseijus in this list.
That seems a little rough.
It is rough. It's just
the mana is probably pretty bad though in this. In Pioneer in general, the mana in general is pretty bad.
Yeah.
You kind of need to really kind of accept the fact that if you're playing a 3-color deck, that your mana base, you have to just sacrifice utility lands and just play the maximum number of shots, checks, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it is rough, and especially because with the Ascendency deck, it's actually 4 colors.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So you're kind of forcing yourself down a different. No utility land. You have to play 7 to 10 of the Triomes and a bunch of check lands.
7 to 10 Triomes. That's insane. That's a lot of Tri-lands.
Yeah. Maggie actually went down a lot. Maggie's only on 2 to 3, it looks like.
Wow.
Which might be why we saw a little bit of mana trouble in the early game there.
I will say, I think in post-board games, I think I would give the edge to James. Just because of the raw number of sideboard hate cards that the Vampires deck has for combo. The reason why this deck was so good previously in Pioneer was because Pioneer was all combo. And it just had a lot of anti-combo cards at its disposal.
The draw to playing something like Jeskai Ascendency is getting the 3-game ones and then just trying to piece something together on the post-board.
Similar to like a modern ad nauseum affinity kind of thing where your game 1 percentage is so good, but your games 2 and 3 you really have to work for those wins.
Exactly, or hope your opponent has a mess up, whether it's with their mana development or just gameplay in general.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like we're both on 6.
Okay. Presume James was on the play here. All right.
Ooh, just land go. That's not very good.
I'd like to see a 1-drop creature there. Again, we're not pressured to cast a Thought Season our turn 3. Okay.
Gifted Etherborn.
That one attacks through Sylvan Caryatid, so that's.
And it does not get caught by a Fiery Impulse without a Spell Mastery.
Okay, there's the Caryatid.
Okay.
At least punch through that. White source for James.
I think I'm on his 3-drop. So really, this is probably like a Sorin or a Go Blank. Go Blank, okay.
Go Blank. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know James takes a lot, but.
Oh yeah, definitely. Plussing on the Etherborn, making a 3/4.
Oh yeah. We're dying at that point.
No,
right,
never.
So Sylvan Awakening and a land go to exile.
Now, if you're sitting in James to see, what does that mean when your opponent discards the Sylvan Awakening, the combo?
Either they have a backup or they're leaning on like a mentor type effect here, which looks like there's the mentor. No fall of 1-drop as of yet. Maybe there's something like a consider and opt to trigger the prowess on mentor.
So one out to this would be the Sorin Imperious Bloodlord to plus and deal 3 damage to the mentor.
Oh, here's our 1-drop. We can't really see. Consider,
okay.
Keeping the card, not going to the graveyard. Oh, we're chumping here. Okay.
Now that's interesting. Maggie thinking that I'm assuming just thinking the. Now what?
That's another gifted Aetherborn from James.
Oh, okay.
Like,
One it definitely sounds okay. So I think Maggie's just in the line of thinking that this this mentor just by itself is going to buy her enough time. I would have just took the 2 and just kept the monk.
I think the monk's more important here, especially when we're already getting rid of half our combo early on. Like it looks like we're set up to win with the mentors is what our game plan is here. Not see the keep.
And that looks like is it the Triumph? It is the Triumph, the Bant Triumph. Hit and play.
So there's our 1 spell for the turn. No attacks because I get the Aetherborn on.
Now, if I'm in James, I think I'm just turning my guys sideways right away.
Yeah. Just one of the bonuses is you kind of have a moat in play if you leave one on defense. Like the mentor's never coming sideways.
That's fair. I think though, with the life gain, you're already beating that kind of idea, right?
Yeah. At least for a few turns, you are.
Yeah, for sure. Now, if Maggie gets a little wise and doesn't block, just takes the 4 and just creates another monk. Once you get to 4 monks, 4 monks, you're really, 1 spell a turn, you're still going to be pressuring pretty hard.
Right, that's why I was surprised to see the chump block there, but, we're just trying to get to the late game, it makes sense. No attack from James, no blocks. James at 28, I believe? Yeah, that's a lot of life to work with.
Oh, another Go Blank. Excellent.
See a spell here, make more mentors.
I believe that was an opt or a consider. That is a consider. Okay.
The important thing here is the graveyard is going away. So, take your time.
Huge.
Still just not
Huge.
Still not an issue.
So, John, you've been playing this Jeskai Ascendency deck a while. So, what are your thoughts on Maggie could have just killed an Etherborn by casting the consider to trigger the mentor, get the other monk, and then the 2 monks block a gifted Etherborn to trade?
I just don't think it's.
You don't think it's necessary?
No, I think we're just forcing down with these monk tokens at least for a while.
I would be on that plan as well. I think it was definitely a line worth considering. This opt, it looks like.
Yep. We're up to 3 mentor tokens. We're keeping the card. That's gotta be scary for James.
And we're going to crunch him for 7.
Soon, yeah. Everything's going sideways there.
So James will go to 21.
I think
Maggie's got to be careful, though, because really, these these vampires are, I mean, they're going to be cushioning James's life total quite a bit. So these go, just turning monk sideways every turn is a good strategy. But the minute that James gets a little bit more pressure, you're definitely tilting that clock back in James's favor. Where you mentioned the white is in this mana that's tapped. I don't know if there's any white spell that we really need right now.
I was looking to see if he had the Lord in his deck, but it doesn't look like he has the Vampire Lord in his deck. Right here's Soren.
Okay, and that can shoot down the mentor.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, that's where this has to start. Would have probably like to see an attack there.
Yeah, I think I would have gone to combat first, turn him sideways, and then second main. Go for that.
And then James gains another 3 there.
But James actually is hellbent, so this is actually this Soren really isn't going to be doing that much the Etherborns are going to be doing that much. So you might want to just do a protect the Soren plan.
Because with the Dubbing Silence in play, these monks are never getting big enough.
No,
to
never.
Kill one.
And was there anything in the sideboard besides March that could get rid of the Deafening Silence?
No. 1's a 6 is just March or nothing.
Okay.
I guess Hullbreaker Horror, if it's in the deck, could bounce it.
Oh, man. Hullbreaker?
I don't see a world where that one's coming in here.
Okay. So Maggie either had a land or missed on the land. She was exiled the Opt. She had the land, okay.
It's another Triumph, I can't tell what.
It's a Jeskai Triumph, if I believe so, anyway. So that was the 1 land per turn. Maggie's thinking. I don't know about what.
I mean, maybe just to get the Soren off the board, traded, yeah.
Okay. And we block 1.
Down a Soren and down a...
Well, the Soren goes to... The Soren actually is going to be at...
Okay.
And if James is able to find a vampire off the top and protect the Soren a little bit more, the Soren's going to, I believe, start taking this game away. I think that was a land off the top, though.
I agree. I think it looked like a sneak peek of one.
So this might be a Castle Lockflame turn. Play your land first. Going to conceal the information.
22? Does it count before or after the draw?
It counts after the draw.
Okay. 22 to 14. Okay,
so that was the land he drew for turn that we knew of.
We need another white source. Yeah.
All right.
That's nothing silent.
That is.
All right, Soren's going up.
Put a counter on the Etherborn. I think if we just say, we could. Oh, okay. That's an interesting decision to not attack.
Yeah, I feel like we're attacking there because the Soren's.
This does make his opponent have to cast a spell before combat, number 1. And number 2, it forces them to make a full commitment to the Soren.
Right, and they're losing their monks. So we're just valuing clearing these monks up.
Chained to the rocks.
That's the worst possible. You know?
And that is a dead Soren. James is going to go to 18 off that. Okay. So board state stands. Maggie's got 2 cards in hand. James got nothing. So James has to basically just dig himself out of this one.
Yeah, this Castle Lockflame's going to put in work here, try and dig him out.
Yeah, and really what we're looking for, if I'm James, I'm looking for a Champion of Dusk, 4/4 body, can't be got by the Fiery Impulse, can't be got by the Portable Hole.
Just March and Chain of the Rocks, it cleared up. We've already used one of the Chain of the Rocks.
Is a second copy of Castle Lockflame?
Looks like it.
Draw. I believe that was a Dusk Legion. Yep, Dusk Legion.
Okay. We'll
Okay,
drop
draw
to
a card.
14.
Consider.
On James's turn. Limited to the one spell a turn here.
I like that from Maggie. Just heads up, just dump the Ascendency. We don't need it at this point in the game. Ooh, there's a March. But one March it doesn't do. She plays 2 in the sideboard, correct?
2 in the main, 0 in the board. So,
okay.
We only have 2 outs. It's happening silences.
Well, she drew one of them, so it's huge.
Like, is this the... Oh, wow.
Marching on... Okay, that's interesting.
Fine, just my one spell a turn, looks like.
Go to 12. All right.
I respect it.
Yeah, and James's life total is actually not in a safe spot because he continuously uses the castle.
All right, another land for James.
Go to 10.
3 attacks and we're done.
Yep.
Didn't really see the pickup there. Pass it back to Maggie. To the tank here. Expressive iteration.
A good pickup for James right now would be Edgar Charmed Groom, which he does play 2 copies of. Really, he's looking for Knight of the Ebon Legion. Basically any creature, but it has to be a creature that can survive these monk attacks.
Another good pick. The one would be huge.
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge.
Even if it is, we talked.
I'm sure he decided that out, though.
I would hope so. If it makes an appearance, I wouldn't be too upset here.
Oh, no, not at all. And I'm unfamiliar with what the castle does. Are you familiar?
The Vampires Matters Castle?
Yeah.
No idea. I believe it's like a sliver hive.
Well, that's Champion of Dusk. That's what we were talking about. We're going to 5, draw an extra card. Okay, Mutavault. Mutavault's a solid blocker.
It trades. Only trades with a monk.
So I would say that James still behind. Ooh, but did you see that mentor? Yeah.
Mentoring out there.
Ay.
Radiant Flames, it looks like?
I think so.
Yeah. Alright, seeing these sideboard cards. This is a big decision. Just do you serve in as your and then use the Radiant Flames as your one spell to clean up the Champion of Dusk, or you just playing as mentor?
I kind of like the Radiant Flames plan.
Right.
I don't hate the going for the monk though.
No, I respect getting them dead. James is at 5, so just a couple more turns of pumping out tokens is going to be all it needs. Important thing to know: you can always play the Radiant Flames for 1 to grow your team and make their blocks worse.
Oh yeah.
Or clear out any Dusk Legion zealots that may be hanging out.
He definitely, yeah. And Maggie looks like the only non-land card in her hand is a Portable Hole from what, and the Radiant Flames that we talked about.
Cap. Here. I mean, James still has that Mutavault hanging out in the back, so if Maggie misses that, that could be a big move.
This could just be a Portable Hole on one of the Deafening Silences.
Yeah, I completely forgot that it could hit those.
That's not a bad play. Just pump the team, then serve.
Eventually, we possibly answer the other one.
I'm not liking this line to just. Okay, what does the castle do?
Yeah, I feel like we need to look down. That one's pretty relevant here. Carded one of the pathways here. Oh, it looks like Fracture on Chain of the Rocks Get back, gifted Aetherborn.
Smart play.
Yeah. So many blockers all of a sudden. Oh, that was all in the end step. James just got to do it all. Board is a Champion of Dusk and a gifted Aetherborn for James. Still can only play one spell a turn. Gifted Aetherborn's going sideways. No blocks for Maggie.
Appreciate you.
Going over to Maggie's turn. Did not look like there's any end step plays for Maggie. So run out of those instants to get 2 monks a turn cycle.
Okay, so it looks like the Voldaren estate is being used to create blood. 5, tap it, create a blood, cost 1 less for each vampire you control.
It looks like Portal Hole and Eye of the Ebon Legion here for Maggie.
Definitely a scary card to deal with.
Now we're attacking things.
Attacking with the monk or the mentor. What? Can't we just block the mentor for free, basically?
Yeah, that's might be a little.
We
bit
can't
of a
Radiant
misstep there.
Flames. Because we cast a spell already.
Right, might be a little bit of a misstep there.
Okay, and we're activating the Voldaren estate, making blood.
Be able to filter that every turn is going to be huge for James here. We're down to 2 monk tokens. We lost our mentor. Can't play it.
And we can't play it. Can't play it. We already cast the portable hole.
Yeah. Can't be played. It looks like we're going to...
Oh, looks like we caught it.
Yeah. My being a judge in here, just clean it up. You know, better safe than sorry. Just clean up this scenario.
That I would actually say before that play, I think Maggie was slowly getting the reins on that game. You know, definitely was in control at one point. James was struggling to get control back, but now without the mentor, we're really not doing much at this point.
With how these turns go from the Jeskai deck as well, I'd be interested in conceding at this point and just trying to go back. Because when you start spinning your wheels, you could spend a while.
Yeah, and this Champion of Dusk is really just going to take the game away by itself. There's not a card that can, remove it from Maggie's deck aside from the other copy of March.
We have the mana to March it.
Yeah, we do, but the Gifted Aetherborn's already kind of just clowning us right now.
Yeah. The Gifted Aetherborn, just gaining the 2 life a turn is going to put this in the end. Mixed with the moat, that is.
And then, of course, the Castle Lockthwain drawing extra cards every turn. And now we're actually getting to where we're start generating blood.
Yeah. This one should be pretty locked up for James. As we're still resolving this interaction, or lack of.
And also, now James also has the key information that there is a Radiant Flames in the hand, so now he can play around it for the rest of the game.
Right, and game 3.
Yeah.
But presumably game 3.
Yeah.
That's a huge misstep there in its own right, just giving that information away.
Yeah, giving the information that, I have this board wipe here. Because if I'm James, I'm every turn blocking with that Champion of Dusk.
Right.
And then knowing this, okay, well, now I'm never going to block with this thing again. And you're just going to be dead to a 4/4.
It's like we're... Okay, looks like we got the fix.
And it looks like James has a Thought Season hand.
Yeah.
And we're just blood. We're discarding the Thought
Not
Season.
too interesting cast now. We already know half the hand.
And really, we're locking it up with the Deafening Sounds already.
James is in the driver's seat for sure. It's got to close the game out with enough time to play a third one. Another Dusk Legion Zealot. Oh, looks like the champion's going sideways.
Yeah, and I like I said, I do like this play just because we know of the Radiant Flames.
Right.
So this card isn't going to be blocking anymore.
I do like that attack. Yeah. James should be up to 9 here.
Mega Blood. I like it. Might be interested in just cracking the blood right now to find another creature.
Oh, you can't play it. We already played the last creature Gonzalez.
Well, definitely says it's non-creature.
Oh my gosh.
Non-creature. Yeah. So this actually is almost zero effect on James at this point. Yeah, I am agreeing with you that I think if I'm Maggie, I'm at this point just let's go to the game 3. These turns can take a long time to set up, and when you're fighting through all the hate and stuff, it can take you a while to set up the lines or the board states in order to win.
And looks like we're digging here, so maybe we're just trying to piece on the other.
It's a march.
We have one answer to.
There's another dig as well. It is Sylvan. Yeah. Is Sylvan sorcery instant?
It's a sorcery.
Okay.
That's why it's confusing. It has reach. That gives him reach.
Yeah, when you said it had reach, I assumed it was an instant, so you could blow somebody out in combat.
You gotta quicken it if you want to blow someone out in combat like that.
Strange card.
Yeah, I
think if I'm Maggie, I actually do like just casting the Radiant Flames here.
Play the dig through time though. We gotta.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. See, I would have caused a game rule violation there.
You don't want to get too.
No, not at all.
Going sideways.
So what if you're in James Johnston? What does that tell you?
I don't really know actually.
I think at this point I would chump block. It is a lethal attack, so we're chump block and go to 2. Or no, he's at 8. Okay.
Yeah, James should be at 8.
Larry's over there in the booth getting a little ahead of himself. Okay, go to 6. And you know your opponent's got the Radiant Flame, so a 1/1's not even that good of a card anyways.
It's not much of the carry it either.
So Maggie looks like she's going to march.
Oh, so this is important. Oh, no.
It's a blood. Cracking blood.
He discarded his
Necromentia?
Yeah, that's a huge sideboard card that just showed.
I think that that is good information that we got. I think we're out of the point where we're casting that, though.
Right. I'm just saying how huge it is that he showed it.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
Okay, so there goes...
Take 2.
Champion.
Okay, so James goes to 8, Maggie goes to 4. Ooh, that's immutable. That's good.
And
Knight of the Ebon Legion. Okay.
We have blocked.
And we definitely have enough mana where we can just...
Oh, Sylvan Awakening. I didn't even think about this being the out.
Yeah?
Oh my gosh. I did not
2/2s, right?
That.
So yeah. 6 2/2s plus the monks being 2, so we got 10 2/2s? Yeah. Or 8 2/2s?
I'm not doing the math. James is, but I'm pretty
8
sure
2/2s, block.
And that's it. Wow.
14 damage, yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that being the out. That was a sweet finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't even think of the out of the Sylvan Awakening. It would have made the Necromentia that much, more potent. Just name that to remove that out.
Wow. I think that was off our radar, off James's radar, but good job for Maggie knowing the deck, knowing that was the out, not conceding.
Yeah, good on James that was a really good game 2. In game 1, just turned slow, happens. Draws didn't work out in the best in game 1. But man, what a match. What a match. It looks like they both had quite a few sideboard cards to bring in for that matchup.
I am interested if the Omnaths came in here, because that's one that I'm not certain on wanting them in this matchup. I'm curious.
I wouldn't hate it. I think it'd be fine.
It's a body. It's another way to win the game through the Necrodementia.
Okay, so I think we're going to get ourselves going on a break here until we get our next round. it looks like we had a whole bunch of players here in our viewing area. So I'm sure that there's not that many games left going. Again, we are from Galactic Toys and Games over in Grand Rapids, Michigan. If you want to stop by, I believe they're going to be trying to do these once a month, which will be pretty good.
They'll be streaming it every month too, right?
Probably. And actually, it looks like we're not even going on a break. They're just going to just throw us into a round 2 already. Look at Karen's already came up. No idea who we're going to be seeing here.
We can talk about the metagame a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if I pull that up. All right, here we go. So, just like we were talking about, 7 copies of Winota today. So in total, we had 7, 10, 13, 15, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33 players, 34 players, maybe if I miscounted. And it looks like, 7 of the 34 are playing Winota. That's a pretty considerable amount. And then as far as we got the rest of the metagame is 3 Phoenix, 3 Mono Green Devotion, 2 Rakdos Anvil, 2 Mardu Greasefang, and 2 Blue Red Control, and a bunch of one-ofs. We actually did see 2 of the one-ofs in that match there in Vampires and Ascendency.
You know what's huge here to this list? 1 Mono Red Aggro.
I think what's more huge is a Boros Hammer deck. Somebody
All right,
somebody had enough cojones to register Boros Hammer.
Yeah,
I'm a Hammer guy, and I'll tell you, you don't want to register Hammer.
I tried messing around with that for like all 2 days. I bought all the cards for it, and it worked.
Me too. Yeah, I spent all that money. I'm like, wow, what a waste.
Like, you have some sweet turns, but you usually have a lot of bad ones.
Yep. And it looks like Team Swish member Jeff Jones is on Green White Angels. That's the deck I said I would be playing if I was in this event. Do have a Niv Delight here. Pretty sweet.
I like that deck. I just don't know how to ever close those games out.
You know,
Knowing's a good start.
You know, Noah Huizinga, Kyle Montgomery, and I did a team event in Iowa right when paper started. We drove all the way to Iowa just to play a paper Magic event. It was crazy. Ended up getting top 4, lost to Larry and Steven in semifinals. But Noah in the Pioneer suit was playing Niv, and every match went like game 1 went 30 minutes because they just can't close games.
Yeah, but you don't die either.
Yeah, you never die, but you just can't win. And they eventually end up beating him with a Niv Mizzet, but it's like it just takes you 30 minutes to get to that point. So if I was registered for a paper event, no way have I played Niv Mizzet. No way.
I couldn't register online either. I clicked.
Oh my god!
Like almost time out with burn half the time.
Oh yeah. Moto is a little bit difficult to kind of navigate through all the nuances of. Phoenix being the second most popular deck is a little interesting though. Phoenix was on a bit of a downslide for a while in the face of the blue-red control deck. But with Ledge Shredder?
Yeah, it's a huge pickup because you can discard those Phoenixes pretty easily. Still waiting on figuring out who's at our feature match here.
I think I've seen those sleeves today. I think we might be watching some Greasefang.
Ooh, that'll be exciting.
Or this might be possibly Leo. I'm not sure. We don't have confirmation on who's in the feature match area. Leo on the right is going to be on Winota.
Yeah, I saw Winota on the right.
Oh, other player is going to be on Greasefang.
Greasy this round, gentlemen.
I heard.
It's going to be some grease.
All right. So I will give you the Greasefang deck.
Sweet.
I'll keep the basic Winota thing going on. And as far as Leo's list, Leo and I were talking actually before this tournament. this whole week going into the tournament. He was going to be on in Seoul, but because it's not necessarily the best position deck, he went with Winota, and it looks like it is a pretty stock list.
Okay.
Nothing special. The 4 Mystics, 4 Llanowars, 4 Innkeepers, Resurgence, Cathars, Winota, and Huntmasters.
Are we on no?
We got 4 Chariots in the deck.
Do we have one Kenrith or anything?
No
like that?
Kenrith.
Okay.
No Kenrith. Looks like
No Blade
the
Master
spice.
either.
The spice is going to be the 3 Fabled, the Mirror Breaker, and the 2 Ranger class.
Okay, but we also don't have the Double Strike ability.
Nope.
Okay. So
Nope. This deck is all about punching through and building pretty
Okay.
consistent board.
So we're not trying to combo kill. So with the this Greasefang deck, it looks like it's the Abzan version. So we only have. Trying to see if there's anything too out of place here. We only have 3 Chariots, not 4. We have 1 Sky Sovereign. Talk about a card I haven't seen in a bit.
Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Battlefield and something, which will be.
Also, whenever it attacks too.
Oh, it is when it attacks.
Yeah,
too,
when it attacks. Yep. But what others? It's got the 3 Chariots,
Yeah.
4 Parhelions.
Yeah, the big one is the Barhelion too. So good we skipped the first one and we're just.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, who do you think's favored in this matchup?
Who's on the play? Do we know that?
I don't have that information.
I'm gonna say whoever's on the play. They're both trying to accomplish their thing on a very similar turn, and I want to give it to the Greasefang deck.
Well, Lux is on the play. Ooh. Do they have any good turn ones besides Stitcher Supplier?
Just Stitcher Supplier. I don't think there's any main deck thoughts.
Okay, well that's an elf.
Okay, and there's the good start from the Winota deck. See if we can follow it up on the Abzan side with nothing. Okay, this is not where you want to be with this deck.
He hasn't been able to loot away to Parhelion, loot away anything, so Greasefang doesn't even matter at this point. One blessing is that the Leo doesn't have any good 3-mana stuff. This could be just a voice. Oh, it's a Ranger class. Okay, get a Wolf. And that's a Grizzly Salvage. Top 5.
That's a good one to.
There's a Parhelion and a Satyr Wayfinder. Okay. So Parhelion's hitting the bin. This could just be 11 on the chin, and Leo would be very far behind at that point. I actually don't know if he could come back from just a Parhelion on this turn.
I don't think you're coming back from Parhelion on this turn. It did not get slammed on the table though, so I'm inclined to believe we're either missing a 3rd land or the Greasefang.
Well, he did pick up a Satyr Wayfinder. I'm sure there was a land he could have picked up.
Oh, tap land, okay.
There's the Wayfinder, okay. And what are we looking for? There's the Greasefang.
Okay,
unfortunate. Pick up the land.
If we
is there any way to rebuy Greasefang from the yard?
With can't stay away, you can bring it back.
Is that the reanimate spell?
Yeah, it reanimates and also has flashback, so you can do some sweet things. Other than that, that's the only way we're getting it back out of the graveyard.
Now, if Leo plays Winota here, we could be off to the races. Because really, Lux is going to be in quite a bit of trouble if Leo hits a Huntmaster.
Right. I think. Yeah, that's our only payoff.
That's our only payoff is Huntmaster.
Okay. Yeah.
But looking 6 cards deep for a Huntmaster is pretty good.
Right.
Or if you just find another Winona.
I'm just worried about it not being able to race the Parhelion. That might be.
Oh, yeah.
Next turn.
For sure.
Not have a slammed Winota.
There's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker he pulled to the front of the hand.
I don't. Too slow.
Yeah, I don't think that's very good. And at this point, Leo doesn't know what he's up against. He saw the Parhelion. And the Greasefang.
Yeah. All cards on the table, basically. Here. Oh, and there's the Fable.
All right. Definitely both decks stumbling a little bit to get their game plan going.
What does it look like our choice of token is here? Is that a...
The incorrect one is what it is. It's not a Shuckle.
It's not a Shuckle.
That Pokemon token can get the Shuck out of here. All right. So if you're in Luxussy, I'm actually pretty excited if I see that's my opponent's play.
Right.
If Leo's going for the maximum payout, Winona,
Did we just have a Greasefang?
there's Greasy.
Okay. Didn't even need to get it out of the graveyard.
Come on to combat. Give me that Parhelion.
Importantly, we also have this
Crew.
the Satyr that can chump the Huntmaster on the
Mhm.
attack.
Yep. So that is 11.
Yeah.
Go to 7. All right. So not that many good outs now. So we're going to. We could. I think I saw another shock land in Leo's hand. You can loot looking for it. Looking for the Winona.
Fair enough. We hit triple Huntmasters. That put us in a good spot.
I mean, you gotta be. You gotta be, right?
Yeah. I don't see a world where that's good.
Well, you're still. Well, your opponent still gets to be able to block, and I think you're dead on the crack bag still.
Yeah, we would have they would have to chump at least one of the angels. Or
Maybe
no,
if
just a Satyr.
maybe if we found a, because he is playing 4 copies of Brutal Cathar. If you found if you found triple Brutal Cathar, that would be pretty backbreaking.
That would.
But the long story short of this whole affair is that Winona needs to be here. She needs to be here now. That's 3 mana. That's not Winona mana.
Tap one more.
Leo's teasing us over here. It's a Brutal Cathar, okay.
It's just the
Snatch an Angel.
The fairly played Brutal Cathar.
Okay, so Leo's saying, I hope you don't have another way to get Parhelion in the yard. It is day. Thank you, Leo.
Land to play here.
Not really that important at this point in the game. One thing that's very important is that Leo is hoping to get the Fable of the Mirror Breaker to flip.
Yeah, we then copy the
Brutal Cathar, yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Might be closing on the Greasefang deck.
I think I still, if I was a bet man, I'd say that Greasefang is going to close this one out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But worthy of mention is if the game does go long enough and Leo does flip a second copy of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, he can make a bunch of. He basically can just kill his opponent in an end step because he can create as many copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker as he does mana. It's a cute interaction with the card, but
That's pretty sick. Haven't had that happen.
It doesn't happen very often because how often do you have 2 Fables?
Yeah, and the game's not over.
Yeah, exactly. But both these decks are like 2 ships passing in the night. Don't really have that much interaction going on right now.
Not in the main.
And if I was Lux here, unless he has something super meaningful to play.
Okay, Rotting Register.
Rotting Register, okay. I would have just let it go tonight. That's what my play would have been.
So you could have copied the.
Could not copy the Cathar.
Yep.
But all being said, Leo's in a pretty bad spot because of the. Now he has to answer 2 cards. He has to answer the Regisaur or the Greasefang and the Angel in addition. We can't even copy the Brutal Cathar this turn because the thing doesn't have haste, I don't believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. Not
All right, Leonard, show us Winota. My Winota.
a little bit of think here.
Leo is a very methodical player. He takes his time even when his back's literally against the wall and there's nothing he can do. He'll think every line through. And he did tell me today this is his first time ever touching this deck.
Okay.
So there are some, as quote unquote, brainless this deck is, there are a lot of nuance play to it. But I mean, at this point, you got to answer 2 cards. This is a lot for any deck to answer.
We can just chump the Regisaur, right? Doesn't have trample or anything. It's that Angel token. I think Leo should be at 1 if I'm right.
Well, the Regisaur has the upkeep cost of discarding a card, and he has Parhelion in the hand.
You're right.
Okay, and Lux takes that game away. Yep, Leo saw the ready on the wall. Nothing he can do.
Thought all through.
And gets that inferior Pokemon token off the table. I'm also a muck man when I use tokens.
Okay.
I always tell people to quit mucking around and just throw a muck on the table.
That's a good one. My favorite's the people have stacks the Ancient Muse.
Oh, yeah.
Those are perfect treasures, just everything.
Yeah. I'm also a big fan. When I used to play fairies in Modern, I kept a big fat stack of Clefairies.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. I am a little disappointed in the lack of consistency in tokens. Like, we just had a piece of paper that says day-night, not a Pokemon card.
Yeah, yeah.
Been something you could have done, surely.
No, I got you. Should have been Lunatone for night, Soul Rock for day.
I don't even know what those two are.
It's the sun and the moon.
Okay, easy.
Done, boom.
All right, Leo.
Leo, pick up your Pokemon game. Come on.
You can pick them up.
After this round, maybe I'll go up there see if they have some of those things. Tell them to clean this up. Quit mucking around.
You want to talk about sideboards here?
Oh yeah, of course. Get a little too Pokemon focused. Okay, as far as Leo's going, Skyclave Apparition's a good thing to bring in. Let's just go over what their sideboards are. So Leo's got 2 Deafening Silence, 4 Rending Volley, 2 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, 3 Arcana of Emeria, 2 Elite Spellbinder, and 2 Skyclave Apparition. I really like the 2 Elite Spellbinders, 2 Skyclaves, and the 4 Rending Volleys. I think those 8 cards are exceptional in this matchup. Rending Volley getting rid of the Greasefang before it becomes a problem, and Elite Spellbinder can make everything super expensive. And Skyclave Apparition just cleaning up some of the nonsense.
Yeah, no, I like those bring-ins.
As far as cards I don't like Ranger Class. I think it's pretty bad in this matchup. I think Fable the Mirror Breaker is too fair. You need to be a little bit more unfair. And something else I would cut.
I like some Voices.
Voice seems really bad. Really bad. So maybe if I was to make the cuts, I would cut the 4 Voice of Resurgence and 2 Fable. Yeah, I'd probably, maybe I'd cut a Fable, the Mirror Breaker. No, it would definitely be the 2 Ranger classes. Who am I kidding? Keep the Fables. You can do some nonsense with Fable, the Mirror Breaker.
From the Abzan side, we have 3 Thoughtseize, 3 Go Blank, 2 Raven Feeblement, 3 Portable Hole, 2 Culling Ritual, and 2 Assassin's Trophy. Definitely in on the Assassin's Trophy, and the Thoughtseize is...
Raven Feeblement does kill the Winota.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I believe it's, if I remember, I'll look it up real quick, but I believe it's -1, -4.
How do you feel about the Culling Rituals? Cleaning up all the little stuff before it matters.
It's a little too slow. It's 4 mana.
Are you interested in that on the play, though, if we go to game 3?
On the play, I think I would. Okay. So Raven Feeblement is, yes, it is -4, -4. So that would kill Winota.
Yeah, so that's why it has to be in. So we bring that one in. I think.
I like the Portable Holes.
You do?
Yeah, clean up the nonsense.
Sure.
Slow it down a little bit.
Keep it all.
Both these decks want to do a turn 3. If you can slow it down to a turn 4 and you can set up your turn 3, you're in pretty good shape.
So we got 3, 5, 8, 10 cards that need to come in. I just don't know how tight this list is for the cuts.
Oh, it's very tight. Both these lists are very, very tight.
Yeah, that's the hard part. It's Deadly Dispute, maybe? Maybe we're just not interested in drawing extra cards. We just need good cards.
Well, Deadly Dispute, you can do some nonsense with that. Like, you can sack off Parhelion.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think this list is just super tight. I don't know how you're fitting 10 cards in.
Maybe cutting Can't Stay Away. Card seems pretty loose. But then again, you're also using 4 Stitch Flyer, 4 Stater Wayfinder, so the chance of you milling a Greasefang is pretty good.
And can't stay away because you can flash it back.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, yeah.
Maybe the Chariots are pretty bad, I guess. But I mean, by that point, maybe you just trim the Skyclave could be an easy trim.
The Sky Sovereign?
Yeah, the Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, yeah. So like Sky Sovereign and some Chariot. Well, like that's 4.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's hard.
That's why I don't play these nonsense decks.
I have 0 games in with Abzan Greasefang. Like, not.
Cool deck.
Yeah, it's super sweet. My best friend owns it.
I'm a big fan of the blue variants of Greasefang, though, with the Ledger Shredder.
Okay, Faithful Mending.
Yeah, Ledger Shredder is just a messed up Magic card. That bird is nuts.
Haley was like under $1 for so long.
I didn't even read it, and then I saw people playing it. I'm like, what is this nonsense? And then it did so many things. I'm like, yeah, I should probably look at getting a set of these. They were $10. I'm like, wow.
Generally, people tell me about bulk rare. I have to hear it from like 5 different people for me to actually read it. That's what happened with this one, and definitely missed the boat because of that.
So Leo's got to have a. Oh, he's going to 6. Okay.
Oh, looks like is Lux going to 5? Yeah, because Leo's trying to put one back. That should mean Lux is going to 5, I imagine.
Or maybe he was still waiting to declare. Could have been the case.
I like the sleeve choice. Is that a normal Dragon Shield art? Or?
I believe that is a Dragon Shield art. I'm not sure. I've been out of the sleeve game for a little while. I've been kind of loving. I kind of got away from all the art stuff, and I just started getting like KMCs.
Okay.
I'm really a big fan of those as of late. BCWs, I never gave them a shot. I gave them one shot. I put them on my Mono Red Burn deck for Pioneer, and really loving it. Really loving it. But they make your foils look so bad. I'm a foil guy. All my stuff's foil.
My Pioneer stuff's foil.
I'm a degenerate like that.
All my modern stuff. My standard stuff, foil. For some reason, didn't translate to Pioneer.
Just give it time. Give it time. It'll happen.
Llanowar Elf. Play?
You know what? Leo's big on foreign. That might be a foreign black border Llanowar Elf.
Yeah.
Still swaggy, but not quite as swaggy as you want it to be. I love the taste it from the Llanowar Elf. Just bang to you. Is this voice? Oh, baby.
The idiots are here.
Oh, baby. This is the perfect turn 3 Winota.
Got a pathway there. Yeah.
That looks like the green black maybe pathway. I don't know. Not for too many different arts on all these pathways.
Looks like it's probably gonna be an Assassin Trophy or Grizzly Salvage here.
All right, then this is where Leo. He didn't have the Winota last game. He's gonna have like 3 in his hand this game. That's just how it works. You're just gonna slam the Winota, land Winota, and just look at your opponent and go, answer it.
I mean, we gotta see the Abzan deck do something sweet last game. I want to see the Winota deck.
I want to see him do something degenerate. What is it? Oh, okay. Well, I did say I wanted to see Elite Spellbinder, so I mean, all right.
We're gonna have a response here.
It's definitely be like Grizzly Salvage. Got to be.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Just showing him.
We have the Grizzly Salvage.
That's a culling ritual. He did bring in the culling ritual.
Is that the Raven Enfeeblement as well?
That is a Raven Enfeeblement. So I kind of like. This is tough. This is a tough call. It all depends on what Leo's last card in hand is.
We're just trying to attack on the ground. Like it almost has to be this culling ritual. If that's our game plan, just attack.
Make the culling ritual 6 mana.
Yeah.
I mean, I like making the Satyr Wayfinder cost a bajillion mana as well, right?
Hitting the Grizzly Salvage here also just invalidates your opponent's whole last turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not Grizzly Salvage. That's culling ritual.
Oh, you're right.
No, our opponent. Okay.
Took the Raven Enfeeblement.
I don't like that play. That thing only costs 1 mana.
Yeah, we can play it next turn. Is it sorcery? It should be an instant. If it's there to hit Winota, it's got to be an instant, right?
It is instant, yeah. Alright, he's telling his opponent to taste it. Take 3. So we should be at 16 all.
It should be 5th or 16. We should be at 14 now on Lux's side, I believe, because of the shock and 4 hits from Lanwell variants.
Yep. I agree with that count. That does seem right. Slam the Winota.
Maybe
Look at your opponent and say, I know you got nothing. Bam, Winota. You got to think he's got the Winota if he didn't take the calling ritual, right?
Right. But even if we slam the Winota, like this Ravenfield man just cleans it up.
Yeah, tough spot, definitely. And calling ritual cleans up anything he plays too.
Calling ritual hits everything with CMC 2 or less?
2 or less, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And he gets a bunch of mana for it. Yep, he's like, I need to read it again.
I mean, we got to keep the Elite Spellbinder if that's the play next turn. So we serve in for 6. We're probably get 8.
I don't hate it, but if you're not doing what your deck's supposed to do.
A lot less exciting than just slamming Winota. All right.
Lux really is putting the screws on Leo here. You know, if I'm Lux, this might be a good time because your opponent's already declared attacks. Just Rave Enfeeblement the Spellbinder right now. And then on the next turn, just play the Calling Ritual.
Yeah, we could, and then you get to play the Satyr Wayfinder off the mana from the Calling Ritual.
Oh, and he agrees.
Yeah,
he agrees.
Right, here we go. Slow things down, keep it clean.
And if Leo just goes, oh, here's Winota, doesn't do anything. I will say if Leo does have Winota in his hand, he should have just played it. There's no sense just hiding it now at this point. You know what I mean?
Oh, we didn't play the Calling Ritual.
I think he doesn't have the land. He did find it there.
Okay.
Barely, but he found it.
Well, that's a Can't Stay Away. And
Can't Stay Away, Rotting Regisaur, and Portable Hole.
Do you think we have another Rave Enfeeblement?
I don't think you can play around it. Here it is. My Winona.
Right.
All right.
Does Lux have it? No, it looks
Triple trigger. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, BM combat. No,
okay.
No. Triple trigger. Bam, bam, bam. So look at top 18 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. First one. There's another Winona that could be attacking. That's actually a good pickup. Dykeman's trying to keep things legitimate instead of playing some mono red. 2 Winonas in there. 3 Winonas in. Oh my goodness. So if this Winona is removed from the table, it's over.
Right. Thinking.
He's looking to see if he can grab Winona.
I feel like you need to just to have more power on
Pressure,
right?
Pressure, for sure.
Oh, looks. Oh, no. Like there's going to be a judge call on the feature match table here.
Wonder what for.
I think they're talking about how the triggers work. If he puts a Winota in, does he still get the triggers?
Yes, I mean, yes, you do. They go on the stack.
Yes.
And you have a 4/4 indestructible attacking. Because I believe Winona is just so stupid it gives it indestructible too.
I believe you're right, yeah.
It gains indestructible until end of turn, yeah. So why wouldn't it?
Right. I think they're just getting some clarification though to make sure that's how it all works.
Oh yeah, make sure it's clean.
When you're not certain, always call a judge. That's what they're here for.
And actually, grabbing the Winona is a good play because it almost demands a block. Because we're at 11.
Right. It is revealing to your opponent, though, that your Wenotas don't match, so that's a little rough.
I agree. I agree. Not enough people care about that. I didn't want all my cards to be matching. If you're going to go with swaggy art, you better pony up and get all the swaggy art.
All right, second Winota trigger.
This is Huntmaster. Huntmaster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Oh, yeah. Show your opponent that he's dead. Just show him. There's nothing I love more than just Huntmaster.
We're just a Huntmaster away from lethal here.
Oh, yeah.
Or Brutal Cathar.
So this is 13 coming in now.
I mean, the Satyr's trumping the...
Agreed.
So Brutal Cathar, Huntmasters end this game here.
Okay, we got some triggers for the Huntmaster, or unless we're forgetting those two. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh,
So this
game.
should
That's
be
game.
over.
Man. And this is why people have a problem with this deck.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, this is fun, clean Magic.
We're trying to shake hands. There still should be a
third game. Go to third game, yeah. Yeah, that's a perfect reason why people hate this deck. You go from being at parity to just dead.
Yeah. Overtaking everything. Turning Lanorels into 6/6s. Alright, so we saw the Raven Feeblement come in and the Calling Ritual.
And for Leo, all we saw was Elite Spellbinder. And he went 18 cards deep, and I didn't see any other cards. Not to say he didn't bring any in, I just didn't see them.
I imagine the Rending Volleys were there.
They gotta be, right? They just absolutely gotta be.
It looks like...
What? So we saw the Raven Fieldments, we did see Portable Hole. We saw Calling Ritual. So...
Fit in at least 7 cards there.
So, and I don't know if you know this, I used to be well known for playing Affinity. And these kind of decks are kind of the same thing. They have a very linear, very core strategy in mind. And anytime you're taking cards out, the potency of your deck drops considerably. And what we saw in that game is the potency of Lux's deck was dropped drastically.
Yeah, because Leo had no interaction, it looked like.
Leo really didn't do anything.
Like, if Lux just did the thing, I don't think Leo could have stopped it.
Not at all. Not at all. Because what card did the Elite Spellbinder took? Rave Enfeeblement.
Right.
Nothing meaningful. Rave Enfeeblement. So I don't know. That's just maybe Lux needs to rethink his side a little bit. Maybe I think he took too much out of his deck. I mean, we saw Riding Regisaurs, maybe trimmed on those. We didn't see Stitcher Supplier. So he could have took those out, but if he takes those out, then that means the Deadly Disputes are just as bad, right?
I would.
So do you cut those 8 cards to bring in some interaction?
I mean, I think we cut the Sky Sovereign, we cut the Regisaur. I like the Sister Supplier still.
I do too. And we saw Can't Stay Away.
Yeah.
So a lot of these cards were like, what could he possibly have taken out? You can't cut lands. And you have to believe you left Fatal Push in
So
the
the deck has 22 lands. One of them's a Triome, and if it's not on turn 1, I feel like it's too slow to play anywhere else.
So you think trim that down?
I can see an argument for it. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. I just see the argument of getting that out of the deck.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll agree with you. There's a conversation to be had. I don't know if it's a good conversation.
I'm all for boarding lands out. I routinely do that when I'm playing.
I do too. Especially if you're on a linear deck. Sometimes we're talking about potency and stuff. Sometimes you don't want to remove some potency. So what do? You take out an extra land. You make your land a flex slot, right? But evened up here. So really, I'm still in favor of the Greasefang deck here. Winota showed us some nonsense, but I think Greasefang on the play is tough to outspeed for Winota. So Leo needs to keep some meaningful interaction.
It's got to be like an elf.
It's got to be a Rending Volley.
Or
He's got to have. I think For me, it's Rending Volley or bust. Oh, we had a mulligan to 6 from Lux here. Okay. Now, did Leo keep 7? He did. Okay. That's enough. Okay.
Start when you it's and
Push.
It's all right. No more elf. Another pathway here.
I
Some
believe that's
green.
still green-black. I'm not sure.
Okay.
That Wayfinder. Okay. Find the way.
There's a Greasefang to hit the bin.
Raven Fuelment. Stitcher Supplier. That's 0 hits.
Okay.
And there was no Parhelions in that either.
Missing there pretty big. That's the downside of it. Right?
That's the downside of not having the blue, right?
Yeah.
So blue, you have the Ledger Shredder, and you have all this like meaningful, not necessarily card draw, but card selection, and you can just discard the Parhelions very quickly. Now, does Lux have any Thoughtseize in his deck?
3 in the board.
In the board, okay.
But we're.
I don't think you don't bring them in this matchup, but you could, if they were in the main, there was an argument to keep them in, so you could Thoughtseize yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I like that line.
Innkeeper, okay. Innkeeper is actually pretty critical in this matchup, just because it allows you to go get a couple, like survive 2 combats from the Parhelion, potentially.
Goes a long way.
Yeah, it does.
And the treasure token stays.
Yep.
Even if we remove this Innkeeper.
And you got if I'm in Lux, I'm actually shaking my boots right now. Oh, I do not like this attack at all, but I'm shaking in my boots if my opponent has a Winota. You better have a ray of enfeeblement or whatever it is.
You miss a land drop on Lux.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that attack was an attack like trade. Like, I'm offering this trade. I hope you do accept because I'm behind, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, stay a little bit at parity. I think it was just a bad attack, though, just because realistically, Winota is never going to take that trade, right? They're just going to cast their Winota and clock.
Right.
This is a big turn, though, for Leo. If he has any, if he's like an elite spellbinder, stripping your opponent. I see a Fable the Mirror Breaker, which actually I don't hate right now. I think that's actually fine.
Yeah, with how slow this game's progressing.
And we stay at parity. He loses a life, but he gains a life. That better be a Shuckle that's coming in play. That's all I'm saying. That was not a Shuckle. I've seen enough Shuckles in my day. You know what I think that is? I think it's a Magby.
Another Pokemon, I don't know.
It's a baby.
Here's the Grizzly Salvage.
Yep, that's the one we need. We need land. There's land.
Okay.
That's a Gala Shrine and a Beseiju. Not bad. A lot of lands.
Still no Parhelion.
What do you think of taking the Beseiju, not using it as land, but using it as a way to remove the Fable? Because if that Fable actually goes to 2, if Leo does not have the Winota, that could find him the Winota.
It feels like the not fun play to do, but it feels like the correct one to keep just do anything you can to keep the Winota off.
Yeah, because if you don't have any meaningful removal for Winota, and you're just trying to stay at parity.
We drew a land anyways.
Or
is that
Godless Shrine, perhaps?
Yeah, it looks like the Beseiju is still in the bin.
The one green man is also kind of awkward, too. Because a lot of his stuff to accelerate his game plan is green.
Yeah. I think he fires up the attack again here. I hope not.
His opponent's got 2/2, so.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon card, it's not a token. It's rough.
It's the baby Magmar. Magmar, even in its baby form, too powerful.
First, fully grown satyr.
Leo does have two elves, I think. A Mystic and a Llanowar.
Have we rolled this Fable up yet?
It's still on 1. That's why I was making the conversation that we could, besage you it. Did we? Is it Leo's turn?
Yeah,
Am I missing something?
He drew for turn.
So we need to roll up the. Oh, okay. Little sequencing error. It should have rolled up, then discard. Fine.
As long as the players know.
As long as the players know.
We'll eventually figure it out over here.
I'm always a step behind, so it's fine. Credit Crown, I believe. It's green is coming into play.
Choose the green side.
All right.
3 mana.
Winota, come on. That's 3. That's not Winota.
It's like a least splatter, maybe, is my guess. Oh.
Show us, Leo.
Oh.
Cathar. So brutal. I don't like this play at all.
You know?
No. Reason being is, so you play the brutal Cathar, you snatch it, right? If he pushes you, then he gets to loot 4 again.
Yeah. And gets to trade with the Innkeeper in combat. If
That's a push. It's push.
Oh,
Pushing the Goblin. I don't like this at all.
Yeah. Unless we have a second push.
No. I'd be a stickler here, okay? If I was in Leo's seat, I'd be like, you name the Magby. Sorry. Magby's named.
I'm a little bit on the different. If my opponent immediately goes, wait, no, I want this, then I'm not going to be a stickler.
That's fair. I'm not sitting at the table, so it could have been something different. Where they mentioned that's 3 Stitcher suppliers. Did not hit Parhelion again.
Can confirm all 4 Stitcher suppliers are still in the deck. They're not in the graveyard, but they were all in the deck.
Yeah, and that actually shows why I was saying was not a huge fan of the Cathar play, because you just open yourself up to get blown out.
Called it well on that one. Good read.
And there's Leonard. Where they mentioned we do have, I believe, 2 treasures now.
Yep.
So we are still holding up the Rending Volley.
Important to know it's daytime.
It is daytime. Actually, that's hugely important. Lux is going to want to make sure he keeps very careful track of that. Both players obviously should, but if I'm in Lux's seat, I'm making sure every day night flip I'm keeping track of, because if Cathar comes into play off Winota and it's nighttime, sorry, that's just a first striker. It's a big first striker. Doesn't do anything.
Another pathway. That's double. Was that on black for this pathway?
That looks like it is on black, yeah. And it's Rotting Regisaur. So this is going to be definitely for Parhelion.
Black the Rotting Regisaur is in play. Or in the deck, or some number. I can imagine why we're missing so much on the artifacts. Is Parhelion's probably the only one still in the deck.
Probably. The other ones were very weak.
I think when your opponent's board has a bunch of blockers.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's because Chariot's not bad, but it's just not where you want to be against this Winota deck. You want to be explosive, but also you're sideboarding out a lot of your explosiveness to prevent them from just killing you. Now, see, if I'm Leo, I'm not debating on this. Like, you can tell he's a little torn because he tapped 4 mana. That's Winota, right?
Right.
Like, it's Winota. Just slam Winota. Let's go.
See if it lives.
I'm all about rumbling. You play it. Let's rumble. If this sticks, you're dead. If it doesn't stick, well, it wasn't going to stick it anyways, right? In this case, okay, yeah. Let's get the regular art. Thank you. Yep, that's smart play. So in this instance, what Leo's doing, and this is a very clean line here, is I bet you he's got the Winota in play, or in his hand, excuse me, and he's waiting for the Fable to be able to use its ability. So then if they have removed for the Winota, we can copy it.
Doesn't Fable copy non-legendary?
Does it?
I believe it's non-legendary.
This card's terrible. Why are we playing it?
Oh, and we played the Brutal Cathar and the Winota. So Winota hit the board.
All right,
Using
so
the two treasures.
we're just doing it all.
Using the 2 treasures, land of Ralph, and a land.
It is non-legendary. Wow, this card's terrible. Why are we ever playing this card? All right, let's rumble. Bang, treasure. Treasure, and you got 2 Winota treasures. All right, top 12. Let's go. Okay. First one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Clearly not a Huntmaster in there. You'd slam it down. Oh, it's a Skycliff.
Yeah, there's Skycliff out there. You can't grab that one, though. It's not a human. There's a Brule Cathar move to the front.
I mean, I guess that's probably the best take if you don't have Huntmaster, right? Let's take the chump blocker out of the equation. Bang. Give it to me.
I do like Leo's version of this deck right now. Like, not having the fancy blade historians or kind of it's just like...
I think you just want to be lean and mean.
Right, more interaction. Eventually they'll die. You'll flip through your deck pretty easily.
All right, Leo, show me the Huntmaster. That is another white card. That is a
Spellbinder, it looks like.
That's a really good one. Yeah. All right.
We'll take those. Greasefang.
Can't stay away.
All right.
Well, can't stay away is coming with me.
Looks like Lux isn't doing much here.
So you got to take the can't stay away because if Lux finds land off the top, goes land, can't stay away, Stitcher Supplier, or any Miller, and flips over Parhelion, then he slams Greasefang, and the game's actually it's not in Lux's favor, but he's in a much better spot than he was.
That's the only way to open the window.
If I'm Leo, I want, obviously I want to close the door on this one, but I want to make sure my opponent has no outs. And at this point, what are his outs?
Yeah. I'm blanking on any good ones.
Your take, and we're gaining, did we gain 2 here?
Yeah. If we remember the trigger.
So we're taking 8 damage, put him to 11, and then we have just infinite damage on board.
Well, we also have a treasure, so we can Fable or at least Spellbinder in the draw step.
Oh yeah, no, it is currently summoning sick right now.
Oh, you're right. So used to Kiki-Jiki having haste.
I know. I'm used to Kiki-Jiki can be able to copy whatever it wants, and now they're saying it's a terrible magic card. I don't know what they're doing to me.
Yeah, they made a mana and took the haste away.
Yeah, come on. Yep.
And there's the concession.
Yep. Good game. I really do think, we were talking about I believe it was going into game 2 about taking away that potency of your deck. And I think that Lux took away a lot of his potency in the sideboarding. Because really, those were games 2 and 3 were very slow games.
Yeah.
Very slow.
All of our mills missed. And
Leo did exactly what I thought he was going to do. Just brought in Skyclaves, Spellbinders, and I'm hoping the play set of Rending Volley.
Lux's board looks like there's already 7 cards set aside.
And Thoughtseize. He brought in Thoughtseizes.
Yeah. Maybe Lux came into the tournament with a game plan that was just I'm bringing in these 10 cards, taking these out.
And that may be. I hope, though, going into the later rounds, I want to see Lux again with this Greasefang deck. I think Greasefang's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
But I hope that Leo looks like he did exactly what we said and just cut all the Ranger classes and voices. Bed cards, anyways. But I hope Lux takes this loss on the chin, move on, but definitely change your sideboarding plan. Because this plan that he used did not work out in his favor at all. It was very, very medium.
Hopefully this is taken as a lesson and moves forward and we can see him again in top 8 because I kind of want to see more Parhelion too.
Yeah, no, I love Parhelion. It's so good. So I think we're going to take a break here. I am hankering for a diet, so see if I can go grab one from the cooler. But we'll take a break. Maybe in round 3, Steven will step in for a round. I know he's good to bounce back and forth on.
All right, you guys take a break for a sec. I don't think we're live anymore. I think we. Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the stream here of the Pioneer 1K at Galactic Toys and Games. I am Steven Dykman, member of Switch Gaming, joined here by fellow commentator John Whetstone, who's already been on the cast the last few rounds. I'm replacing Andrew for at least this round. But yeah, we're going to bring a sweet matchup to you here. We got Kahl Gonzalez on Mono Green Devotion and Cameron Lamont on Izzet Phoenix. They're both 2-0, so they're in really good position to potentially top 8 this event. It's going to be a big round for both of them. Yeah, so these are two very top tier decks right now. Funny enough, I actually picked Cameron to win this event, so I'm going to be a little biased in this match. I'm not going to lie.
All right, I'll root for Kyle.
All right, sounds good.
Looks like Cameron's
on a mold of 5, which is unfortunate for sure. Not a great start, but Phoenix is a very good deck at kind of getting those cards back just because of how it functions. I'm curious if they know what they're playing against. These are both two pretty good local players. They may very well know what each other are on, but we'll find out. Why don't you go ahead and maybe tell us a little bit about Kahl Gonzalez's Green Devotion deck?
It's looking pretty stock. We're just trying to ramp into big things like Cavalier of Thorns, using Nisso Shakes the World, and Kiora to untap our Nykthos.
Yep.
Other than that, the one card in here I am interested to see how it functions in this is Elder Gargaroth. Having Reach is going to be pretty important, I think.
That's going to be really good in this matchup. Yep. So Cameron on a mold of 5 leads off Spire Bluff Canal, passes, and then Kahl Gonzalez Forest Elf go.
Is that Guru Forest?
It might be. It might be.
Like it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, and we've got Expressive Iteration on turn 2, so that means there's another one in his hand. Or he's trying to fuel Treasure Cruise. You don't just play Iteration on turn 2 willy-nilly very often. It's also possible that Cameron is just in so much trouble right now, and he knows it, that he just needs to find something to deal with the Elf.
Yeah, exiling a land on the way out here, too, is...
Yep, not the best iteration in the world, but honestly, probably a very good play from Cameron. Some people don't recognize when they need an iteration on turn 2. There are times where you just have to do it. You have to give up the card. And this was apparently that position.
The Old Growth Troll.
Yep. 4/4 trample. When it dies, you attach it to a land. That land taps for 2, and you can sack that land and pay a mana to create a 4/4 trampling token. So very strong card for the Devotion deck.
Importantly, it's got 3 green on the pips.
Yep.
So if we follow up with a Nykthos, we're netting mana at that point.
Yes, sir. And we've got 3 pips on both parts of it. So if it's enchanted to your land, it still has those 3 pips. So it's a really annoying card to deal with. Okay, we've got an opt. So Cameron looking for relevance right now. Yep, bottoming. Cameron definitely behind at the moment. The mold of 5 was not great.
So when you're opting there, what are you looking for in that spot?
It looks like a land, although it's hard to tell. Okay, Fiery Impulse, kill that. I'm curious if he's going to follow up with like a Lightning Axe Pitch Bird here. Did he shock or put it in tap? Looks like he put it in tap.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Kyle untapping here. What's this? Oath? Yep, it's an oath. Here comes the oath. Are we looking for Nykthos? Are we looking for a different land? Are we looking for a Planeswalker? Hard to tell without knowing exactly what the hand is.
Shuffling pretty fast, so there's definitely another forest.
Yep. Okay, it's a Carroted, so he wants to just play a land here and play Carroted. Makes sense to me. Continue to build up our mana, build up our devotion, continue to put really annoying threats into play that Cameron's going to really struggle to deal with. So Cameron's in trouble right now. This is not where you want to be as the Blue-Red Phoenix deck. Looks like he's casting pieces here, pieces of the puzzle. Okay, untapping his mana, thinking a little more about it. But Cameron's in a bad spot. I mean, this is not where you want to be. Okay?
Looks like
there's pieces.
A bird hanging out in the hand.
Bird hanging out in the hand. Okay, so he's trying to find like a lightning axe. There's Treasure Cruise. That's good. And a bird. Okay. So there's a bird and bin. Okay, so we need to take that cruise for sure. And he took the Fiery Impulse. Yep, makes sense. Okay, so those all go to the bin. Cameron's hand looks pretty poor, though, from what I am seeing. I think what's going to have to happen here is Cameron's just going to have to pass. And next turn, he's going to have to try and do some bird shenanigans. Try and do the old caw.
See if it's good enough to get through.
Yep. But he is definitely under the gun right now. I mean, especially if Kyle has like either Cavalier or Nissa, it's going to be a time here for Cameron. So we'll kind of see what happens.
Or even Storm the Festival.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be backbreaking here.
Storm the Festival. Yep. If there's a Nykthos, we can Storm the Festival. If there's a Nykthos, we have a lot of mana.
We got to do whatever we want.
Exactly. Yeah, we have five mana off. The Nykthos is 7 mana at least. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens here, but
there's Nykthos in hand.
Okay, that's very dangerous.
Another Oath Anissa, it looks like.
Okay. So yeah, what is Kyle going to do? And Kyle's a really solid player too. So I'm not surprised to see Kyle up here at the top.
There's also a Storm the Festival.
Okay, there is a Storm the Festival.
We have it all.
We can confirm Storm the Festival. Looks like a foil Storm the Festival too. Right, there's the free elf. So 7 mana, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 6 devotion.
Yeah, it looks like 6.
6 devotion. The 7th mana on the Carroted if he wants it, but doesn't need it. Here's Storm the Festival. Cameron's saying, "What's that one do again?" I think he knows darn well what it does, but just wants to remember. Yeah.
Okay, did we hit the payoff? Oh, it's pass.
Yep. Okay, there's a Karn. That's a very good start. Is there a Kiora? That would be messed up. That's kind of what this deck looks to do, is Kiora untap Nykthos and do a bunch of degeneracy with it. But Karn's going to be very good because we can go get the 6 mana artifact out of the board. There's Karn, there's Kiora. He did indeed hit both. Yikes for Cameron. And this is danger. This is danger zone now.
Don't have enough mana to re-spin the Nykthos, luckily.
But next turn, Kyle might just be able to combo kill.
Might be interested in minusing the Karn to go get the Grafdigger's Cage here.
Possibly, yeah. I could buy that.
Keep your Planeswalkers alive.
Yep, we have the mana. So why not, right?
Looks like, are we getting in the sideboard here?
I suppose Tormod's Crypt's an option too, but I think it's Cage, right?
Yeah. He's getting Crypt, it looks like.
Yep, Crypt, and then he's going to... What is this? Crypt?
Crypting now to turn off
Crypt. Okay.
Turn off Treasure Cruise.
That's a very good play. I like that a lot from Kyle.
Yeah,
just don't let Cameron function while you're doing everything you want, pretty much. Yeah, Cameron having a rough go of it here. This is not looking good at all. Yep, tap that for the Oath. Let's Oath again. Put that one in the yard. Trigger this. Look at the top 3. What are we going to reveal with this? That's Cavalier of Thorns. That's a lot more mana.
I think it has reach too, right?
Yeah, it sure does. Big old 5/6 with reach. Triple green in the pip. This is not where Cameron wants to be here. We're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I just think this is a mold of 5 that didn't pan out against a deck that fired on all cylinders.
Yep, exactly. Green did what green does. There's Ledger Shredder. It's a little late to the party, though.
Let's see if we can dig us out of this hole.
Yeah, very unlikely. Okay, trigger.
Is that a Strangle?
It is a Strangle, which can go to walkers, so he can kill the Karn with this, which is what he absolutely has to do. He does get to start fueling the yard, so can Ledger Shredder get us out of this disaster situation? It does get to bin a bird, which is nice. We do get to kill the Karn here. So not all hope is lost here for Cameron, but we are certainly in trouble. Also, Cameron is at 12 at the moment. He's been hit twice with this 4/4. So Cameron's life total is something that kind of needs to start being, something we're worried about too. If Kyle's going to get a pound for at least 4 again, put him to 8. Now, I will say the Shredder is going to get to grow out of range of that.
What just got put over there?
I'm not sure. We're casting a Cavalier of Thorns, triggering the Cavalier, drawing a card off Kiora, then resolving the Cavalier trigger. Here it goes. We hit the Forest. We've been lands in Pelucranos, it looks like.
We're going to untap.
The Nykthos, dude. Crap ton of mana adding.
We can flashback this Storm the Festival if we
unfortunately, the mana count is a little bit off screen here, but we just know it's a lot of mana.
That was a second Cavalier.
Yep, second Cavalier. Draw a card off Kiora. Like you said, Mono Green just firing on all cylinders here. This is exactly why this deck is popular right now. Oh my god, we still at a land drop for another Nykthos activation. This is like kind of the secret bannable card of the format, I think, right? Like a lot of people forget to mention this card when they talk about cards that are completely cracked in this format, but Nykthos is definitely one of them.
Yeah, it's just big embarrassment at this point since it's the PPTQ promos coming up.
You
can't touch it now.
So busted. I mean, the card is insane. If and when they ban things in Pioneer, I think it may be on the list. Because this is, in my opinion, right up there with Treasure Cruise and Winota.
Cavalier just put another Nykthos.
Yeah. This is... I think the game might just end this turn. We definitely get to Storm the Festival again. At minimum. This is just out of control. I mean, we're adding probably around 20 mana. I don't know exactly how much mana we're adding here, but it's a lot. 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, it's just a ton.
All right, there's a Storm the Festival.
Yep, here it is. I think there's another Karn, which means we might be comboing off now. Yep. Now we go get I forget the name of the artifact.
It's the Pestilence Cauldron.
Pestilence Cauldron, yeah. So for those that don't know what that cauldron, or what the combo is all about here, basically the Pestilence Cauldron, okay, he said screw it, I'm just going to statue you. Doesn't even want to do the cauldron stuff. Maybe he didn't have enough yet to do it, I don't know. Fiery Impulse.
Might not have the black source. Oh, we have the Keratin. We have the black source.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I guess maybe he didn't have enough mana yet. It's hard to track everything that's happening, but what I can tell you is we will be going to game 2 here very shortly.
Right.
I cannot imagine that Cameron is able to get out of this. This is what the green deck does. This is why it's won some challenges in the past few weeks. This is why it's considered one of the pillars of the format right now. Yep, and there's Cameron picking them up.
Slow scoop there.
Yeah, the I don't think I can beat this scoop there. So yeah, Cameron gonna need some tools out of the sideboard here. I don't know exactly what his sideboard looks like, but I'm assuming he's gonna. Well, actually, I've got it right in front of me. If I would just open my eyes, so he's gonna bring in. Okay, he's got 2 copies of Aether Gust, 2 copies of Anger of the Gods, 2 copies of D-Stroke. A Jace Wielder of Mysteries is very interesting. 2 copies of Mystical Disputes, 1 Tablet of the Guilds, 2 Thing in the Ice, 1 Alpine Moon. So I assume Alpine Moon is going to come in this matchup to name Nykthos.
Disdainful Stroke has play to it.
Stroke is going to come in, I would imagine. Anger of the Gods is going to come in. Aether Gust is going to come in. You're going to become a control deck in this matchup, I think. Thing in the Ice probably comes in as well.
Okay.
So I think we're going to bring in 9 cards here. I would cut the Temporal Trespass. I don't think that card's going to pull a lot of weight here, and I'm worried about my graveyard getting nuked. So I would cut the whole combo, that combo element here. Some of this gets kind of difficult of what you're supposed to board out, but when I'm playing Phoenix a lot of time, I'll board out the birds because I know my opponent is going to be ready for that game plan. And we're bringing in 2 copies of Thing in the Ice here anyway, so we're getting more threats.
And our Ledger Shredders are going to grow.
Yeah, now, to be fair, though, we are on the play, so Phoenix could be kind of nasty on the play. We'll just kind of see. But the thing about the green deck is typically it has 3 Grafdigger's Cage in the sideboard.
This copy does. Everything else is Karn targets past that, so you can bring in 2 Grafdigger's Cages.
Exactly, and then you leave the 1 on the board. So you essentially have access to 6 Grafdigger's Cage post-board. So I'm not interested in Phoenix in this matchup particularly, I don't think. You just have to slow down and try and control them, I think. But I don't know. We'll see if that works. We'll see if Cameron makes that decision. It's a difficult one to commit to because it's kind of odd. When you register Phoenix, you want to play Phoenix, right? But I think in some spots it is correct to just abandon the Phoenix plan and try to control the game. But that's the kind of player I am. I tend to try and be more controlling post board with a lot of decks. So it's more of a player preference thing. I'm not even sure if it's definitely not 100% right because I've never I haven't played this matchup very much. But that's just kind of what I think I would do. Go off the Phoenix plan, off the Trespasses, and then probably do some trimming in some other spots.
Yeah, you have a lot of cards bringing. I honestly think you just bring in the 2 Grafdigger's Cages on this side.
Yeah, easy. That's the one really nice thing about the green deck is sideboarding is pretty simple.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. You don't have to go too hard.
It's all 4 ofs of all your important stuff. You can trim whatever you feel like. I don't think it really matters here.
Nope, not a ton. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll see what Cameron does. Like I said, he is on the play, so it's possible he'll try to still do the bird thing on the play, and maybe he'll become more controlling in the next one. But okay, so looks like they're resolving mulligans here, looking at their 7s, and we'll see if Cameron can avoid the multi-5 here in game 2. All right, looks like Kyle's taking the mulligan bug this time.
Yep.
Okay.
Kyle's turn.
Yep, Kyle's turn to mulligan. For sure. Mono Green's another deck that can mulligan pretty well. Mulligan's worse than Blue-Red, I think, but still a pretty good deck at mulliganing because it's just so explosive, and it also has tons of 2-for-1 potential. So that's and that's another reason these are just the best decks, right? I mean, they're so good at recovering from slight missteps like mulliganing.
And the mono green deck is everything's a threat.
Yep.
You just need lands and 1 threat.
Yep. I was okay. It looks like Kyle's going to 5, which is unfortunate. 5 is going to be a little tough to recover from, especially if Cameron has like the burn spell for the turn 1 dork. Now, it's interesting. It's possible Kyle will just not even try to play a turn 1 dork, and will just go like Carroted or Wolf Willowhaven on turn 2 because those can't get interacted with, which can bridge you into the 4s and 5s much easier.
And deny the graveyard.
Exactly. Yep. Deny Cameron putting cards in the yard, which is good. So certainly still very winnable here for Kyle, but not where you want to be, obviously. I mean, he is on the draw too, which is, not nothing. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the reason these decks are like so insane is they can recover from mulligans pretty well, which is one reason I don't like decks like what we saw in round 1. We saw the Orzhov Vampires deck, right? And that deck just cannot mulligan very well. And it does mulligan like a lot too, because, you want to do the Sorin champion thing, but that just doesn't quite stack up to what these other decks are doing in this format.
When you're mulliganing that aggressively for that start, you're just undoing your mulligan. Constantly. You're not gaining anything.
Exactly. You don't gain very much. And then, you're trying to compete with cards like Expressive Iteration and Treasure Cruise in this format, Winota. Like, there's just really, really powerful things happening. And the Vampires deck, I think, just kind of misses a beat. But we'll see. James is still 1-1, so we'll see if he can prove me wrong and make me eat my words. But I did a league with that deck a few weeks ago. After I teamed with James and he played that deck in the 5K at the SCG event, went like 5-3 with it. I had a 4-1 league, but like I feel like I got really lucky to 4-1. It just didn't feel good to me. If I were to play mid-range deck, it would be the black-red one, because I think Fable is actually an insane card. Wow,
4.
Kyle's going to 4 here.
All right, I go 4. What are you wanting?
Okay, 4 cards. I would want Forest, Nykthos, Oath, and Sylvan Carroted.
Okay.
I think is probably the best possible 4 we could ask for.
Yeah. Struggling to think of one that would be better.
Yeah. I think that's about perfect. It adds to our devotion count. It gives us we're going to get to draw that 5th card before making our decision on the oath, so we're going to get a little more information. Any land lets us like start using this Nykthos. We're going to have 4 mana. Yeah, I think that is the best possible 4 we could open. It's pretty darn good. All right, so Kyle a little frustrated. I think we see him kind of pounding the table there. Like, come on, man. No, I get it. Mulligans suck, man. Especially with a deck like Mono Green is like pretty consistent. It's a pretty consistent deck. Like we're saying, it can definitely recover from mulligans, but it does want its cards for that velocity, right? Like it just keeps snowballing and doing its thing. And
is he keeping 3 cards?
Oh, he must have molded 3. We must have missed it.
We were talking
mulligan.
too much.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, Steam Vents tapped go. Kyle plays a Nykthos. My God.
All right.
Well, we're probably going to go to game 3 here, folks. But
there's a Storm the Festival in hand.
There is. Okay, top deck that land into the Carroted. Okay, this is pretty close to a perfect 3.
Just what you were talking
about. He's thinking about Aether Gusting. Okay, maybe not. If he had an Aether Gust, he should have used it there, 100%, in my opinion.
Just get so far.
Yeah, very clear. Yeah, it's very clear that your opponent top decked that land the way he slammed it. I think it was a little hasty from Kyle, just slam it in. Although it is kind of obvious that you top decked it because you would not lead on Nykthos.
I think I see an Oath in his hand as well. So I think you're pretty spot on with the key, but just 1 card short.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, this is like, yep. Here we go, and now we've got 3 green. We can use Nykthos to produce, or hold on, it's only 2 green right now.
Yeah, we'd be minus.
We'd be down, yep.
But we're building up. Like, we're not getting pressure from the Izzet Phoenix deck.
This is exactly what we want, Kyle, here. There's an iteration. Yeah. Cameron needs to be careful here. This is not the, yeah, this is, this might turn into a game. This might turn into a game here. We'll see. I think I see Phoenixes in Cameron's hands, so he did not do the board out Phoenix plan. Okay, it's a disdainful stroke, isn't it?
Yeah,
there it is. Yeah, we figured those were coming in, but Kyle's still got 2 more cards, so see what happens.
One of the cards in Kyle's hand is a Storm of the Festival, so we get to that much.
And we're close. We're close. We're 2 lands off, and this Carroted's not dying to anything other than the anger of the gods. Okay, Cameron is in the tank. Figure out if he's supposed to consider. There are a lot of decisions to make in the blue-red deck. How do I sequence everything? It's a really fun deck to play.
it looks like we have 2 lightning axes in our hands.
It
That
does.
might have the bird stuck because we can't target anything.
It's pretty awkward, man. This is exactly why the Carroted or the Wolf Willow Haven were so nasty.
Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, buddy. Ooh, into the iteration. So now things get pretty interesting here, don't they? I'm going to be honest, though. I wonder if Cameron was just supposed to slam a bird here and just start hitting. Because then we could lightning axe our own bird later, pitch another bird, and then go to combat and get them both back.
Yeah, my only concern with that is like your shields are 100% down.
They are.
It looks like you have to go. Like he looks like Cameron's going down on the shields.
Down on the shields anyway, yeah.
So
I think that's maybe what I would have done in this position, although I get being afraid, right? Your opponent has 4 lands in play, 2 cards in hand. If they go land Cavalier, they start going off. Things get pretty bad for you pretty fast. Okay, he's shocking. So I assume he has like Aether Gust or... Oh,
no.
What is this? Thing in the Ice or Ledger Shredder?
We're just casting the next iteration.
Oh, so he wants wants a bird. Okay. Well, we're still getting a bird into play, and we got to cast all these iterations. So this may have been a better play. Who knows? The thing about the lightning axes too is we can just kill the Cavalier, right? As soon as something comes into play that is a creature,
then we can.
Cameron gets to start kind of doing his thing. Exiling the Impulse makes sense.
We're still 2 mana short from the Storm the Festival on the other side.
Yes.
So there's time.
There is certainly time. Yep. Certainly time. Okay. Cameron.
Getting the bird back. Did not forget that part.
Impulse should be exiled, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can we need to get that corrected. There we go.
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Don't want extra cards in the graveyard. That's pretty relevant in this deck. For a lot of reasons.
Namely, I think he picked up a cruise this turn, which is going to be big.
Exactly. That's why we don't want those extra cards in that graveyard. Okay.
Showing.
Yep. Okay, showing the extra Nykthos. I'm not surprised that there's another Nykthos in hand. The way he led and the way he kept and kind of knocked.
Okay.
I may have drawn it, but okay,
we're attacking for 1. It looks like.
Let's see. You know what? Kyle,
get him in when you
doing what he can. Yep, just it's all you got. It's all you got. I respect it. Okay. Well, Cameron, I think, going to kind of take over, but his opponent mulliganed 3, so it's going to be a really interesting game 3. I think if Cameron can't find a way to win from this position, I would be stunned. It's just all sorts of decisions to make over there, like 8 cards in hand, Treasure Cruise. I mean, this is going to should be a really nasty turn from Phoenix. All right, let's keep the cards in the hand now.
Well,
for a minute at least. They're about to leave the hand, but here we go.
Oh, I think we're doing the lightning axe line.
It's time.
Okay.
Time to pitch this bird. Yep, bird's gone. Oh, he's holding priority.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. This is nice. Are we axing again to get another bird in the yard? Could also just kill our own bird and return it, but this is the fun way to do it.
Yeah. Why target your own stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Why target your own thing when you don't have to?
Oh, or are we just casting?
Oh, he just wants to get it out of his hand. He just wants to get that second spell cast. Yep. Okay. I dig it. Okay. Galvanic Iteration and Opt for a Treasure Cruise. Oh, he's going to Galv and then Treasure Cruise. That's filthy.
So many cards.
Absolutely filthy. Let's draw 6, please. Yeah. Yep. Really?
Whoa.
Oh, he's leaving up Aether Gust or something. That's the only explanation for that play, right?
Yeah,
he did take a Treasure Cruise, right? Are we wrong? Maybe he doesn't have one in hand.
Oh, I thought he had one.
Looking at his hand more, and okay, well, this is. I mean, Kyle's still rocking out at 11 life here. This game is not over, and Cameron's hand looks kind of bad, actually.
Is Iteration the next one you cast, or the next one this turn?
It's the next one this turn.
Okay,
so he just cast it to get the birds back.
Oh,
that was the only reason, yeah.
Yes.
This is
has to be pretty poor.
Not looking that good. If I'm Kyle, I go get that Tormod script again. Let's shut off Treasure Cruise off the top. I think we have to. I think that's just a must-do. Although I will say, Cameron clearly doesn't have it right now, so maybe just hope he doesn't top deck it.
I think we're thinking about this land in the side. No, okay, we got the Tormod script. There was an argument for
he was
Treasure
thinking.
Ball.
Oh yeah, he was definitely thinking about what to do. was not an easy decision. We know he has another Nykthos in hand, right? So there's only one because he accidentally showed it to... Oh, it's Storm the Festival, right?
Storm the Festival, Nykthos.
Okay.
At least.
Okay, and Cameron plays the Thing in the Ice. So he did bring in the Thing in the Ices like I thought. And he did bring in the Strokes like we thought. Okay. Strangle the Karn. Choke it out. Yep. Yep, and Kyle fought valiantly on a mulligan to 3 here, which really just shows you the power of this mono green deck, but I do think we're dead.
Is that Wolf Haven?
It's a promo. It does look like a Wolf Willow Haven, yes, which is not going to get the job done.
All right, picking him up.
He says, I'll be on the play. Okay, here we go. So, game 3, green's on the play. I think green is favored on the play for sure.
Right.
The person on the play is probably favored in this matchup. You would say that in a lot of matchups, but I think it's pretty important.
I'm also just super surprised how close that game was on Mull to 3.
Really? Yeah.
It wasn't close, but there was a lot more happening than I thought Mull to 3 would produce.
Yeah, it's really just shows how good this deck is, right?
Are you interested in changing anything on the draw here?
Like I said, I really don't want to be on the Birds plan if I'm Cameron. I respect keeping it on the play. If there's argument for it, I think on the draw, just get rid of this because it's just so unlikely that it's going to work. Same thing with the Temporals, right? Kyle clearly shows that he's going to respect your graveyard. He keeps getting Formod script, and he's going to keep doing that. So let's try and punish that a little bit by making our graveyard less relevant.
I like it.
But we'll see what happens, especially because we're playing 3 Strangle in our deck, right? So if our opponent tutors for Crypt and crypts us, we can Strangle the Karn, and we're kind of just making their Karn kind of garbage, right? It's only stopping 2 Treasure Cruise if we get rid of the Birds and the Temporal Trespass, so it really makes it kind of garbage.
I've been super impressed with Strangle since it was printed.
It's excellent. Yeah, it's funny. I was playing Blue-Red this week in some leagues on stream, and I didn't have Strangle in my first build. And then I played a mirror right away, and my opponent did have Strangle. And after seeing it, I was like, oh my god, I should be playing this card. And then I got bodied by a Narset, too, which Strangle deals with Narset as well, which is huge.
That's why I've switched to Strangle to my Ascendency deck for that reason.
Yep, Strangle's just awesome, man. I mean, it's kind of Lightning Bolt in this format, really. It's a sorcery Lightning Bolt, right? I mean, it can't go face, but, most of these decks don't care about you're trying to control the board with Strangle in this format, usually, so... It's obviously not as good as Lightning Bolt. Mono Red would love it if Strangle went upstairs too, but it's still a very good card.
I think we'd have more than just one person playing Mono Red aggro if we had Lightning Bolt in this format.
I agree. I would have been playing Mono Red aggro today too, to be fair. I think it is a good deck. I think it's pretty well positioned, and I think people just don't respect Red. I think it's a very common thing.
I don't know how they couldn't. This deck's absurd.
I don't know either, but they don't. There's only one player here, right? I mean, so they don't even respect. People don't even respect it enough to pick it up.
Don't know who that is, but you're my favorite to win.
I hope they do well because I think Red is a really strong deck in this format, and I actually wrote about it on your website.
Yeah,
recently. How I think it's a really strong deck. Okay, both players looking at their 7. And Kyle's going down again. This is rough. That's rough.
At least that one was a thinker. It wasn't a snap mulligan.
It was a thinker, yeah.
Maybe
sometimes those hurt worse.
It might have been mulligan shot, but...
Somehow, sometimes the thinkers hurt worse, right? Because then after the match, you second guess the mulligan if you lose, right? Because it was close enough to consider. Whereas, if your mulligan's obviously a mulligan, there's,
no reason to consider. Just go outside and complain how you got unlucky.
Yep. Got varianced.
Yeah. Don't think about it. Just go outside and talk to the friends.
Yep. Okay. Well, he's found a 6 he's happy with. So here we go.
Cameron
time to rock.
On 7, right?
Cameron did keep on 7, so I assume he certainly has a kill spell for this elf.
Forest elf.
See if the elf is dead. I would imagine the elf is dead if we kept 7, but it's just my assumption. He is playing a Spire Bluff, and I assume killing the elf was something. Oh! That's okay. Well, I still get the keep. Obviously named Nykthos. But now Nykthos taps for green, notably, which could matter. I mean, there's a Kiora. That's dangerous.
Untap, play Oath. Okay.
It's a very good start.
It's a good turn.
Very good start from green. What are we taking? We've got 5 mana potentially next turn. Cameron needs to kill this elf, but I don't think he has a removal spell if he didn't kill it on turn 1. So Cameron's in a little bit of trouble again. I get keeping it on the strength of Alpine Moon, but...
Looks like he boarded in Voracious Hydras.
I dig it. We gotta kill those threats. So
Right. There's so few of them. Just any way to knock them out. Like
also we can just like when we have 1 million mana, just make like a 40-41 or something, and just trample over and kill. If they don't have gust, they die. Right? I mean, it's not dying to any of the red spells if you make it big. So
fair.
It's kind of a cool threat. Pretty into it.
Just revealing it.
Yeah, Cameron, like, hold on, what's that one do again?
It's got a lot of text.
It does.
Don't blame Cameron.
It does a lot of things, and if you didn't play that standard format, you might not know what it does. Okay.
I played Rimrock Knight, that whole standard format, so I have no idea, really.
I played some Rimrock Knights myself. It's a fun time. All right, here we go.
Okay,
Boom, we're drawing a card if this resolves, and it looks like it does. Yeah, Cameron's in huge trouble again. This is not the start you wanted. You didn't kill the elf. Your resolved on turn 2.
Oh, and
we got a 4/4 coming in, 2 for wanting us, and now just beating our face in. A very bad spot.
Yeah.
Very bad spot.
The explosive power cure adds, plus the fact that you can just go long game with it.
And this is exactly why I was saying I would have boarded out the trespasses, all the birds, the 2 galvanic iterations probably as well, because I'm not expecting to have a graveyard. And I'm just going to try and be a control deck here, because it's just more like, imagine if we just, it's just so much more likely you're going to have the burn spells. Like, what did Cameron cut, right? Like, to bring these cards in. If he didn't cut the Phoenixes, he might have cut the trespass. I don't know. But the Phoenixes are still in the deck. So, like, how did we make room? Exactly. So, how did we make room for the cards that we needed to bring in? Did he cut shocks? He might have. It's very possible. I don't think you're supposed to, but he might have. It's tough. If you're leaving the birds in, there's only so much room in your deck. You got to make cuts somewhere. Did he cut cantrips? Like, cantrips are important to find the cards we need, right?
Yeah. And if we're talking about the Phoenix plan, you need the cantrips for the Phoenix plan.
Right, exactly. So what did he do? I'm curious what he did. I'll probably ask him at some point what he did.
Maybe
I'm very curious.
Pieces of the puzzle, because
he probably kept pieces. Yeah, you're right. He might have cut those, I guess.
Like if we're cutting the trespasses, like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Still a little rough.
Let's counter this. Yeah. I think Kyle baited it out there. Pretty sure Kyle was probably expecting that. It was a pretty obvious disdainful stroke. What else was in Cameron's hand? He kept leaving up 2 mana. Last turn he left up 2 mana and couldn't counter the.
I think I saw Nykthos there, but I'm not confident.
Okay, I think you're right. I think there is a second Nykthos here.
Thanks to that Alpine Moon, it's basically just a forest.
Ooh, Thing in the Ice is good. The Ice is good. That's okay. That's big. We need that.
Need a way to interact here.
We
from
sure
Kyle.
do. Sure do. Cameron might be able to get this back into a position that he likes. Okay.
Another tap win.
Very awkward draw from Cameron. We'll see what happens here. He only has one. I'm going to be honest with you. I might have postured there and shocked just to rep Aether Gust or a D-Stroke.
I mean, currently with the attack of 4 every turn, it's not changing the clock any. So I think you're right. I think posturing would have been better.
It's interesting, but
like your opponent doesn't have many cards in hand, so they're going to value whatever threat they have highly.
What is this? Oh, baby. Here we go.
Exactly. Would you slam the Storm Festival into that open mana?
Oh, of course. Yeah. The only thing they could have is Spell Pierce, and it's very unlikely
if he's shocked. I'm talking if he postured.
Oh, if he postured, maybe I'm still probably gonna slam it because I think you kind of have to, but I still think it's worth posturing. I don't know. Maybe it's not. But I think we did have a little bit of life to play with. So I probably would have postured in that spot. And the thing is, too, like, Kyle's a very good player, and it's posturing against good players means more, right? Like, a good player is going to worry about the posturing more than, like, just some random player. And Kyle is definitely not some random player.
Like little edges you got to look for while playing these events.
Yep. It's the same thing in like limited, right? Like when is it right to make a wild, like a swing with my 3/2 into a 3/4 on board? A good player is going to expect a pump spell, right?
Right.
And so a lot of spots you're going to swing there against somebody that you know is good. But if you are just playing against some random player, they may not respect the pump spell. So you need to not make that attack there. So it's like,
definitely the risk assessment on how good you think your opponent is.
Yep. It definitely matters. It is relevant. You do need to play differently when you're playing against some random versus someone you know is an established strong player.
It's honestly a hard part of Magic to learn.
It is, yeah. Definitely is. Okay, here we go. Iteration. This is an expressive iteration, so we need 3 1s here. We need to flip this thing in the
there's
ice.
2 there's a pieces. So the pieces are still in the deck. It looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't love whatever the sideboard plan here was, for sure. Okay, there's the land. Okay, yeah, we have a bird in hand right now. There, pieces. Ugh, that is, yeah, Cameron might die on this next
the Temple
turn.
Trespass is there too.
Yep, those needed to go. And I think, this is a... Cameron goes back and watches this, or if I might chat with him later about, maybe going... I think we needed to go off the bird plan. I really do.
Yeah.
Because it's getting clogged, right? I mean, it's getting clogged in our hand right now. We have a bird, it's like doing nothing. We have this Temporal Trespass that's doing nothing. Like, it was just a little weak. But again, like I was saying, it's a tough thing to see. I mean, that's a hard decision to make, is to abandon like the plan of your deck. But sometimes you do need to just abandon that plan because that plan is bad. And I think it was not a good plan here. And
there's the Tormod's Crypt.
Yep, and there's the Crypt. Yep. So, yep. Kind of how I thought all this was going to play out. It's not a huge surprise.
Do we have enough mana to flash this Storm the Festivals back?
Oh yeah, we do. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got at least, is that double Old Growth Troll?
Yeah.
I think it is. So we've got 7, 8, 9 Devotion in play.
The Nykthos isn't doing it. There's an Alpine Moon.
Oh, you're right. There's an Alpine Moon.
That Meteor Golem.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall on this one.
The writing is on the wall. Yep. Writing is indeed on the wall. Cameron was too slow. Cameron had some questionable cards in the deck still, I think. And
fortunately did not pan out.
Yeah, and we're getting punished here. Shucks. It's all right. Yeah, he's gonna have to battle it back. He's making me look foolish.
Oh, here's other pieces.
Yeah, there's another temporal. Yep.
Is that a bird?
Might be. That's a strangle. It's a little late for that. Yeah. We're not choking out these 4/4 tramplers very well. And even if we could choke one out, we're still gonna die to the other one. And honestly, at this point, Llanowar Elves is dangerous. Like,
yeah, the Elvish Mystic and the Meteor Golem are almost.
Yeah, that represents lethal on its own, right? This is not good. Not good for Cameron, for sure. Yep. Cameron was banking on the Alpine Moon and the Disdainful Stroke, I think, in the opener a little too hard. And we just died to a Llanowar Elf, right?
Yeah.
We died to Elf propelling out 4/4 Trampler on turn 2, or Kiora on turn 2, into the 4/4 Trampler plus draw card.
Right.
It was just too much. I mean, it was just too much to recover from.
A lot of this was the power of Kiora. Just
Kiora's nuts.
Drawing those cards
Kiora is
mulligan,
absolutely insane. Kiora's really, really good. It's a lot of the reason this deck is so strong. It's very, very well designed, very well built, and it's kind of been getting better and better the last few weeks. It is definitely one of the staples of Pioneer.
Starts with a ton of loyalty too.
It does, and I knew Green would do really well today too, because at our Wednesday night local events, no one's playing Green,
really,
which is just like easily one of the best decks. It might be the best deck.
Kyle's version is pretty expensive with the 12 Guru Forest, but I'm pretty sure the deck's not that expensive.
No, it's not. I mean, people just aren't playing it, and there's like, for whatever reason, locally the black-red like Anvil deck has been really popular. So I like,
not a fan of that one.
I'm not a fan of that one either. I do think it has like some okay matchups, but how do you beat a Karn? Like, a Karn is a disaster for you. And how do you beat everything else they do as well as the Karn? But the Karn just like shuts off your main game plan while doing their thing. But anyway, mono green. Congratulations, Kyle here, 3-0. Probably only needs one more win next round, and then a double draw. Yeah, double draw can probably top 8. So Kyle is in prime position for a top 8 run here, and good for him. Really strong player. I don't think he's top 8'd most of our other stuff, but he's a really good player, just kind of waiting to get the breakthrough here. So I fully expect that he'll get a top 8 today.
It does look like Cameron cut some ops.
Yep, and and you can't.
Yeah.
You need the ops. You just have to have them.
and ledgers,
and we can't do that either. So yeah, I would have been on a very different plan here than Cameron. I think we cut cards that we needed to keep in our deck for sure. Yeah. And I don't think he brought in Angers either, which have to come in. And part of that is because he left birds in his deck.
Yeah.
When you cut birds, Anger's a lot more reasonable, right? Because it doesn't kill the things. And Ledger Shredder, we can make an X4 by just double spelling, so we can set up boards where we can turn 4, we can go opt, anger, trigger, discard spell. It's an X4, kill all your stuff.
Yeah.
My guy lives.
Yeah, not taking away from what Kyle did, but like, I feel like this round's made a lot harder for Cameron by the lack of a good sideboard plan, which is important.
Yep, it's hard. It's very hard to recognize that the birds were bad here. But I was noticing when I was playing blue-red this week a lot that with the Prowess deck, I was boarding out Swiftspears a lot. I didn't think they were very good post-board in a lot of matchups. And I was doing the same thing with Phoenixes in a lot of matchups too. You know, people are going to attack your graveyard. They're aware of what your deck does. So you need to be aware of what your opponent is going to do to you, and you need to try and counteract that. And the best way to counteract that is become less reliant on your graveyard and just become a true blue-red deck. Because this deck plays a great mid-range control game as well. Because of cards like Treasure Cruise, right? Like, you know, the two Ancestral Recall, if they don't shut off your graveyard, is still insane. You still have iterations. You know. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back in a little while for round 4. All right, everybody, and we are back here at Galactic Toys and Games for round 4 of our Pioneer 1K. We have a pretty wild matchup upcoming here. It is going to be Abzan, Siege Rhino Midrange, who knows what else is in there, versus Blue-White Control.
It's like 2014 Modern all over again.
Yep,
That's the
it's going to be something. Pretty funny because Alan and I were talking about how unplayable we think Blue-White Control is in this format multiple times this week. And Alan, for those who don't know, you probably do know, made a big name for himself on the tour playing pretty much exclusively Control. But he's a big Control guy, so if he says Control sucks, probably not very good. But here we are.
I tend to believe him in that one.
I would too. But here we are, Blue-White on camera.
Can't wait.
2-1. We got the Yorion here. They're playing the Omen of the Season stuff, trying to get some more value. And then, yeah, we've got this Abzan midrange deck, which is obviously another fair deck. This is wild to me. This is not what Pioneer is about, in my opinion, is playing fair. And both of these decks are playing about as fair as possible. So this is going to be something that one of these guys is going to have a really, I mean, they're 2-1 right now. So loser is pretty much knocked out of top 8 contention, but winner might have a win in round 5 because they might be able to draw in round 6. So, I mean, they're effectively one of these decks is going to be one round away from potentially top 8ing, which is wild to me.
These deck lists. I
agree. I'm excited
want to see what's in here.
I'm excited for the deck list as well. I mean, obviously, I assume the Abzan player is playing. We've heard 4 Siege Rhino. Well, some number of Siege Rhino, not 4, but 4 Thoughtseize, obviously. You're playing a black midrange deck, you better be playing Thoughtseize.
I think we're going all the way back to Fleeceman Lion.
Oh, my God.
That card can't be playable. Surely.
I hope not, but here we are. I mean, could be Sylvan Care. Who knows?
Could have just brushed off the deck box from back in the day.
He could have. Who knows?
Just got rid of the Windswept piece and called it.
Oh, it's Jacob Gumowski. I actually know Jacob Gumowski. He's another pretty strong local player, so... And he loves doing what he wants, so I'm not okay. It's all making a little more sense now. Okay, here we go. I mean, this is going to be wild. I don't even know who I'm cheering for. I guess I'm going to cheer for Abzan because I am biased towards Thoughtseize. And also, I think Abzan is just completely out of left field. I can't believe it's here, to be honest.
I'll be here for the Commander deck. It's been revealed. Oh, here comes the list.
Here come the deck list for us. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Here we are. So, you go ahead and take the blue-white, and I'll take the Abzan. Okay, so while they're figuring out their sevens here, we've got 2 copies of Abrupt Decay, 1 copy of Abzan Charm. Oh my god, 2 copy of Anafenza the Foremost. That's actually a good one in this format, by the way.
Yeah, XL stuff.
2 copies of Assassin's Trophy, 2 copies of Grimflayer, 4 copies of Siege Rhino, 1 copy of Voice of Resurgence, 1 copy of Archon of Emeria, 1 copy of Collective Brutality, 2 copies of Courser of Krufix, 1 copy of Asika's Chariot, 3 copies of Fatal Push, 1 copy of Infernal Grasp, 1 copy of Kalidas Trader of Get, 1 copy of Liliana the Last Hope, 3 copies of Scavenging Ooze, 2 copies of The Wandering Emperor, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 copies of Tireless Tracker, and then we've got Abzan Mana Base. I'm not going to go one by one, and here we go. Jacob playing a turn 1 tapped Steam Vents. We've got Josh there playing turn 1. Shambling Vents and turn 1 Island over here. Turn 2 Temple Garden.
Scavenging Ooze?
Scavenging Ooze, yep, one of those 3 oozes. Yeah, what do you got for blue-white over there?
It looks pretty stock. I am interested in, there's 3 copies of Drori's Disruption, which I like that card a lot.
I do too.
You know, people have to play around it. We're on 1 Cellar Wreckage, and I really like the interaction between Cellar Wreckage and Wandering Emperor right now, so I feel like that number should be higher, but we are on 1.
Winota can't really beat a Settle either. Neither
can Ascendency.
That makes sense.
Neither can Greasefang very well.
Yeah.
And if they try to go under it, then they're just going to get blown out by the Wanderer.
That seems really cool, actually.
Other than that, it looks pretty stock.
Yorion to hand go. Interesting. Well, here comes a Siege Rhino, I bet. Those 4 rhinos. We'll see if there's a crash incoming. Crash of rhinos, perhaps?
I mean, they always travel in packs. So like, rhinos have to be pack animals.
We'll see if Josh has any of his sweepers.
I would like to talk to Jacob about how he got to some of these numbers.
I mean, it just looks complete.
It looks random. So random. Yeah. I feel like there has to be a method to it.
I bet you, like I said, man, I know Jacob, and I haven't interacted with him in a few years since well before COVID. But like I said, he's kind of a dude that likes just having a good time and doing what he wants. And this very much looks like a deck that is doing what it wants.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. What is that there? Is that a Tireless Tracker? Oh, no land.
It is tracker.
And there is a Rhino in hand, at least 1. No land there really sucks.
Yeah.
We really needed a land. This is pretty unfortunate. Is there going to be a sweeper here from Josh? Because if there is, Jacob's in huge trouble. Oh, no sweeper, though. Can we hit a land, please?
Only 3 verdicts in the list.
3 verdicts in an 80-card deck, so...
Yeah. And our other sweepers for Farewell. So
Farewell. Okay.
There's
an attack here.
A lot in the way
of Shark Typhoon?
Imagine. Yeah.
Yep, looks like it.
3/3. Is that gonna?
Oh, it's a Fatal Push.
Yes. Got to keep that Tireless Tracker alive when we draw lands.
Mm-hmm. Looks like 5 damage there. So
it's a clock.
It should be. Josh should be at 13, I believe, but it's hard to keep track everything going on there. But I believe he's at 13. So
not a big fan of these blacked out basics.
I hate them.
Is that an island in the plains?
I think it is. Yeah. Okay, there's Fairy rolling it up. Okay. I got like a March or something here. Yeah, we're in huge trouble if we're Jacob right now. We need something to happen. We're in big trouble right now.
We're getting some with Scoos.
Okay.
Oh, is that another Rhino for draw, I believe?
Oh my god. How many rhinos are in our hand?
They're pack animals. They gotta be all 4.
It's sickening.
All right,
here's a March. I assume. Fateful. Well, at least we got a card off this tracker, but oh boy, this game is just it's getting bad here.
I am interested, since we're taking the turn off to crack the clue anyways, we just eat before damage the Tireless Tracker?
Yeah, he did. That's a good play. It's heads up. I don't know that it's going to matter at all, but it is heads up.
I would have liked to crack the clue.
Yeah, we should have cracked the clue. We're playing Shambling Vents, so we could draw more, right? Let me look at his... Yeah, he has 2 of them, so should definitely play to the second copy. He also plays 2 copies of Triome, actually, and 3 Blooming Marsh. So he has potentially 7 tap lands he can draw off the top here, right?
Yeah, that's...
Do you think we drew one, right? Do you think he gets punished and draws one now?
I like to think life is fair.
I'd like to think he draws a tap land,
Yeah.
That would be justice.
Not
That would
good
be
for
justice,
Jacob,
but it would be justice and potentially a learning experience here for Jacob. And I'm all for learning.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I want to learn how we got to these numbers. Like, even if it's just I shuffle a bunch of cards I liked up and then added 4 rhinos, I'm here for it. I just want to know the method.
Yep. I'm excited to talk about some of these sideboard numbers too. A lot of 2s and 1s.
Oh, I see one of my favorite cards on the sideboard there, so I'm excited to talk.
Okay,
about
very nice, very nice. Is it Ishkanag Craft
it.
Widow?
It might be.
God dang it! What in the world?
I've been trying to figure out all week how to make that card work.
Good
And
luck.
This is the deck.
It's apparently the non-Grizzly salvage,
Just take
non-gather the pack
Exactly.
deck. Yeah, no real way to
All
put
right,
things.
the rhinos are free. We did not
No.
get punished on that top land.
Life isn't fair.
Oh, it got absorbed.
Life is fair.
Who's gaining 3? Control player is.
Yeah, the control player will actually gain 3. And thank you for the 4 mana investment, Jacob. Appreciate it.
Thinking here.
Okay, and this is pretty much, I feel like we're kind of, this is what we like to call garbage time in the business, where blue-white is just spinning its wheels, just burying you, just complete burying. And pretty much Josh has already won the game, but it's just not decided yet. But I do not think Jacob is getting out of this unless Josh draws just insanely bad. It would have to be just incredibly poor draws for Josh to
There heroes downfall on this list. I can eat up the Teferi.
I don't
know. There's a bunch of one-ups. Okay.
Yeah, there were a bunch of random cards, but that was not one of the random
Did
cards.
not find room for the deck.
There are 2 Assassin's trophies.
Oh, those play.
those do play.
here.
Those do play.
If they can resolve. Oh, we get a lead on Thoughtseize. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that maybe gives us a chance. How many counter spells we got over here? 6? I think there's 6 cards in hand. You think they're all counter spells? Oh,
One's a kind of counter.
there are
This
no
is Warrior's Disruption.
there are no counter spells over here, folks. This is still a game.
We can't play the Rhino on this turn if we don't take the Disruption.
Yeah, we've got to take. Yeah, this is all very awkward. There's also a huge bird serpent in our way from attacking Teferi, so we can't really do that. If I'm Jacob here, I'm going to be honest. I'd probably just concede to save time. But he's going to keep grinding it out, which is fine. But you're playing against blue-white control. You're probably 2% or less to win this game, and you got to play to the clock a little bit, right?
Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, is at 15, right?
I believe that is correct. Yeah, he resolved the Thoughtseize. Yeah. But this is... Yeah, it's just one of those things. You're playing against blue-white control. The matchup's going to be really grindy. You want to be able to think about your decisions in the post-board games. Because they're going to, let's be real, they're going to matter more than your decisions in this game because you're probably not coming back.
Right.
So you might as well just say, forget this one. Because I guess the thing is, it's interesting, I suppose, is a draw actually does still keep them live for top 8. So it's not as bad as a loss. But I really would rather try and get the W and not play with that.
Just the mental anguish going into the next round, just barely scraping out with a draw. Is just,
it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
Save, and then you obviously don't get to win the next round and then draw in round 6. So it's definitely something to be gained for just not playing this game out.
We're going to start getting Field of Ruined. I would be interested in how many basics are here.
We have 2 forests, 1 plains, 2 swamps, so quite a few, actually. More than I would expect.
Yeah.
That's more than I would play if I were playing Abzan, but then again, I wouldn't play Abzan, so... We do have 3 Fabled Passage, is why he's doing that for the Tireless Trackers, I assume.
Okay.
Yeah. Try and pay off those trackers with some fetch lands.
The Yorion went sideways this turn, so
yeah, why not?
Should
right?
be
The
Ooze. I think Jacob should be at 14.
Ooze is gone, and Josh is saying, "All right, you're not going to concede. Let me just finish you off.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna." Josh isn't going to play around with the clock. Yeah, he's just saying, you need to die. Let's go to the next game because I also need to win the match in time. So,
this gets around the drawer's disruption.
It does. Have we used that Fateful Absence yet?
No.
Okay, we still have that. So that's going to eat the Rhino. Nice 4-mana Lightning Helix. Have a clue.
Oh, look at that. Super surprising.
Yeah, that's a shocker right there.
I do appreciate how fast Josh is like taking his actions.
Yeah, Josh
like,
knows what he needs to do. He's playing blue-white control at a competitive event.
Yeah.
He knows what he needs to do. You
I
need
appreciate
to,
it.
You need to close the door. Close the door. Serpent coming in. I guess that's like one really nice thing about playing Yorion and blue-white is you just get a win condition every game. You just have a 4/5 flyer, which is just good enough.
I died to it the other day when my opponent flashed in a Wandering Emperor and buffed it.
Yep. I mean, it's real, man. I remember when I was playing, like when the companions first came out and they hadn't even errated the companion mechanic yet. I was playing Yorion Inverter, and I won games by just like playing a 4/5. Like, here's a 4/5. While you play around my combo all game, I'm gonna kill you with this. Like, it's companion mechanic is so bad, dude. I feel like they need to get rid of that mechanic in really probably all formats that it's legal in, but it's just bad. It's just not like you've got a lot of decks just free playing Giganta now.
Third Rhino.
The crashing.
Oh no!
Oh
We
dear.
saw this already.
Oh dear.
I would definitely be interested in picking up for sure.
Just pick them up, man. This is not worth the mental energy at all. We got other games we need to play.
Still enough mana to crack a clue here.
Yeah, for sure. But Fairy has just buried us like so heavily.
I think there's let's see.
Popping. Yep, makes sense. We can't blink it anymore, so why would we keep it?
Bottom.
All right. Sure. Let's find some good cards. Roll up. Yep. Fairy doing what the Fairy does. Just
handful of cards still.
Just completely dominating the game. How many Hall the Storm Giants we got in that mana base over there? Any Halls? Yep, we got 2.
2, yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, he hasn't drawn one yet to close this, but... Jacob is running out of time.
I think he ran out of time like 4 or 5 turns.
Oh, yeah, he ran out of time when he missed his 4th land drop, in my opinion, but... like I said, garbage time. Trophy.
Trying.
Honestly, if you're Josh, I might just let that go, even if I have a counter spell.
Just protect the Yorion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That did it.
Yeah.
I had enough.
It really depends what's in your hand, though.
Right.
I was kind of assuming there might be another Teferi, but obviously if there's not another Teferi, you care more about it. So, all right, so here we go, sideboarding time. Jacob, in his sideboard, has 1 copy of Cling to Dust, 1 copy of Collective Brutality, 2 copies of Go Blank, 1 copy of Ishkanat Graph Widow, 1 copy of Kalidas, Trader of Get, 2 copies of Night of Autumn, 1 copy of Languish, 1 copy of Liliana the Last Hope, 2 copies of Noxious Grasp, 1 copy of Ray of Enfeeblement, 2 copies of Vanishing Verse. Not a ton of very exciting things to work with here, honestly. No Duress is really unfortunate. I'd really like some more 1-mana hand hate in the sideboard. We don't have it. I think we just have to settle with some Go Blanks here. Collective Brutality is awkward because it doesn't hit the cards that matter, which is Teferi, Hero of Dominaria specifically. Narset's a kind of an annoyance as well, so pretty unfortunate we can't hit that one either, but you might bring it in to hit the counter spells. I'm not really sure. Liliana the Last Hope is also awkward because most of the removal in blue-white these days is exile-based, so this can line up pretty badly in a lot of spots. But we may just have to bring it in anyway. I mean, we got to find some good cards here. We got a lot of bad cards that we want to cut, right? We got 3 copies of Push, 1 copy of Grasp. I'm probably going to leave in some number of instant speed removal spells for the manlands and for Shark tokens. But I mean, Abrupt Decay can't. Abrupt Decay would probably be coming out for me. I think that's like the easiest.
Just hits Narset, really.
Yeah, that's the only thing it hits. So I think we probably got to cut that, and then cut a couple copies of Fatal Push for sure. But we don't have a lot in this sideboard. We have a lot of bad creatures in the matchup. Ooze is terrible, but we probably have to keep it in anyway because it's a 2-mana play. Archon of Emeria is terrible. Kalidas is terrible. I mean, we just have a lot of really bad cards in this matchup. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. This does not feel good.
Yeah.
If I'm Abzan, we don't really have a good board for this matchup, and we don't have like the best creatures either. So this is going to be a hard one for Jacob to get out of.
On the blue-eye side, we have 1 Dream Trawler, 1 Hull Breacher Horror, 1 Narset's Reversal, 1 Solar Wreckage, 1 Dovin's Veto, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Rest in Peace, 3 Sunset Revelry. Honestly, I don't think I want any of it.
It's a really good sideboard. I like the 3 Sunset Revelry. That would have really annoyed me if I would have played mono red today and he would have been ready for me. It's a good way to board, though. That card should absolutely be in your sideboard right now if you're playing blue-white, because red's a really good deck. And he's respecting it, so I respect the decision to respect it for sure. Yeah. It's a pretty well-built sideboard. There are a lot of cool cards in there. I might bring in the Dream Trawler if I'm him. Yeah, I don't think Abzan's beating a Dream Trawler.
I don't think Abzan's winning.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I kind of just don't want the mental effort.
But I think I would bring in the Trawler.
Yeah, could probably trim something.
We've got to have something that we could trim exactly.
We showed him Drarari's Disruption. Like, let's trim one of those. It's done its job.
Could do that, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. Abzan is in a really bad position here because all the good cards these days in blue-white, for the most part, are Planeswalkers, and Collective Brutality can't hit any of that. So, and we don't have Duress. It's going to be an uphill battle for Jacob.
Why do you think you brought the Abzan deck? What do you think he was trying to prey upon? Red? Is that it? Because you go bigger and you got the Helix on a 4/5?
Yeah, it seems. Oh boy. Maybe it can be okay against Winota. Typically, these kind of, now I like black-red a lot better than this deck against Winota, but typically the mid-range decks in this format prey on the Winota deck. Like, I think that's the only reason they exist.
So we got Shambling Vent for Jacob for his first turn again.
Okay.
See if it goes a little better. Okay.
Thoughtseize is pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to start this. Memory Deluge, Omen of the Seas, Omen of the Seas, 2 lands, March. Is that a portable hole?
I can't tell.
Underneath the March.
I can't tell what that is under the March. Maybe the guys can let us know. Maybe Larry can hook us up. Yeah, I think it is a portable hole, though. It's what it looks like. I mean, that hand was insane. We took a March. That cannot believe we. I mean, Josh's hand is insane. It's double Omen Memory Deluge. Like, if I'm Jacob, I'd probably take the Deluge there. It's a clean 2 for 1, right? Like, this is very bad. This is really bad for Jacob. I don't like our position at all. I don't like taking the March either. I don't really care what's in our hand. And
we also just had no threat on 3.
Yeah, we're not doing anything. We're not functioning. We're not pressuring, and we're just going to lose to Josh, just drawing cards, leaving up mana every single turn. This is not how you beat a control deck. That is for sure. Just doing nothing.
Where did those scries go off the Omen of the Seas?
I don't know. I should have paid more attention to that.
We have our 4th land on time this game. Let's see if that helps here.
We do.
All right, Drarari's Disruption.
That's getting counter. Oh
no, it's
baby!
stuck.
All right, a threat.
We have a game.
Well, Omen incoming.
Bottom, it looks like.
Now I'm like even more confused. We took the March, right? Because the March wasn't getting the Rhino on this turn unless they also 2 for 1 themselves. Really confused by taking the March. I really did not like taking the March.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. Maybe there's something we're not seeing.
Yeah, there might be. We don't know his hand, but you're not going to beat this deck 2 for 1-ing you, right?
Oh, there's a hold. Okay, all right, we have win condition.
Narset. Okay, that's really not that good here for Josh, actually. Jacob can kill that with Rhino if he wants. He probably does want. There's a Dwari, so either a land. I think it's going to be a land drop. The way this game's gone, I think Josh is kind of missing his lands. Because Hall here was like pretty awkward, but it would have been nice to just deluge this turn instead of playing Narset, I think.
Yeah.
Kill Narset. Yep.
All right, Narset drew a card, gained 4 life. That's pretty good.
It is not bad. Tap land.
Is this a second Rhino? Oh no, it's our Liliana.
Liliana the Last Hope.
Okay. We rolled it up.
Gotta, right? We can't minus it yet.
That might be why he took the March.
March can't hit walkers.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yep. So it's still a little confused, but
just trying to figure it out.
It is what it is. I guess he just didn't want to lose the Rhino.
That's fair.
Which is fine. I mean, if that's the game plan, sure, go for it. Maybe that's just what he has to do, is just try and win off a single Siege Rhino, which
isn't the best place to be, but if he knows the matchup.
If it works, it works. If it works, it works.
All right, so attack for 4.
Personally, I would have taken the Deluge, so in the spot, Josh would not be doing exactly what he's going to do. It's just too many cards, man. Oh,
okay.
4/4?
Looks like there's a Forest and a Wandering Emperor in the hand for Jacob.
Ooh, Wandering Emperor can
Yeah.
be really good here, actually. Exile your Shark is nasty.
Yeah, if the Shark's going sideways. For sure.
Yeah, and if, obviously Josh would have to have, like, no counter, but he didn't counter Rhino.
I kind of want to just. No, because.
Yeah, we have to wait, unfortunately. It doesn't always activate it. I respect it. I respect the play, but I think this is incorrect. Because the reason I think it's wrong is Josh clearly did not have a counterspell 2 turns ago. So, like, I would just make him have drawn one in the last, like, 2 or 3 draw steps.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. Because Rhino would not be in play right now if there were a counterspell in his hand.
Yeah, we've passed an Omen of the Sea since then, right?
We have. We've seen cards. We've definitely seen some cards. But we also have to kind of think about was Josh really looking for a counterspell off these Omens? Was he trying to hit a counterspell with a 4/5, just beating him down?
That's fair.
You know, maybe, but I feel like Josh is probably digging to, like, Verdict, Fateful Absence, stuff like that.
Farewell. Does that one
Farewell,
Planeswalkers?
I believe, can hit walkers. Why don't we look that up?
Yeah, I know it has a million modes.
I think it actually might miss walkers. It might be
Okay.
one of the only things it misses. But let's go ahead and
Look that one up.
look
real
this
quick.
one up. I'm pretty sure it does not get walkers. Exile all artifacts, exile all creatures, exile all enchantments, exile all graveyards. So it does not clean up Planeswalker.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Oh, Fateful Absence is a good answer to the walkers.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty
Yeah,
clean
it is.
answer.
Yep.
I was just trying to find clean answers in this list to deal with them.
Yeah, there aren't a ton. Blue-white is a little soft to walkers for sure in play. Okay.
So we got a big Rhino.
How much you want to... Do you think there's a settle incoming here? What is happening here? 2 mana, Fateful Absence. Oh,
Omen. Okay.
Trying to find settle. It's rough for Jacob because, he doesn't get to see the deck list like we do, so he has no idea the settle's there probably.
Right.
But settle has been picking up some popularity in Pioneer because of how well it lines up against Winota. Lines up very, very well.
Yeah, I think the card's very underplayed.
A lot of the Spirit stacks have really been taking advantage of settle. Yeah. Hold up Spellqueller, hold up Coco, hold up settle. It's like a lot of nonsense that you have to try to play around if you're the opposing player, which is kind of rough. Okay, that's -2, -1, right, on the uptick. So it's actually really good because the Shark still can't kill either walker.
Get a deluge again, though.
So Jacob punched for 8 there, so I believe Josh is at 9, and Jacob also gained 3 from the vents, so it should be 24-9 if I'm
Tracking correctly.
correct in that. Yeah. And Larry's got it all figured out there for us. Okay, there's a Field of Ruins. That's going to deal with that Shambling Vent nonsense. No more of that, Josh says.
Hey, we got in with it once.
Got in with it once. Yeah.
What we came here to do.
Yeah, I mean, it Lightning Helix, and it's going to eat 2 of our opponent's mana, so it's doing something at least. Jacob making a fight of this. We thought Jacob was kind of a dog in the matchup, but he's at least making it kind of interesting here.
Looking a lot better than
Josh is, this is a good example of why Yorion is awkward sometimes, right? We're playing a control deck with 80 cards in it. It's sometimes going to be hard to find the cards we need. And that this whole game has been Josh just kind of spinning wheels.
Can't wait till the Yorion blink them all.
Oh, baby, that is nice with 2 deluges in the graveyard. Talk about sick.
We're gonna fire. Is Josh gonna fire up one of these deluges?
He's either gonna do.
No. Likes everything he's got.
So he's just leaving everything up. Makes sense. I respect that. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Got like 5 cards in hand, so
yeah, he's got plenty of action still. I'm sure.
Got 2 cards in Jacob's hand.
Yeah, so Jacob needs to think about the most efficient way to do everything here. I don't
firing that up.
Okay, just force them to field. I can respect that, I guess.
So you don't want to target that Shambling Man. I don't think it's long for this world.
No. This is a interesting situation. We're getting fielded. Yeah. Okay. Go get that basic. Planes, probably. If I were Jacob, I think it may have been better to just attack for 4 Rhino and just make a knight off the Wandering Emperor, but it's close. I guess a knight's not getting through the shark.
Yeah, just never.
So maybe we just are just trying to build loyalty. I guess that's fine. Man, we were out here kind of disrespecting Siege. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a Wandering Emperor.
Oh, no.
Oh, buddy. See you later, Rhino. So Josh goes to 11.
Can't even get that back with the Liliana.
I believe he goes to 11. Did he take the hit from the Rhino? He may have. He may have taken the hit from the Rhino. I can't imagine he would have, though, right? There's only 1 mana up on the other side. Plus there, I would assume Josh is at, 11?
Yeah. Now we gotta, just do everything with Yorion if we want.
11 or 12. Either way, I don't think it really matters what Josh's life total is here. I think he's going to play.
Yep.
He could be at 1, and I think he would still be in a massively commanding position. I guess there are 2 Planeswalkers on the other side of the board, but the Wandering Emperor is just going to make the shark a huge problem, right? I'm pretty sure it's attacking for 3 now.
Life totals are accurate.
Yeah, okay, life totals are accurate. Liliana, I believe, should be at 1, if I'm tracking correctly. I believe we had a 4/4, get a +1 counter. What's interesting, though, is Jacob can minus the Wandering Emperor and eat the shark because it attacked.
Oh, yeah.
Liliana, I think, should be at 1. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that Liliana should be at 1 right now. I believe it took 3.
Liliana's minusing, so
that is awkward.
Yep.
Can we get a confirmation? We've got people listening. Did I track this wrong? Maybe I tracked this wrong. I hope I did because
Spotter is texting us right now.
Okay. Thought we had a 4/4 shark with a counter on it.
Yeah.
Which would be 3 damage.
And it was what Liliana at?
Liliana was at 4, I believe. Should have taken 3 damage and gone to 1. I mean, it's too late now. I think we've well progressed past that point.
Disruption. Disruption.
There it is, coming in clutch. Hopefully, yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe I messed up there.
All right, this game's.
But the good news is, I don't think it mattered in the slightest. Jacob may have gotten an activation on Liliana that he shouldn't have even had, and he's still miles behind. So, I think all is going to be right with the world here. Anyway, and unfortunately for Jacob, out here trying to make Siege Rhino playable in Pioneer, but
trying to fight the good fight, and
it is not. This is, I
would have liked to see it against something else.
I agree. I would have liked to see it against one of the pillars, like Mono Green, Blue Red Phoenix, or Winota.
Or even just even against Red Black. I think it would have been a fun Red Black matchup.
Yeah. I would be curious how it does against the top decks in Pioneer. Can it handle the best decks in Pioneer? I believe the answer is probably no. But I would at least like to see. I would be curious.
I couldn't imagine playing it against Lotus Field right now.
No. I mean, I can't imagine playing against anything.
I mean, it's Siege Rhino. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fair. Even against Mono Red, right? They just have 4 Ferocidons against you. They're just going to Ferocidon you before you play the Rhino. I don't know. It's, but yeah, it's,
All right, here's a Kalitas for Jacob, trying to scrap things together.
My God. Can you imagine leaving in Kalitas against blue-white control? That is, you know your sideboard didn't have a lot of good stuff if you're having to do things like this. There's a Brutality. Going to do very little. Worried and one.
Which portal will hold you?
Yeah.
Or you can't take. It's not duress.
Oh, brother, man. This is... Zach Allen is probably just smiling and giggling like a child right now watching this blue-white do this. So it looks like Josh is going to advance to 3-1.
Right.
And have a shot at top 8ing with blue light control and make Zach Allen and I look like fools. Which would not be the first time that either Zach or I looked like a fool. So,
I mean, Josh also is in no pressure to finish this game.
oh no,
Like, up a game.
he
like,
can sit here and just do whatever he wants. Now he's just having fun. He can Yorion,
Is this
flicker
fun?
out, trip Omen, Teferi, and Nars. Look at this. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
This is what you dream of with Yorion and blue-white control. Flicker out my Narset, trip Omen, and whatever that is over there.
It was a Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, let's reset that loyalty, please. And we get to activate it again,
Right.
too, because it re-enters, and it can
Gonna make
activate at
another-
instant speed, yeah.
Gonna make another Samurai.
Sure can. Or we could put a counter on our Samurai. Or our Yorion. Who knows?
All right. Draw a bunch
Well,
of cards.
let's draw a billion.
Top.
Yep. If I were to play Abzan in this format, I think you would want to probably be a Yorion deck as well. I think cards like Oath of Kaya, Trial of Ambition, maybe even the 4-mana Demonic Pact
yeah.
could be kind of cool. I think Kaya is actually really underplayed in this format. I think Kaya is actually pretty good. It's good against Winota, right? It eats all their ones. It's good against birds. It's serviceable in other matchups. I think a card's like pretty playable. I've thought about building it and streaming it, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. But I think I would try to be like a Blink deck if I was going to play Abzan, because at least then you always get an 8th card. If you are playing Siege Rhino, you can flicker it.
Oath of Kaya just being Helix is absurd.
Exactly, very good. Trial of Ambition deals with all the Sylvan Caratids running around, which is kind of neat. You've definitely, I think, if you were to play Abzan, I think there are better ways to build Abzan, more kind of suited to just what exists in Pioneer now. Because this is old. This is very old school Abzan. This looks really similar to the standard deck that used to be really good. Right? I mean, we
got
just
a concession.
Yeah, we got a concession. This thing is just wildly over. But yeah, cool effort here from Jacob, but just a really tough matchup, I think. Just did not have tools for this matchup, really. Hard to pressure. The blue-white deck has a lot of counters, a lot of answers. It's just tough. It's just tough. Not really what Jacob probably wanted to run into here, and didn't have the best of plans, I don't think, for the matchup either.
He's got to cast a lot of Rhinos. Like, that's why you're signing this deck up. Is
Yeah, I mean,
you
like,
wanted to play Rhino, and that's...
The blue decks were good against Rhino in Standard. Like, now they're even, like, they're way better in this format, right? Because your counter spells are just so much stronger. Your removal is, like the reason I actually, one of my really close, I lost in the finals of a PTQ with blue-black control when Abzan Midrange was, like, one of the big decks, and it was when, I believe Adrian Sullivan was, like, really, really high on blue-black control, writing articles about it and stuff, and just one of the best ways to attack Abzan was just, like, they commit 4 mana to try and resolve Rhinos, and you just, like, commit 3 or 2 mana and counter them, right? So you're, like, up on the mana exchange, and then you just, like, buried them with Dig Through Time and Jace's Ingenuity, and now we just have way better draw spells, right? With, like, Memory Deluge and stuff like that. It's just tough.
Speaking of Dig Through Time, we have not seen a lot of Dig Through Time on camera.
We've seen one deck with it today so far, right? The Jeskai Ascendency deck. Yeah, that one kind of lives in the shadow of Treasure Cruise at the moment.
Even then, like,
Yeah,
no,
I am hopeful that if Treasure Cruise does get banned in the somewhat near future, which I think there's a high percentage that will happen.
I don't know why you keep talking about bans. I think this format is fine.
You like it?
I think
Okay, fair
Winota's
enough.
like kind of like questionable, but
Sure.
I like just letting things shake out.
We'll see what happens. I mean, we've got like I said, we've got the PT qualifying season coming up this summer, and I think a lot of things will become more clear when that's happening. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, that's going to do it here for round 4, and we will catch you guys in a little bit for round 5.
All right, and we are back here at Galactic Toys and Games in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm Andrew Waltice. Steven's sitting out for this round of commentary, and we got John, of course, the legend, still here. As far as what we're going to be seeing this round, not sure. Saw a lot of, obviously, we talked about Winota being the most popular deck here today.
Yeah.
There's still some Winota at the top, but you see a lot of mono green at the top right
that's
now.
What I was about to say. I see a lot of mono green at the top right
There is the 3-1 bracket's a little interesting. You got some Angels, you got some Phoenix.
now. My buddy who rode with me is 3-1 right now with a big blue-red control deck.
Cool.
We're playing
So blue red's popular.
like 3 main deck hole breakers.
Oh baby, we got the special. We got Swish Gaming team Jeff Jones on Angels. This is a list that he actually just copy and pasted. Okay. We were talking about this list, he and I, before the event. It's pretty standard. The only slot that is of concern, we're going to see if it actually makes a difference. This game is Speaker of the Heavens is a 1-drop of choice.
Gain some life.
Yeah, we were talking about it being Portable Hole or Selfless Savior instead. And this round, he looks like he's against, is it green-white? Mono-green?
Mono-green.
So Portable Hole would be pretty good in this matchup.
Wait a second. No, yep, it's mono green. Sorry, handwriting threw me off for a second. Yeah, it's another mono green deck. Trying to think, is also just as stock as the last one.
Yeah, the mono green list is kind of defined already. I don't think there's much room for flex slots.
Oh, actually, we're splashing white in this list.
And what is the white for?
So far in the main deck, I have not found an answer to that.
One thing, he is playing the Wolf Haven, the Wolf Willow Haven. Jim, is it stock?
Yeah.
I thought they dropped that by now.
It looks like we have some portable holes in the sideboard.
Smart. Fetch it with Karn. Smart.
Yeah, and then we can cast it. I think that's the only reason we have the white.
Okay. So we make our mana a touch worse, but we get access to a pretty good removal spell with our Karn. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. He is on the Henge as well. I know some lists have been dropping Henge as of late.
Yeah, there's just one in the side for that. I'm a little concerned that the pathways are going to play really poorly with Nissa, but I don't know how often that comes up and how often.
You know, I think it would come up enough. If we played 1,000 games, I think it would come up enough times where I would drop it.
Right.
But in a 6-round tournament, who knows? Might not come up at all. The big thing that we got to watch out in this match, so Angels can gain a lot of life very, very quickly. The point of concern that Jeff has to face in this matchup is Mono Green has infinite combo.
It does.
So if he gets infinite comboed, he's out of the. His only way to stay in the game is with the book lock.
Oh, okay.
So he does play the Book of Exalted Deeds in 4 Mutavaults. They were talking about dropping that number down, but Jeff and I were talking. We need to remain consistently high on the book.
Up.
Yeah, of course.
Does it stop you from losing the decking?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It stops you from losing the game.
Okay. Wow.
The Book of Exalted Deeds is a triple white. It's got flavor text. It says at the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, make a 3/3 angel creature token with flying. But the main text on the card, which is what everyone is worried about, is triple white, tap it, exile the Book of Exalted Deeds, put an enlightened counter on target angel. It gains you cannot lose the game and your opponent cannot win the game. Activate as a sorcery.
Okay, so we put it on a Mutavault, and then our Mutavault keeps us alive forever.
Correct. Does he play any Besagers?
There's one Beseiju in the main, and there's also a Pithing Needle on the board.
Okay.
So we can Karn get it, name Mutavault, and turn that off.
I think that's what we have to do, yep.
I think that's the only...
Because really, I think if Jeff gets a book lock early enough, he can just eventually just punch through all the deck itself. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Harley's actually got the pair, or Jeff got the pair up, because Harley actually is looking like he's in pretty good shape. If he wins this one to, I would say, almost say secure top 8. Probably X double, or 3-0, 2 probably makes it, or 402, excuse me.
Yeah, 402 should
XO,
be a lot.
XO2.
Haven't too much of the math. I'm not the one playing today. So.
No, I haven't even looked. Usually it's enough.
Yeah, usually. So I've got more damping sphere than normal. We're not going to come up here.
Yeah, and Jeff for this matchup, he's going to be really on the portable hole plan, it looks like. That's about it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this deck, we did not create a good sideboard for the mono green deck. Our thought process was punch him.
Punch him? Okay. I kind of like settle to punish the counterattacks, but like, I don't know if it's better than your normal game plan.
You know, I could see bringing some number of settles in. Looks like Harley's going down.
Okay, so we got a mulligan from Harley. Harley's on the play on this.
Possibly, am not clear on that. If Jeff is on the play, I actually think I'm going to tip the hat to Jeff on this one in terms of who I think is favored. If Harley's on the play with a reasonable 6 or reasonable 5, I think he's going to lock it up pretty quick.
I mean, as we saw the other round, the deck can go to 3 and still do powerful things.
Oh yeah, that was a sweet game.
I was astonished by how close it was.
Yeah. Okay, looks like Harley's going to 6. Okay, he's on the play.
Forest into
an elf.
Yep.
Pretty stock.
Gold Mox Emerald.
And Jeff pretty stock as well. Just land go.
Is this gonna be a Nykthos or a Forest, or what do you think? Oh, it looks like got Sylvan Caryatid.
Is that new that these green decks are teching? I don't recall those being in the old lists.
The Caryatids?
Yeah.
They float numbers. Okay. I think there was 2 in the one previously.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Oh, and we get a Othinus of this turn.
Pretty good. Didn't see what it grabbed.
Previously banned, I believe, early in the format. Right.
It was.
There's our white source if we need it.
Jeff needs to play a Bishop of Wings this turn. That is a Giada.
Gotta read that one.
Giada, the Font of Hope, is a 2/2 flying vigilance. Each other angel enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it for each angel you already control. Tap for white. Spend this mana only to cast angel spells. So a rare mana dork that's not in green. But also can get your angels exceedingly large very quickly. And it also, worthy of mention is if Jeff on his next turn goes...
Storm the Festival.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. That's big. He needs to find... Jeff... It looks like he's 1 mana short. Is it 6 mana for Storm, right?
Yeah, it is. We are 1 mana short. Good catch by Jeff there.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be ready to to take that on. What Jeff needs to do on this next turn is play I would say a Righteous Valkyrie. And he then needs to play a Resplendent Angel. And if Giada's in play, it'll see that there are 2 angels in play when the Resplendent's trying to enter play. So when it enters play with the 2 counters, it'll be a 5/5 triggering the Righteous Valkyrie. So he'll gain 5, which triggers the Resplendent in the end step. That's the key sequencing that Jeff needs to get back in this game. Or to stay in the game, really.
Got a Cura in play now. We're going to minus hit to untap the Rangeloft Pathway. It's going to pass.
I'm a little confused by all that.
Yeah, if we're not going to use this mana, I don't like untapping it. It just seems unnecessary.
Okay, that's 2. Right at him. I'm assuming we're going face. Yep, we are. There's 3 mana. That's a book. Okay.
Oh, we're immediately Besage.
Immediately Besage.
It little nice thing there with Beseiju, you can search out your shock lands. It doesn't have to be basics you bring in.
Definitely nice, just because it makes his future draws. Like the difference between drawing a basic and a shock land in this matchup is huge.
All right. Are we
it looks like
are we storming now?
I would have to assume so. There it is. Storm the festivals. What did you mention? Harley, did he miss a land drop on this last turn?
No, I believe with the branch slot.
Oh.
Yeah, because Jeff also didn't miss.
Right, yep.
So we're tanking here. The must be a hard one. Taking a good minute. All right. Is that Nykthos up in the front of the pile, I believe? All right, yep. So there's Nykthos's mate. All right, looks like what Nykthos is selected.
It's got to be the best draw. And looks like he's debating maybe put a second Kiora in.
Yeah, redundant Kiora. And the Storm Bells one I just missed.
Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Yeah, we hit an old growth troll as well. I mean, 4/4.
It does trigger the Kiora, so he's going to draw a card. Okay. And we do have some viewer requests to go over the mono green deck list at the. We'll go over that in between rounds. So Jeff did have the Mutavault. I think actually Harley's decision to just Beseiju the book right away was a little bit hasty because the mana commitment required for the book combo is quite intense, and he could just have gotten it, after that. But now if Jeff has a second book, he can lock it up. And as a Resplendent, so it triggers the Giada Season enter. So it's going to enter with a 1/1 counter. That's 3. Is this Resplendent, the line we were talking about? It is.
It is.
Okay. So this will enter as a 5/5, which then the Righteous Valkyrie will see it enter, and then it will gain Jeff 5 life, which in the end step will then generate gaining a 4/4 Angel, which will enter as a 7/7, which will then, gain Jeff another 7 life.
Really going off here.
Yeah, this is where the Angels deck really just starts popping. Because, the mono green deck is very powerful, but I'm sorry, making a 7/7 flying vigilant creature, or no, excuse me, it's just flying. Just flying, I think. Maybe it's vigilant. I don't even know. Let's check. I'm unfamiliar.
I'm not too certain with the Resplendent Angel tokens.
They are vigilant.
Okay.
So a 7/7 flying vigilant creature.
Well, we've seen this green deck do a lot of absurd things.
So let's see. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. We're seeing both decks are kind of doing what they need to do to fight each other. So this is going to be gaining 2, 5, 6, 7 mana. So a total of access to 8 mana, and Storm the Festival is being flashbacked as I believe 6.
We can also cure to make more mana if we need.
Yep.
These are casting something from the hands. Cavalier Thorns.
It is 10 to flashback Storm.
Okay. So we're going to Cavalier. We drew a card off Kiora.
Now, we were talking about the green deck with having the one Beseiju. Does it have any other Beseijus in it?
No, it's just the one.
So if Jeff is able to dodge a Karn or a Pithing Needle, or specifically Karn, Great Pithing Needle, and it finds a book in time, it can actually lock the game up. Like, the game will be over. Unless you get an infinite combo, right?
Yeah, there's the infinite combo possibility in this deck. There's the one.
Oh, but he can't lose because he has the land.
Yes, but a 50 needle.
But if he pops shot before the needle hits play, the game will actually be over. Looks like we have a judge call. I'm not sure on what.
It looks like there's a dexterity error.
Does happen from time to time.
where the Karn Great Creator come from?
I'm not sure where that came from. That went to the hand. Okay.
Makes a lot more sense.
Okay, I'm not sure what they're discussing at this point. We're trying to. They're talking about some Cavaliers and some Kioras. We're getting some clarification on what the issue is with the game state. Oh, okay. It looks like Cavalier triggered in Harley attempt to play it like Storm the Festival, which it is not.
Yeah, sometimes you're going too fast, you resolve cards incorrectly.
Correct, yep.
Or almost do. Luckily, it got caught.
Oh, yeah. If it went proceeded past this way, I think the game's over. But
I'm curious what the
fix is going to be.
Yeah. As we wait here, I can talk a little bit about the screen.
Yeah, let's go over that because they were asking about it.
So it's our stock, our 8 Elvish Mystic variants, 3 Sylvan Caryatid, 4 Old Growth Troll, 4 Cavalier Thorns, 3 Kiora, 4 Karn the Great Creator, 2 Nissa who shakes the world, 4 Storm the Festivals, 4 Oath of Nissa, 3 Wolf Willow Haven, and then some lands. Again, notably, this build is splashing white for some portable holes out the sideboard, but that's not what I've commonly seen.
There's nothing really too much to say about it. Like, you got the 1 Beseiju, which we've talked about, the 4 white sources, 6 forests, 1 lair, 1 overgrown tomb. What is it? In the overgrown tomb, I'm assuming it's for infinite combo?
Yes, it's how you get your pestilence cauldron in play.
Yep, and then the 4 temple gardens, and then 4 shrines. So making your mana worse, but you get access to better removal.
It looks like we got a fix here. Okay. I'm not certain what it was, but we're playing again, so that's a good sign. Okay, we untapped our Nykthos to activate Nykthos again.
So we went to 2, and then we were going to 5, 8, 10?
Yeah, 10
so 12?
Mana.
Or no, excuse me, the 2 was used to activate. You're right, excuse me, yes. 10 mana floating.
That's conveniently the perfect number for a flashback from the festival.
Fun, interesting magic, for sure.
Alright, there's our
Karn. There's Karn, okay.
There's our Nissa.
Okay. And if Carly's got some reasonable cards in hand, we could probably see a lot more nonsense with this Nykthos.
All kinds of goodies for that card to find in the sideboard.
Yeah, the big one's going to be a Pithing Needle.
Yeah, I think
if I were Carly, knowing that book combo I'm cold to, I would snatch up a Pithing Needle right now and just cast it. And hope my opponent doesn't have something to remove the Pithing Needle from play.
Is there any Beseijus or anything in the...
No, it's pretty stock. The lands are just pretty clean.
You can Skyclave it.
Yes, you can Skyclave it. Yeah, we do have Skyclave. So we're not cold to the needle, but it'll definitely hurt us. So what Jeff needs to do, he needs to kill the Karn, like, yesterday, kind of thing. And, I really...
These angels are getting too big, though, for even the Cavalier to fight.
Yeah, I don't think... Really, if I'm in Jeff's position, I'm a little scared of the Karn. But, like, overall, I think I'm actually fine, in a fine position. You know what I mean?
I also would be surprised that we see the Sky Sovereign picked up here, because it can shoot the Angel Nanodork.
The Giada, yeah, that would be a good play. The one thing that, if I'm in the Harley seat, the one thing I'm worrying about He's Grim Portable Hole. Okay, that's another fine answer to it. Probably going to go for the 7/7 Angel, I'm assuming.
Okay.
And that's not even that big of a deal for Jeff, really. So Cavalier is a... How big is Cavalier? What's the stats?
It's a 5/6, I believe.
Cavalier of Thorns, I believe, is 5/6. Yes, it's a 5/6.
We've turned our Nykthos into a dude, so we can untap it.
More mana, okay. But we have missed some place, so we actually have one extra floating.
2, 5, 6, 7, 9,
1,
12,
5, 6,
12 devotion, maybe?
12 devotion, plus he floated an extra one with the Llanowar.
Okay.
So he should be at 13. I don't think they caught that, though.
So we're gonna Old Growth Troll.
Trigger the Kiora, draw card.
And just all the board presence. Still just kind of under the gun by the possibility of angels coming out every turn.
Okay. So we got another Karn. I'm guessing that one is going to go for a needle, or maybe go for another Portable Hole to get rid of Giada.
Yeah, that would.
Which would not be bad. What he has to worry about is Jeff going Collective Company and finding a Giada on that, because that Giada will be seen by the other Giada. So it will enter with counters. So it will be very large and be able to actually fight. The Vigilant threats is what Harley needs to worry about.
Looks like we're in the sideboard right now. Looks like Harley shuffled the Sky Sovereign to the front. You play much Kaladesh Limited?
I did not. Yeah, I played a little bit of it, yeah.
You ever get Sky Sovereign?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
It was not good. Yeah. Every time somebody played that card on you, were like, okay. I think I stopped playing Kaladesh Limited when people were throwing down inventions, because I played a lot of paper Limited. And, those inventions were miserable to play against. Getting an ensnaring bridge.
Getting Wrath-a-God in the...
Oh, and Amonkhet? Yeah. That was pretty miserable, yeah.
Pretty tilted.
Yeah. I got aggravated assaulted in Amonkhet Limited.
I don't know why they were legal.
That was, again, and my opponent had a Hezeret, so I was like, okay, just never winning this game.
This wasn't meant to be. Okay, we grab Meteor Golem. Cannot activate the Nissa, because... Oh, okay, we're talking about the floating mana we had. Okay. So... Meteor Golem to clean up the Righteous Valkyrie. And, okay, Jeff gets a turn.
So if Jeff is actually able to... A good Collective Company actually puts us in a pretty reasonable spot. We need to, number one, survive the turn, of course. But, okay, there's a Bishop.
Okay. Would you remind us what Bishop is?
Bishop of Wings, it says, whenever an angel enters play, you gain 4 life. And when an angel dies, if it was a non-token, you create a 1/1 spirit. Ooh, there's Collective Company. Okay. So if he finds the Skyclave, he can Skyclave the Karn, which is huge. And then if he has another... Actually, he probably wants to get 2 angels. He wants to trigger this Righteous Valkyrie. Or the Resplendent Angel, excuse me. So getting 2 angels will probably be key here. But if he does that, then he's not able to remove the Karn this turn.
Resplendent's not legendary, right?
Non-legendary, yeah. So if he gets double Resplendent, this game's cracked wide open.
Right. Looks like
another Giada, and I'm not familiar with...
I think that's a Speaker of the Heavens, if I can...
It looks to be, Speaker of the Heavens.
Okay, gotta read more cards here.
Okay, so Giada dies because of Legend Rule, but this Giada is entering as a 4/4. Then we get a 1/1 Flying Spirit. Worthy of mention is that we did not gain the requisite 5 life to trigger the Resplendent.
Alright, Jeff's not left with a whole lot in his hand. I guess neither is Harley. with all these walkers.
Well, Harley can fetch out anything out of his sideboard, so
Right.
he's still in reasonable shape.
Alright, reach the pass, no attacks.
And Jeff's also in a really weird spot because he can't really attack into the Cavalier Thorns because the Cavalier Thorns will just pick up the Karn in the yard. And this is just the raw power of mono green, just really flexing its muscles here.
Alright, going back into the sideboard.
If I'm Harley, based on his line of play, I wouldn't be surprised if he's thinking about grabbing the portable hold to remove the Giada from play. I think he might be worried about Jeff's creatures getting too large. Which I think that's the wrong line of thinking, but that's how he's been, based on how he's been playing, is what I think.
Is that 15 mana? Did I count that right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, 12, 14.
Alright.
3, 6, 9.
We're over 20 mana. Looks like it says 28.
Yeah, it's probably about right. It's just this is probably the Cauldron.
I don't know what's going on off screen. Okay, yeah, grabbing the Cauldron. I'll be honest. I know there's an infinite loop here. I am not confident in how it goes.
What is the card called? The Cauldron?
Pestilence.
Okay, because I am not familiar with it myself. Let's give it a read here real quick. Maybe we can. We're two smart players. We can figure this out. Playing it on the other side. All right, Larry's actually explained it to us. Okay, they did Karn and Kiora in both in play and the yard to combo, and I'm assuming we're using Restorative Burst as the combo.
Yeah, so it's gonna get exiled.
Yeah, I get it, because it exiles it, yeah. Yep, gain infinite life.
And then you mill your opponent, right? It's exile target card from... Yeah, each opponent mills cards equal number of life you gain this turn. So we're gonna gain infinite life, and then hit them with the Cauldron to mill them out and pass turn, and then that'll be game.
What an interesting combo.
I'm amazed someone figured that this was a combo.
Very interesting combo. Fun, interactive magic. And the tax man is leaving the building. Steven Dykeman has left the building. Didn't want to help anymore. So he was done hanging out for the day. Actually, had a party to go to. But
We're back in the sideboard. Is the game not over?
I'm not
they need
sure.
a Karn and a Kiora in the grave and in play.
We have Karn in the graveyard.
Yeah.
We're missing Kiora.
Okay, that makes sense. So we can't go infinite here.
So Jeff needs to. I'm confused. I thought he already declared he was grabbing the Cauldron.
Might have just been reading it.
Okay, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Happens. Okay, so we're grabbing a. Did we? I'm confused. Did we grab the?
I think we grabbed the Great Henge. Oh, maybe not. Maybe back to consulting.
Okay, maybe thinking of God Pharaohs. Not very good in this situation, but so Jeff's actually, because Harley cannot infinite combo right now. Jeff's actually in a really pretty reasonable spot, I would say. Not a great spot, but a reasonable spot. Due to the fact that the Speaker of the Heavens can start activating. And the Speaker of the Heavens can... Oh, well, we got another Karn. Okay. Well,
We're flying through these cards.
Yeah. We got playing against all Karns here. Alright, so we did grab the Cauldron.
We're looking at the Cauldron again.
Great hand. Makes sense. Sure, you go from 1 billion mana to 1 billion and -2. Who knows?
Looks like that spin down has an 11 on it.
Yeah, basically infinite.
Yeah, basically.
So we got another card. I seriously think Carly needs to snap off that Pithing Needle. You know your opponent's got an infinite. Or like an I win button.
Or at least an I don't lose button, right? Same thing.
Yeah, sometimes they go hand in hand, right? Sometimes I don't lose is an I don't win, or you don't win.
Alright, so we minus Karn again, grabbing portable hole. Yeah, it looks
Okay.
like portable. Playing that.
Bishop, perhaps? Giada, okay. Makes sense.
So is that 2 or 3 Giadas then?
That is the second Giada. Because the first portable hole went for the Wolf Haven. The second Giada went to the yard due to a collected company. But Jeff's only card in hand is Immutable, if I saw it correctly. So...
Oh, the Nissa gets to activate now. Turning Temple Garden into a creature land.
Sure. Why not? Why not?
Alright. So Jeff got a token on the end of turn, looks like. And go over to Jeff, who's at 34.
Not sure how we got a token there. How do we gain life?
That I don't know.
Regardless, there's a Righteous Valkyrie in hand. So Jeff's going to be able to play this, trigger that, gain 4 life, and then he's going to be able to activate the Speaker of the Heavens, gain another 4 life. Because he's going to get another Angel. This will then trigger the Youthful Valkyrie. And then, in the end step, we're going to trigger Resplendent Angel to get another Angel token, which will then give 4 life, and then it'll make the Righteous Valkyrie get another counter.
Yeah, that is indeed immutable. In hand.
Worthy of mention is that if Jeff were to draw the book, he would not be able to just play it, activate it. He needs 1 more white in order to do that.
So it's 3 and 3.
It's 3 white to play, 3 white to activate.
Okay. Alright, here's another Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, I think both players are kind of at the point where, since we got Great Henge, you can start digging through your deck.
Jeff's also at 53.
Yeah, 1 billion life.
Yeah. Alright,
okay, we're grabbing the cauldron.
Officially grab the cauldron. Oh. Alright, we have
1 billion mana.
Infinite mana.
Okay, there it is. Okay.
Alright, luckily those two understand the combo, so we don't have to go through it.
Alright.
For game 2.
So go to sideboarding here. What's bad here? For Jeff, Speaker of the Heavens card's terrible. We probably want to cut those 4 cards, bring in 4 portable holes. Carly didn't have many good attacks lined up. I agree with you that the saddle, there's consideration.
I don't think you need it.
I don't think you need it.
After watching how that plays out.
Archon of Emiria seems good. Stops the Infinite.
It does. It does.
Any way to stop the Infinite seems okay.
Is that better? Like, what's it better than in your deck?
It's better, I would say it's better than Brutal Cthulhu.
Okay. We want to leave in the Skyclaves because they can deal with the Planeswalkers.
Yep, I think that's correct. I think the other card we could trim. I might be okay trimming a... This is tough here. You know what? We can trim a book.
Okay.
I think going down to 2 books is fine.
Especially now that it's on your radar. Going post-board. So I think on this side, you just want the 2 Voracious Hydras. Just more ways to remove stuff.
Big. They get real big. I believe they've reached, too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they have reach. But other than that, there's not anything else you need in the board. Because again, the sideboard is 13 Karn targets and 2 Voracious Hydras.
Voracious Hydra does not have reach.
Oh, it is
It's
not?
a big trampler.
Okay.
Big trampler. But you can dump in enough mana, or then when you double its power and stuff, you go, punch through. But we are bringing in the 4 portable holes, so could counter that. But I do think it's worth bringing in.
I really don't know what your trims are. It might be a Sylvan Caryatid, maybe a Wolf Willow Haven.
I think the Havens are probably your trims. Or, you know what? Caryatid might be a good trim because you know your opponent's not on really meaningful. They're not a threat dense deck.
Yeah,
like in terms of that Caryatid can block.
Yeah, their ground creatures are attacking.
Yeah. So really, we just need to worry about stopping, either be able to punch through and stop book. That's our 2 goals. Really impressed with this mono green devotion deck. Every time we've seen it today, it's very powerful.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of sweet things. A lot of things that are hard to keep track of.
Turns out Storm of the Festival is pretty good. Or Nykthos is pretty good. I don't know which one. Probably both.
Yeah, probably both. Chop one up for game 2 stuff.
If you were to pick a winner in this horse race, who's it going to be?
Out of these 2 decks?
Yeah.
Mono green.
I would agree with you.
They're just going way over the top of what the Green White Angels are trying to do.
Funny enough is I think on the play, if that was a play draw situation that last game, because Jeff could have started punching his Angels through before the Storms could have gone off.
Yeah. Looks like
Jeff's
there's a Nykthos and Harley's opener.
doesn't look like he has much else going on though. Looks like we can definitely see the Troll. I think we saw a Cavalier in his hand.
There's
and a couple lands.
Yeah, it looked like a Branchloft Pathway and Nykthos for sure.
Didn't look like any ramp.
Do you think it's good enough?
I could see a better 6. If I'm in the player's seat, so I'm looking at that hand, you got to think to yourself, too many players. They're just too scared of mulliganing. Mulliganing nowadays you're at a disadvantage not taking advantage of it.
It's just completely free.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh wow, Jeff's got a great hand. In his hand, I just saw Bishop of Wings and Skyclave Apparition. So regardless of what the rest of his hand is, with those 3 cards I saw, the land, pretty good. Oh, there's also a book.
I thought I saw a book. But then Harley drew a foil. I don't know what it is.
Is that a Wolf Haven?
It might be the promo Wolf.
Oh, there's a Caryatid. Okay, so he did not agree with us on our side out. And the Bishop, that's double Bishop. That's huge. Okay. It's on green. That's for the Cocoa. So if I'm Harley, I'm getting a little scared.
Right.
Getting a little scared if Jeff sees double Resplendent in this top, in the 6. Then he's
making 2 tokens a turn.
2 tokens a turn is pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay, so we're tapping our Branchloft back. Oh,
nope.
Untapping the Branchloft back.
Thought better of it. It's hard to tell what Harley's cards are because all the green cards look all the same.
Yeah.
Definitely see a Nykthos though, unmistakably. Got an elf? There's an elf.
Oh, maybe no. Okay. Never mind. We're tapping 2 mana.
Okay.
Okay. Is that Wolf Willow Haven?
No. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Wolf Willow Haven.
Okay. So I'm not sure what Harley ever brought into his deck post board. Then.
Did Harley not play a land?
He did. No, wait. No, he did not.
He didn't play the Nykthos? Odd.
And he said, taking 2 is fine. I agree. It's a Giada. Gain 8.
lot of life gain.
I think that I'm not sure what Jeff missed a land too. I think he probably didn't have the he's missing a Resplendent, obviously. Or maybe he wanted to set up the Giada in the future turn to make the Angel tokens that are coming into play just absolutely massive.
Or tap in.
That's 4 mana.
Yeah, 4 mana. The hand for Harley looks.
It's a voracious Hydra.
Yeah.
Num-nums.
Alright, so X is 2.
Okay, so this makes 2 Spirit tokens.
Still holding on to that Nick.
I'm a little confused by what Harley's doing here. Okay.
Okay.
So now he plays the Nykthos. Okay. Interesting. I feel like this whole game could have been played a little bit cleaner from Harley's side.
But I can see the argument for holding it until it actually nets mana to try to
4 mana, take 3.
like fade the whether you have it or not, try to bluff your opponent out.
Sure.
But your deck set it up.
Oh,
doing it.
baby.
Oh, here we go.
Resplendent, gain 8. Trigger.
All these Angels energies.
So our devotion right now, the devotion count is 5-6.
Yeah. You think Jeff's gonna run the life counter up over 99? Does it handle 100?
I don't know. We've never had it happen. That's a Storm the Festivals, I believe, in hand. It's definitely got an old growth troll.
Got 5 mana in the pool.
Fucking heck, it's the same one. The same one. No problem.
I'll be back.
Okay, so Ulthanissa.
And another Nykthos.
Okay. Pretty,
Feel like Jeff
all
Dunn's
things
pulling
considered, yeah, pretty weak storm. Pretty weak storm.
They have this from time to time.
Yep, but now we got an Oath Trigger. What's the top 3 look like?
The deck's set in the perfect spot. We can't see it.
Because really, if you look at the actual power on board, in the air we're already looking at 9. This is a 2-turn clock in Jeff's favor. So Harley needs to figure something out pretty fast. I don't think he's in a bad spot. He's obviously gaining a lot of mana, but that Storm the Festival didn't do him any favors.
Of course. Still resolving. Okay, we grabbed a layer of the Hydra off this Othanissa.
Okay.
Lands a pretty good sink for all the mana you're making with Nykthos.
Agreed.
Now your opponent has chump blockers.
Yeah, it does not have trample, right?
No,
It's
it's
just gets big. And those angels are vigilant too.
always gonna have blockers.
Always gonna block.
We got 2, 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7. Cavalier Thorns. Okay. Well, that's a good one. Finds a land.
Is that branch loft pathway?
That is a
Yep.
branch loft.
3 mana floating? Or is that 2?
I believe it's 2.
Right. Old growth troll.
Okay.
So Harley adding his own power to the board, but besides that Cavalier, none of it really interacts with these angels.
The Cavalier does block all of the big angels, though. So we're actually, I think Harley did stabilize pretty efficiently there. That Cavalier was the perfect card to draw.
Skyclave can't touch it. Maybe Brutal Cathars left
The
in the deck.
Sikoko. If he left the Brutal Cathars in the deck, that can snatch up the Cavalier. Just putting the cards right to the front. There's a Valkyrie, and I don't know what the other one is. Iclave, okay.
I hit the Cavalier of Thorns.
We're going to be gaining a total of 8 life, 10 life, something around there. Who knows? A billion. And we're just rumbling.
Everything's going sideways.
Well, because there's a extra text on Righteous Valkyrie that we didn't talk about. Righteous Valkyrie, when your life total is above, I believe, 27, all creatures you control gain +2/+2.
Oh my god! I don't think I've ever had that one come up. All right, and that gets the concession.
That should be enough damage.
Well,
yes, if you have at least 7 more life than your starting life, so all creatures you control get +2/+2.
Interesting design on that one.
Wowza. Okay. Well,
Angel's putting up a fight.
Evening up the score. Okay. All right, so then we're going to game 3. Do you think they're going to make any changes? Because clearly it looks like both players really didn't make that many changes.
Yeah, no,
I'm a little shocked, actually, that we didn't see too many changes. I really do think the Archon of Amiri is probably in the deck to stop those
Nykthos
shenanigans, all that nonsense. But I think we would have saw portable holes, too. But maybe they were there, we just didn't see them. But as far as the mono green deck, they dug pretty deep, and we didn't see any real changes to theirs. Yeah, that's true. They did eat the Giada. That's true.
What got trimmed? Couldn't tell from that game. Wow.
Yeah, because we saw the carry added, and we saw the Wolf Willow.
Yeah.
Which both of them we said were pretty weak cards.
Maybe you trim one of each.
Possibly a trim on each. Yeah. I think if you're going to trim on one, probably the Wolf Willow might be the weaker of the two options.
Right. All right. Looks like the opener for Harley has double Karn. I feel like that one's not good.
Nope, not good enough.
Yeah,
Good.
Harley agrees. Get rid of it. Jeff's taking a think.
All right, now Harley, let's see what kind of good stuff can you get to the table this time. Othanus, I saw that. That's
There's a Kiora, Othanissa.
Overgrown Tomb. I think I see a Storm the Festival.
It looks like Harley.
All right.
Think long on it either.
His deck is a quantity. It's quantity, right? The quality on each of the cards is not very good, but when you put them all together and in play, just generating that devotion, the quantity can outweigh the quality. And Storm of the Festival is pretty, obviously, just great.
So we're gonna get a Kiora. It's off to Jeff, who leads on tap land, pass.
Pretty standard from what we've seen this whole game for him. What's this? Carry added. Yep.
The mismatching forest from Harley.
Tilting. Ooh, Bishop. Excellent.
We have one green player who had all Guru forest.
Oh.
12 of them. More than most people's modern and legacy decks. But,
combined.
And then we have Harley playing mismatch basics. So I like the diversity we have here.
It's the Kiora turn? Yep.
Yeah. And we shocked, importantly, for that one.
So clearly we're playing another card. Okay. So just a Llanowar.
Yep.
I'm a little bit confused by the shock, especially because, obviously, we showed last game that Jeff can really, have those really explosive Cocos that just close out the game, right? So, he could have used the Kiora to minus untapping a card and then playing the Llanowar and then putting the Tomb in tap.
There's no, minus Skyclave, there's no pressure that could hit this Kiora down to lethal.
Right, yeah, exactly. I'm a little bit confused why we didn't attack with the Bishop of Wings, too.
Another shock.
Shock, okay. So we got 6 mana.
Gotta be.
Or 7 mana. 6 mana. This is Storm.
Gotta be Storm.
He's got another Mystic in hand. So Carly's last card in hand is a dead card.
Oh.
Because it's Voracious Hydra. Okay. Okay.
So actually 4, it looks
Yep.
like.
Yep. That's fair. The trigger, get a Spirit. Yeah, I think he learned his lesson after the last game. Don't mess with that Resplendent. Or the Righteous, excuse me.
And we're deploying another elf, and is there 0 cards?
0 cards in Carly's hand. So his board state stands. So that Hydra is established a 4/4.
There's multiple angels on top for mana.
Ooh. Okay, that's the Anthem.
So everything on Jeff's side has +2/+2.
Yep. I like this play by Jeff. Very disciplined. Don't need to attack. This Anthem is way more important than any, 2 damage, right? Another elf. Oof. Rough.
As far as the drawback to the mono green deck is, you top deck 8 Llanowar elves.
A lot of fluff. A lot of
Elvish Mystics.
Okay, so this is going to be an attack for, for 7? And then, oh my goodness.
What a follow-up.
Okay, so he's going to be getting 4 off the Bishop, which will then trigger, but then he gets 5, so he gets a total of 9 from that, and then he gains another 6, 10 from that.
Wow,
So 19 life gained from just that one card.
The Angel Beatdown plan is actually pretty scary.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I think you might see a hand be extended here real quick. Because I don't,
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Deep
Wow.
mess with wow.
Wow.
Jeff Jones.
Yeah.
Showing Green White Angels actually
Yeah.
has a place.
And like I said, this is the deck I would be playing if I was here.
That was a good-
Yeah, very powerful. Very powerful.
So, both players attention for top 8.
Yeah,
2 more rounds left to go.
yeah, if Harley wins the next round, he's still locked up for top 8. No worries. Oh, so he did bring in... Okay, so Jeff was on the plan, like I said, with the limit him to 1 spell a turn. I didn't think the Deafening Silences were good enough, but he thought otherwise.
It'd be interesting to see what.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. But the Archon of Emeria definitely was good. Didn't see any, we didn't see it, but we didn't need to, right? It's too powerful.
Angel Beatdowns.
Too powerful. All right, so we are going to go take a break. But, yeah, no, that was a great match. And both players still in very good position to make top 8. I think neither one of them can draw the next round. They're going to have to play. Maybe Harley can draw. I haven't looked at the standings. Not even going to do it.
Yeah,
not even going to do it.
This side of it today.
Yeah.
Not doing that math.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll be back next round for some sweet action. Hopefully it'll be a nice spicy deck. All right, and we are back. This is final round of Swiss. I did get confirmation that Jeff Jones, who we saw in Angels last round, was able to draw into top 8. And Don Lee, the local legend, for those who know him, he was able to draw into top 8 as well, and he is on Mono Green Devotion.
So at least one Devotion deck in top 8.
Yep. Not too surprising, for being honest. What we're going to watch this round is kind of exciting. We're going to be watching some Blue-Red Prowess versus Winota. And winner locks up for top 8. Loser goes to grab dinner early, I guess.
For their friends.
And who do you got your money on for this match?
Probably the Winota deck. I just still think its game plan is super powerful. I don't know how well the Prowess decks can interact.
It's very streamlined, you're right. I am going to be a little bit of a contrarian. I'm going to say that Blue-Red's going to win.
Okay.
And I think the reason being is because Prowess has historically had a very efficient clock, and they have meaningful removal for the mana dorks.
Okay.
But I can definitely see Winota just because this is the one we're going to be watching is the one that plays 4 Chariot. Just resolve a Chariot, and I think that's kind of difficult for the Prowess deck to take care of.
The way I imagine this is going to go is the game's going to slow down considerably, and Winota just has a good, fair game plan with Toval, our Huntmaster, and the Chariot, and Skyclave Apparition and Brule Cathar. That I don't know if Prowess is going to have enough threats to be able to do it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I will say I was able to confirm some cards that were in the Blue-Red deck. We're going to be seeing some Sprite Dragons.
Okay.
And we're going to be seeing some Ledge Shredders.
Okay.
So first time seeing it today. We were talking about it all earlier today. But I think this is one of those decks that really actually benefits quite nicely from that ability to kind of just loot and just make your creature just bigger. And it's kind of a different take on Prowess too, because your creatures just permanently get bigger. Yep. They're not just that temporarily bigger like you get with Monastery Swiftspear. Well, I like those sleeves. I haven't seen those ones before either.
They look like Dragon Shields.
They got to be Dragon Shields.
Oh, God.
And it's Jake Hewitt. Jake Hewitt is a local here, of course, and he's pretty good. He's usually known for playing control decks and that kind of nonsense. So maybe we'll see it. If this is a brew of his, maybe we'll see some weird kind of board control cards that you don't normally see.
All right, so we're off of Temple Garden into Elvish Mystic. That's the start Winota needs.
Yeah, pretty standard. And let's see if Jake leads off on a Soulscar Mage. That's, I would say, probably the best one-drop that Prowess has access to. Play with Fire. Okay, just get it out of there. Okay. This is going to be when we see an Innkeeper, I'm assuming.
Oh, we really needed that land. Or that mana dork to live. Wow. Is that Ledger Shredder?
That is a Ledger Shredder.
We missed land again. This one's going to get away from Leo real
I'm
fast.
a little confused why we snap kept a 7 if we only had 1 land. This is going to be I'm always in for really meaningful games of Magic. This is going to be kind of just pretty boring game.
Yeah, I mean this one's
and this is a connive. Okay,
just getting away from Leo already.
I think it's already too far gone.
We're discarding Treasure Cruise. Yeah.
Oh yeah, once you see them discarding Treasure Cruise, you're like, okay, well, let's just pick it up, go to the game too.
You do it? No. Voice Search.
Oh my goodness.
Moving to discard a Huntmaster.
So I know we were talking earlier about how nowadays it's just a misplay if you don't mulligan, and this is one of those instances. It's like if you have a 1-lane hand and you have a Huntmaster in your hand, that you're essentially on a 6-card hand already.
Right.
Just mulligan.
Never touching that card.
Yeah. All right, and yep. So this is going to be an attack for 7. It looks like bring Leo to 9. And we were talking about the Prowess deck having meaningful threats that just keep their power and toughness. And the Sprite Dragon and the
second Sprite Dragon.
Oh, jeez, game over. Okay,
All right.
Clean it up.
At least Leo got to see what the deck was.
All right, so the Rending Volleys are good. What else is he? I can't remember all the stuff Leo has access to.
Skyclaves, I think.
I think those are in the main board.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have those.
He's just doing a massive sideboard. I think that's probably a mistake. Some Deafening Silence. I don't know if you need that. He just showed that your opponent just showed that
a lot of creatures.
They play a lot of creatures, yeah, and
it might be fine if it's slowing them down so you can get to your Brutal Cathars and Skyclave Apparitions.
Possibly, but the issue with doing that kind of strategy is we were talking before the match started how the Izzet deck has a lot of power that just stays in play, right?
Yeah.
So when you're saying you can only cast one spell a turn, but all these creatures say, okay, you have Sprite Dragon, I just cast one spell, I get a counter. It's just never going away.
Reasonable.
And then when you're playing creatures in addition, so then your Ledger Shredders are just like trigger, can I discard excess spells I'm never going to be able to cast?
All right, you've talked me out of it. We'll see if Leo comes to the same conclusion.
It was a side out of Opt.
Okay, I mean, I don't hate trimming Ops in some matchups.
I'm big on siding out my Ops when I play. Really big. In this particular deck, I don't know. Looks like I think I saw Soulscar Mage in there.
Taking that out?
I think he cut Soulscar Mage.
That makes sense. There's an infinite things that are going to trump block it. It doesn't evade anything.
That's fair. That's a fair point, but I think you really need it for removing Huntmasters from play.
Sure.
And Winota's from play. Make your less than meaningful burn spells into just permanent reductions.
Jake might be taking the stance that if the games go to where I need to remove the Huntmaster, I'm not playing anymore anyway.
That's a fair point. It's a very fair point. Yeah, Leo went from siding, 8 to 10 cards into saying, okay, let's slow it down a little bit. Having that impulse reaction that on a game I just got kind of...
You got run over.
You got run over,
It's hard to not be a little emotional at a game like that.
Yeah. And I'm sure what Leo's hand was probably like, he did the turn 1 elf, it was probably like 2 prosperous innkeepers, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like you're going to stumble with your mana dorks into the Winota. I still don't think that was a very good plan, but we proved it with that game. But
yeah,
let's move on past it. Let's get these games 2 and 3 right. He now knows what he's up against. So he knows that a single mana dork, it's not the strategy you want.
All right, have we decided on? I've lost track. 3 cards, 5 cards, instead of the 15 that were set there first.
I think we're at like around 6 cards we decided in.
Okay. It looks like the Deafening Silence made it into the deck, or is being debated right now.
So Indoxus, you're asking what top 8 is. We have confirmed that is Angels, Mono Green Devotion. And I know I saw my boy Alex Zoomer in here. He was X1 I talked to him at the beginning of the round, and he said, I just saw him walking around, so I'm sure he locked himself into top 8. He wouldn't just concede that game. And he was on Winota. So confirmed 3 decks so far. I'm not sure what the rest of it is.
All right. Do you prefer sideboarding in paper or on Magic Online?
I always prefer everything in paper.
Okay.
I played a lot. I used to not play Magic Online, period, but then COVID happened, and I just wanted to play Magic, so I got Arena, Magic Online. I hate playing Arena. I just can't stand the actual application itself. Magic Online is pretty good, but there's just something about just shuffling the deck, the dexterity and stuff.
Okay. I found it very difficult transitioning from Magic Online back to paper because
everything's so streamlined.
I just copy, I just highlight a group of cards, put them in the deck, highlight a group, take them out, and in paper,
That's true.
In paper, I'm searching for them.
That's
it can
true.
Take some time, eat up the clock. But
Yeah, and we're on a Magic only. You don't have that worry, right? Because you have that chess clock.
yeah, and you have like 2.5 minutes or whatever.
Right. And I'm also a big proponent that we should have a chess clock in Magic too. But that's because I played chess competitively for a long time.
Okay, I can see it.
Because more often than not, you have a lot of players that eat up a lot of clock. I know, Steven Dykeman, love him, but he does eat up the clock.
Yep.
You gotta be like, Steven, come on, man, you gotta pick it up a little bit. But he does play at a diligent pace. There's never a point where I feel like there's a lot of dead air.
It's like we've been sideboarding for a few minutes here. Rightfully. No. This game means a lot, so it's good that Leo's taking this time, but we gotta get back to play at some point, surely.
Yeah, Jeremy, a good entry point for Pioneer, there's not really the Lotus deck. It's the problem with Pioneer right now, and we talked about the top decks in the format, is that they're just really, the decks that are the best are just solidified as the best. And whenever you have those kind of things, of course, bannings do occur. I would be shocked if before PPTQ season, if we hadn't seen a ban, I'd be a little leery to buy into like Lotus Field and stuff and Winota.
I feel a little opposite. I feel the format, it's very degenerate, but everything's degenerate.
That's fair. That's a fair point too. Mm-hmm.
I feel like nothing needs banned because everyone's trying to do something broken. And if you're not, that's your fault, not necessarily the format's fault.
Yeah, and I feel like right now people are at a stage where they're trying to next level everything. They're like, I'm going to figure something out before somebody else.
Just play the best deck.
Just play the best deck. That's Steven saying he would only play mono red, and that's because people are always, like we said, trying next level. It's like mono red is just its floor is really good. Its ceiling is, absurd. Absolutely absurd. But just get go into whatever you're feeling.
Looks like sideboarding is done. Now we're just onto the shuffling portion. Oh, checking the sideboard one more time.
All right.
Making some more changes.
Yeah, a couple more changes. Couple more. He did get rolled pretty quickly, so
right, they have time.
Give him his time to figure it out.
Paper tournaments. How often are you calling a judge on the slow sideboarding?
Slow sideboarding, never.
Never? Same.
Never. I'm actively against that, especially, I take into consideration how long the game went prior. I'm more of a person to encourage my opponent to speed up their pace of play. If we're actively in a situation where I believe we are going to go to time.
Okay.
We had a long game one, and it took 20 to 25 minutes, and then they're taking their sweet time in game two. It's like, I need you to increase your pace of play. Even if I'm up a game too, I'm just like, you got to increase your pace of play, because if I lose this game, I got to make up a game.
Yeah, sure.
I think too often people don't call slow play though, or ask their opponent to speed up pace of play.
So I assume Leo's gonna be on the play here.
I mean, you have to assume. All right, so we're done. We're officially done sideboarding. He looked at his 7.
Dork, some lands.
This is a very good hand.
There's a voice.
It's a voice resurgence.
Fable.
What's the last card? Is that a Brutal Cathar?
I think it's a Deafening Silence.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said,
Overside.
I think I saw them actually make it in the deck.
Oh no.
Jake looks like molding down to 6. Leo Cap.
Oh, it's a Skycliff.
Oh, Skyler. Okay,
Skycliff.
it's a lot better.
Definitely a lot better. All right, let's see. Jake, can we find a more reasonable hand? Yeah, I was going to say, I think I saw like 4 or 5 lands in there.
All right.
A little too much, a little too heavy.
Okay, going to 5. We might have more sideboarding action this round than gameplay action. That'd be pretty sweet.
I've had those games.
Yep.
I had those games. At the store championships for those promo worm coils. Round 1, I played again. I was on Affinity. My opponent was on Belcher, and I think gameplay wise, it was actively like 2 minutes of gameplay and about 3 to 5 minutes of sideboarding.
I had something similar happen in the last SCG Indy. I died on turn 1 to Belcher. We sided for 3 minutes, and I died on turn 1 to Belcher.
Excellent gameplay. What a world!
All right, here we go. Let off with our elf. And it got
it's a strangle.
Yeah, get no more elves. There's at least a second land here this time. There's our Voice Resurgence.
How do you feel about Voice in this matchup?
I have to feel that Prowess deck isn't trying to play instant speed that often here.
How I feel about Voice is I don't think it's very good in general in this format. Because most people aren't playing on your turn.
Right. I do like it.
The counter magic in this format is very subpar.
I do like the forethought of Jake boarding out the Soulscar mages, because in combat you're never fighting this voice.
That's fair.
That being said, this Fable might get a little out of hand if it starts copying these voice tokens.
So, and I did find out what Pokemon that is.
Okay.
I did some detective work. Torchic.
I know that one.
Yeah.
All right.
I told him it needed to be Shuckle. I told him get the Shuck out of here.
I'm more of a Mudkip person from that.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Trico myself.
What?
I like Trico.
Okay. Like, never.
Sceptile's pretty cool.
Is that one of the evolutions?
That's the third evolution.
Literally don't know anything about Trico. Never took it.
Well, Mudkip's just sweet across the board. You got Mudkip, then Swampert is his final evolution. Sick. It's the Charizard of the third generation.
So, have some attackers in play. Back over to Leo's turn. Discard 1 off the Fable. In the tank here. We have 4th land Winota. Our turn's pretty good. Looks like that's not the case. Coming in for 4. Another pathway.
That important to know is that that's a white pathway, and he does have the Skyclave in hand.
Yeah.
The question is, does he play the Skyclave now and open it up to the removal, or does he wait until this Mirror Breaker is able to start copying it?
I feel like we're just.
I think you just take it now.
Yeah, I think we're so far ahead. So, like, we just don't want Jake to draw a lot of cards here. Ooh.
Deafening Silence. Okay. I see an Ether Gust in Jake's hand. I don't know how useful that's going to be this game. I was going to say, we're kind of at a point where we're too far gone.
Saving everyone some time.
I think, personally, I think it's an early concession myself, but can't fault him for conceding at that point.
Yeah.
I think there was a little bit more game left to be played.
I see that merit behind it. Like, let's just get this game 3 going.
That's fair.
Why waste the energy? Let's just get one when I'm on the play. You don't know what I sideboarded.
I just feel like so if I'm sitting in his seat, I know my opponent doesn't have Winota because he would have slammed it on that turn, crashed, right?
Right.
So if I can just beat the board as it stands, I can steal that game, especially with Sprite Dragon.
Oh, for sure. But
maybe he didn't see another removal spell.
Yeah,
not sure.
Jake could just be frustrated with the mulligan.
We've all been there.
His opponent showed him 2 sideboard cards.
Mm-hmm. We've all been there. We were talking about that Ether Gust. If we let the Fable flip, we can, on the end of our opponent's turn, gust that and start growing our board a little bit.
Reasonable.
But again, can't fault him for being frustrated after that game.
Yeah, if he's frustrated, just like, I want to go to another game, I understand.
Don't get yourself too frustrated, because if you tilt yourself, then you're just gonna, you're not gonna play an optimal game 3. And I mean, you're playing for a portion of $1,000 right now, right? So it's like, just keep your head on straight, kind of thing.
This time, sideboarding not taking 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think Leonard was happy with his sideboarding choices. I think if that game went a little bit longer, he would have realized how bad the deafening silence is, but
Right, and
adjusted accordingly.
Maybe Jake conceded that game because Jake knows how bad it is, and
don't want to give him more information.
Wanted them to stay in the deck.
Yeah, and that's fair.
I don't know if that I don't know how accurate that is, but I could see that being a line of thought.
I've done that before, though. Like, you're playing, your opponent plays something, you're obviously very far behind, and your opponent plays something that you're like, that really doesn't do much, but my opponent think it does, and you're like, okay, whatever, just take a look at your last card. What are my percentages of winning this game? Still pretty low. Pick them up. Let's just go.
Looks like Leo Mulligan.
Leo needs to be looking for land, elf, go. Anything less is just not good. Ooh. Jake's hand is excellent. He's got a opt, a couple of considers, a sprite dragon, a treasure cruise, and a couple lands.
I would like to have another threat in there, or a removal spell.
I agree.
But, I don't hate the hand.
I agree. The opt is probably looking for second threat.
See if the 6 is better than the 7.
See a voice.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Leo going to 5, okay.
That's probably the problem when you sideboard a lot in these combo decks. Your game plan on your openers does not look anything keepable.
You're diluting the combo considerably.
Hopefully.
So what's the best 5 look like? It's going to be
Dork lands, Innkeeper, Winota.
Maybe Dork, Mirrorbreaker, Winota.
I know it's Dork, Winota, 2 lands.
Yeah.
It's like, do we want another Innkeeper or another Dork in that 5?
Okay, well, he's looking at the 5. He just threw 2 cards down. He's like, yep, these are bad. Let's go.
Okay.
He's on the draw, too. So, I mean, I am a person that I tend to mulligan a little bit more on the draw than I do on the play.
So, Steam Vents, okay. If there was an elf, do you just hold it here?
No, not at all. You got to play it.
You just slam it into the play with fire possibility?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Throw it down.
I can have it.
Exactly. Too often. Oh, that was a great draw.
Yeah,
Second Sprite Dragon. Bang.
Right.
Okay.
18 to 19. Thinking on this one. Right.
17. All right. Let's rumble.
Voice Resurgence, maybe?
It probably, yeah. There it is, the voice.
Okay.
Yep.
Consider.
I don't like this line from Jake here. So we know he has the second Sprite Dragon, right? I think we just played the second Sprite Dragon, unless he just didn't have a land. He might not just have a third land.
I think Jake's missing the land.
Oh, well, he found a land. Okay.
Unfortunate, because now our risk is getting apparitioned here. Oh, Soulscar.
Okay.
So he left some in.
I think after seeing Jake's hand this game, I think he just did a trim across the board.
Okay.
No cuts. Everything's good. I just need a little bit less of this, a little bit more of this. That's white. Skyclave? Or Brutal perhaps? I think he needs one right now or else this Sprite Dragon is going to get a little out of hand. We know he's got the Fable in hand.
Do you think you're going to live long enough for that Fable to copy Voice Resurgence?
Oh, never.
Yeah.
Never.
It's the line we got to take.
Oh, jeez. Not good. Not good.
All right.
I bet you Leo doesn't have the removal. I see another voice in his hand.
Just to play with fire.
Ay.
no.
Do we go face? No, you go after the
Yeah, we draw our things.
So this is an attack for what? 2, 4, 8 into 6. Jeez.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, come on, Leo.
Well, it doesn't even do enough here.
So we're going to discard some cards. What's our out here?
I think it's Winota into an apparition. And then just hope the other Sprite Dragon you can't get rid of can't get big enough to hurt you.
That's fair. There's a Seeker's Chariot and another Fable discarded.
I think there's a
Winota. I don't think there's a land.
Oh, no. Really needed...
There's an elf and a voice.
We can't block these players at all.
So, unless I missed something, I think the game's already over.
Okay.
You can't attack. You absolutely cannot attack.
We're just dead in the air right now.
Yeah. Is there a rending volley that we missed? Because he does play 4 rending volleys.
Okay.
That does answer Sprite Dragon, but...
You gotta play it this turn, though. You can't play it on your opponent's turn.
Well, it can't be countered.
Yeah, but he could grow the Sprite Dragon.
That's true. That's true.
We've got our hands clogged.
Here we go.
Voices.
That's a land.
Oh, geez.
My Winota.
All right, where's like look at the top 6 cards of your deck. That's got to be good enough to find the out here, right? Oh no.
No, it's a voice. Okay. 2. Okay.
Do we have an answer to these?
Oh.
There's the running volley. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're saying there's a chance.
Alrighty.
Opponent needs to whiff a little bit.
Pretty sure.
That's a play with fire. That's game. That's game. He's got Treasure Cruise.
Oh, you're right.
All right. So we're gonna see.
Okay. Not miss the grow trigger there. We just need one more. All right, there it is. And
Yep.
Leo picks them up.
Yep. Good match. Good match.
Izzet Prowess 5-1 in the top 8.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. That means he's going to be looking good on breakers.
Yeah. Deck definitely wants to be on the play.
I think actually that'll make him, if not first place, it'll make him definitely in the top 4 in the seed.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's where you want to be.
Yep.
On the play with your...
Definitely with Izzet Prowess. Yeah, you want to be on the play, right? Okay, so that was awesome. I think Leo played it right. I think oversight. Oh man, he brought Thalia's in. Oh, yikes. Definitely oversight, but I think I like Thalia's better than I do Deafening Silence for sure. But overall, I think Leo played it quite well, but maybe a little bit too zealous on the siding, especially when you cut those brutal Cathars that I see right there.
Yeah, there was some chariots left in the deck as well.
Yep.
Maybe
cut the chariots, keep the Cathars in there. Other than that, I think it was fine. Oh, we cut some elves too.
Yeah, I see the Leonard elves.
That's interesting. Maybe thought we were just going to be playing a little bit of a slower game, but if we had an elf on turn 1 that last game, we got Winota out 1 turn sooner. Instead of going for the the Fable, we go elf, and then we got a voice and Winota trigger. So who knows? Could have been,
I like trimming the elves.
I'm always one of those people. I'm like, I don't like trimming the elves. It's key part of my strategy is ramping. I want to keep my ramp solid.
Okay, because like I was mentioning before the match started, on the Winota side, I feel like I want to just slow the game down, exile the threats,
but we took out Brutal Cathars, so that kind of doesn't play into that.
Yeah, we're kind of getting away from that strategy too, so it's a little tricky. Maybe we don't side in the Thalias and we just bring in the Rending Volleys. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But anyways, good games overall. We will be taking a quick break and we'll be back for top 8, hopefully, if they don't want to split, which hopefully they don't want to split. I like covering more Magic, so we'll find out. Until then, see you guys later. Okay, and we are back with quarterfinals of the Pioneer 1K here at Galactic Toys and Games over in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in with us the whole day. It really means a lot. If you like Paper Magic content, we do try to stream these every time we have them. They're about once a month. And this round's going to be a little bit exciting. We're going to be playing like I've said many times, the deck I would have played if I played today, Green White Angels, ran by Jeff Jones, against the man, the myth, the legend, Don Lee. Here, and he's going to be on Mono Green Devotion. It's going to be a little bit different than the previous Mono Green Devotion list that we had seen earlier today. This one is playing stuff like, it's the Crater Hoof of Pioneer. It's the Boar, the Pig, Raise and Runners, I believe is what it's called. But this is going to be super cool, super sweet. I am going to give my vote of confidence over to Jeff. I believe the Angels can beat this deck. It's the green creature-based mono green decks typically are not favored against Green White Angels just because they gain so much life and can outscale, actually. But we'll see. If Don gets out of the gate a little too fast, who knows? He could really take it away from Jeff. And I'm going to be joined this round by the man, the myth, the legend, Zach Allen, whenever he gets over here. Y'all probably know Zach from when he was on the SG circuit, where he made it to the Players' Championship and won quite a few opens. He's a really good player, going to have a lot of good insight, and I'll probably be doing my color commentary as I always do. But it looks like they're shuffling up. Looks like they're looking at their opening hands, deciding they're going to keep. Don's hand looks a little sketchy. Wait, no, I do see a couple lands, so I guess it seems playable. And Jeff's consulting based on the context. Probably not that great, but we'll see. And Zach will be joining me here in a second. He's standing right next to me, but he's updating his Twitter account, letting everybody know.
How'd you know I was on Twitter?
I could sense it. So I could sense it. I already introduced you as the man, the myth, the legend.
That's Don Lee.
No, he's the local legend.
The local legend, all right.
I was already hyping you up.
Now let's do this.
And Don will be on the play here because he is the higher seed going into top 8. I was just commenting that I think I would give my hat over to Jeff in this matchup because Don is on the creature-based version of Mono Green Devotion, which can be outscaled pretty heavily by the Angels deck.
I would believe that. I also think they could have a difficult time beating the Book of Exalted Deeds.
Pretty good.
Although Karn can do something about that, I guess.
He can pithing needle it, but you still get the flavor text wherever you gain 3 life, you make the Angel.
I would also guess too that the Flyers are going to be tough for the Mono Green Devotion deck, especially if they get big.
They can the Cavalier Thorns is their only real way of blocking them.
Yeah, can't really kill it.
But Giada is a huge problem.
Giada's going to be tough, and Mono Green doesn't have the fastest clock either. It can go kind of crazy, but it doesn't have a super fast
And
clock.
if Jeff starts with a turn 2 Giada into what we saw earlier today, which we played the Valkyrie, the Righteous Valkyrie, and then played Resplendent, the game was just over.
I would believe that. It does look like Donnelly, as the higher seed, is on the player. He's led off with an Oath of Nissa. How do you feel about Oath of Nissa as a start for the Mono Green Devotion deck, Andrew? Is it
I'm
better or
happy to
worse
see
than
it.
You are happy to see it?
Happy to see it,
You're
yeah.
not sad it's not a land or elf.
No, if I was sitting in Jeff's seat, I would be very happy to see it because it's not a elf.
That makes sense.
The acceleration is way better than just. I would equivalent that to Ancient Stirrings.
Okay, that makes sense. Now we got a Speaker of the Heaven here from Jeff Jones. This Angel deck does not have very many 1-drops, correct?
No, Jeff and I talked about this Speaker of the Heavens. There was 3 options for us. It was Speaker, Selfless Savior, and Portable Hole. And I said anything with Speaker of the Heavens, the card's terrible. Jeff decided to go with Speaker of the Heavens, and he said this card's been terrible all day. So.
All right, well, at least we've got the ideal start then for Jeff here on turn 1. Looks like we've got a Wolf Willow Haven for Don Lee and a quick pass back. Now, Jeff has put in, I believe that's a white pathway?
That is the Secret Lair white and green pathway.
Got it.
And that's Giada. We were talking about that.
Giada is huge. Now, Speaker lets you make an Angel if you've gained 4 life, I believe?
If you are, I believe it is 4 life above your starting life total. We'll get confirmation on that. It is 7. So it's still the same threshold that Righteous Valkyrie has.
Sure, but Giada is going to gain a lot of life very quickly. All right, so Don's got his turn 2 acceleration. Playing a 3-drop here. Don't you want to see a 4 if you're him on turn 3? Doesn't this deck just really want to see a 4?
And that is Topiary Stomper. It's a new one from Streets of New Capenna. Okay. It is I believe, a 5/5, or might be a 6/6. But it cannot attack until you have at least 7 lands in play, and it fetches out a basic.
Interesting. Okay. Does this mean he's missing his land drop this turn, or is he just... Oh, he has a land to play, too.
It's a 4/4 with Vigilance. Irrelevant to the Angel deck, because they just go over the top.
Sure.
So a good play here for Jeff would probably be just a Righteous Valkyrie.
Yeah, or Resplendent Angel, right?
Resplendent Angel would be fine. We're only gaining 1 life, so we're not able to really capitalize on him, but he doesn't look like he has mana. Oh, there's the Righteous, though.
Okay.
So next turn, he could really go off.
The question is, does he have his 3rd land drop here?
I don't think he,
that's rough.
The Angel deck caps out at 3 on all their creatures.
Okay, yeah, because it's a Collected Company deck.
Correct. So
if he has a Coco, he can't cast it currently.
Yep, but here's the catch for this situation right now. If he is a Resplendent Angel, or really any Angel in general, when he casts it, it's going to get entered with 2 more 1/1 counters and trigger to gain life. So he'll probably be at the threshold to then tap Speaker of the Heavens.
Sure. Ooh, that's a huge.
That's huge. That's huge.
He's already got a decent amount of devotion going on. It looks like 7, I believe. 7 devotion.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 7.
And then he's got Nykthos in play. He's set up to have a huge next turn.
It looks like his hand. Looks like his hand is a little bit on the medium side, though. He's got 2 of the 3-mana Troll. What is this? Ooh, that's a Youthful Valkyrie. Okay, so that's going to enter play as a 3/5, which triggers the Righteous Valkyrie. He's going to gain 5. And then he's going to be able to cast or use the...
Can you use Speaker of the Heavens at instant
He
speed?
can.
Okay.
Yep.
And that is also going to trigger the Righteous Valkyrie, correct?
Correct. And it's also going to... Giada's going to... Yep, Giada's going to see him enter play.
So this is just a who can build a bigger board stall situation.
Yep, and I don't think the Karn's able to do really anything at this point in the game.
I mean, the mono green deck should be able to go over the top of this with Storm the Festival. The question is, does Don Lee actually have a Storm the Festival in hand?
I didn't see one, but I could be mistaken. But I mean, he's going to have a lot of mana here. Let's see what he's able to do with it.
5 cards in hand, counting devotion.
So he's even able to cast that Troll before using the Nykthos. So that's going to be 10 devotion he has. That is another Topiary Stomper. But Don Lee's top end is Maze End Runners. That's his deck's end goal for the creature deck.
What does Maze End Runners do? I honestly don't...
Crater Hoof Behemoth, but for Pioneer, but it only gives all the creatures +2/+2.
Okay, but Trample and Vigilance.
Yep. But the Angel deck is going to be a little bit too big.
Okay. Yeah, +2/+2 actually matters against an Angel deck.
So, but this Angel that's going to be entering play is going to see the other 3 Angels. So it's going to be coming in as a 7/7, triggering the Righteous Valkyrie. Actually, it'll be coming as a 9/9 because he does meet the threshold of Righteous Valkyrie, which gives your whole board +2/+2.
Okay.
So actually, he's going to be at 36 going into his next turn.
That is a ton of life. This Angels deck looks pretty janky, I'm going to be honest, but it's playing out very powerfully. Even on 2 lands, it looks strong.
Yeah. Like I've been saying all day, this is the deck that I would be playing if I was playing today. I was talking with Jeff. I was very confident in this deck. Right. Don's got to get it. He's got to get a really good card.
Whiff?
He whiffed off the Cavalier.
No. That is rough. You did not. You really needed to see a hit there if you're Don.
So what Jeff needs to do to really
did he hit a Storm the Festival? Or he's not even playing Storm the Festival, is he?
No. What Jeff needs to hit to close the door on this game, if he hits a Resplendent Angel, the game's over. There's no way Don can come back from that. The board will just be too big. I mean, that Giada already is a 4/4 Vigilance and Flying.
Yep.
And that's with no counters. Deck just gets big.
Yeah, I guess you need to be damaging this Angel deck, and Don Lee just did not have a start. A quick Cavalier, something to pressure, but Topiary Stomper was just not the answer here.
And I think all Don has in hand is a couple Trolls and a Karn. Well, a Topiary Stomper, a Troll, and a Karn, excuse me.
So what do you know about a couple Trolls in hand, Andrew?
Well, I'm a little bit of a troll myself. I know I can spot a troll when I see him.
Fair. All right, so next week, NRG Minneapolis, I hear you will be teaming with Larry Fields and Steven Dykman.
Yep.
Would you say you have the biggest troll in the entire event on your team?
Yeah, Larry Fields.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nobody more trolly than Larry Fields.
I agree. Biggest troll on the face of, or I guess not the face of the earth, although
pretty close.
Yeah,
pretty close.
Debatable. Definitely the biggest troll in the West Michigan Magic scene.
Oh man! So these Topiary Stompers can't attack. If Don really wants to, he can. Okay.
He can't, right? He's got one of the lanes is a Wolf Willow
The speaker of the Jeff decided to not. Oh, excuse me. The speaker of the heavens is sorcery speed, so he should do it at the end of his turn, but he chose not to. Oh, but that's what we were talking about. That's Resplendent Angel. So that Resplendent Angel is going to come in as a 8/8. He's going to gain 8, go to 35. He can then activate the speaker of the heavens. That thing's going to come in with 4 counters, +2/+2. It's going to be a 10/10. He's going to gain 10 life, go to, 45 prior, so 55. Then he's going to go the end step, make an 11/11 Angel with Flying and Vigilance.
Why does he make an 11/11?
Because a Resplendent Angel is going to trigger because he's gained over 5 life in a turn, 5 or more life in a turn.
Okay. Angels all over the place. Man, so do you think it was a mistake last time that he didn't activate Speaker of the Heavens?
Correct. Yep, because he could be attacking and gaining a lot more life.
Rough. Well, that is unfortunate, but it doesn't look like it's really going to matter here. His board is just getting too big. I mean, he's going to get wide enough. Donnelly only has 2 flying blockers.
Worthy of mention is that the Speaker of Heavens and Resplendent Angel, the angel tokens that are made are flying and vigilant.
Okay.
So they're just attacking. He has to block.
Sure. I mean,
because he's going to be, this is a lethal attack with just those 2 angels. So
sure.
He's going to just alpha strike and attack out. And Don realistically just has to block the 2 vigilant angels, and everything else gets through.
Rough spot here for Don. I mean, he needs a way to kill some of these angels to stop some of these pieces, these synergistic pieces from the Angels deck, and the mono green deck just doesn't play cards like that.
No.
He does have Vivian Arkbow Ranger in the list, which would help, although it does look like he's
fight.
made 2 of them.
The issue is they fight.
Ooh, okay.
They deal damage equal to their power. So
even that's not going to
the Righteous Valkyrie is the problem card in this board state,
sure.
And it is a 5/7. So nothing in that Don has in play can fight the Righteous Valkyrie.
Don is activating Nykthos. This is going to be a lot of devotion here.
So he's able to cast the Karn with a lot of mana left over. So we're looking at 1, 7.
He's got a Storm the Festival in the yard. Okay.
Okay. I didn't see that. That's good.
Huge.
That's one step to get back in this game, but he needs to find a bunch of Cavaliers or something.
Even he's got 4 Cavaliers in his deck. Even if he hits the other 2, is that good enough to stop him?
I don't think so. I really think that just the Vigilant Angels alone are just enough to tip the scales in Jeff's favor.
Flyers look tough for this mono green deck. It just doesn't feel like there's a way to close the door against an opponent that has 49 life right here. And giant blockers as well. I mean,
and this Karn is not what he wanted to see because he already had a Karn in hand.
Yeah, you were looking
You had to find something else that was a little bit more meaningful, more impactful.
And there's what you want.
For sure.
Now, maybe he has something in the sideboard worth grabbing here. Mono green, I don't tend to play anything that large, though. Maybe, is there a Great Henge available?
If there is a Great Henge, that wouldn't be bad. It can gain him a little bit of life, a little cushion. But, again, all of his future draws, like the creatures he draws, can dig him a little deeper. But I just think the flying Air Force that Jeff Jones has is just ridiculous. I think it's just lethal without even adding anything more to the board.
Well, maybe he can get a Sky Sovereign. Sky Sovereign Council flagship might be the answer. What is that?
It's called Pestilence Cauldron.
Oh.
That's for the infinite combo.
Okay.
He needs to have a Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner, 2 of them, 1 in play, 1 in the yard, and he needs to have a Karn in play and in the yard. He has not found a Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner yet, I don't believe. So we're still short from going infinite. And the infinite combo is he's going to gain infinite life and mill Jeff's entire deck.
Okay. He doesn't have it. I mean, he does have access to 2 cards. He just needs the Vivian Arc or
2. He needs 2 Kioras.
He needs 2 more Kioras. Okay.
Mm-hmm. He hasn't found one. So he needs to find both. Gaining another buttload of mana.
I mean, yeah, this is just as much mana as you can find something to do with it.
Yeah. Whetstone and I were saying, essentially in Pioneer, this is infinite mana. Like you.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even like Flashback Storm the Festival, and he's already done that this turn, and still has tons more mana to work with.
So
his hand
Don's playing. He might be thinking about the Arcbow Ranger, but I don't think it's enough. It can also buy back a creature as well, if I remember right. Check.
I think it's a non-land permanent. He is casting a second card, so it sounds like he wants to buy back. First card, maybe? I don't know why else you would play the second one.
Well, the second card can grab the Cauldron if he plays that.
It's already minus. It looks like he's getting something else from his sideboard. He did not.
Could be a Pithing Needle, perhaps. There's the Dark Steel for the land drop, but he doesn't need that. I'm unfamiliar with Don's sideboard is. Could be playing a Ratchet Bomb. That is Pioneer legal.
Ratchet Bomb would be great here, too.
Ratchet Bomb would be a very clean answer to those Angel tokens.
He definitely has a Pithing Needle in his hand. Sky Sovereign as well. Doesn't seem like he knows exactly where he wants to go.
The Sky Sovereign's a very good choice just because it allows him to have an extra blocker.
Sure. I can understand the Sky Sovereign here. It looks like he's going to grab a Grafdigger's Cage. Like, he wants to turn off Collected Company, presumably?
I don't know if Don's really thinking that line clearly, because if you're grabbing that card, you're playing it, right?
Yeah.
And then if he plays it, that turns off his Pestilence Cauldron's ability to buy back the creatures. So if
Pestilence Cauldron buys it, puts it back in your hand, right?
Oh, excuse me. You're right. It does put it in hand. I thought it would put it in play. That was my mistake.
So, no, yeah. The Pestilence Cauldron combo would still work, although it doesn't... And he's putting the Pestilence Cauldron in his yard. That should be exiled. We'll get that taken care of. So he's bringing back a Karn. Don has access to many Karns, as it turns out. And is he going to get? He should grab
the other. Yep, there it is. The other Cavalier.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the card that's going to buy him some time. Now, if Jeff actually is able to find another Righteous Valkyrie off the top, that would seal this game up completely.
It already looks like Don might be in chump block mode this turn.
He is absolutely 100% in chump block mode. He has to chump to survive.
Playing Karn again. What this deck gets to do, I mean, he has effectively infinite mana.
So Don might be in the mode where he's going to be chump blocking with the Cavaliers, and then he's going to be using the Restorative Burst to buy back the Cavaliers to keep casting them. That would buy him some time. 1, 2, There's one. There's
a
one.
Cure.
There's one Kiora. Okay, so he's found one Kiora. That does not go into play, I don't think, right? Cavalier only puts lands into play?
I think he thinks this is a storm defensible. We're going to need to have this taken care of. It looks like he's put the Kiora in play. We'll have this fixed.
Okay. So we actually had the same problem happen earlier today. People getting a little bit mixed up with their Cavaliers and their storms.
These things can happen.
It does happen. It does.
I'm also surprised he hadn't played a land there. The Nykthos. Felt like he played a land already, but it's been a very long turn, so maybe not. Well, while we've got some time to figure out the cure, or no, okay, Don's back. Okay, so he's returned the Pestilence Cauldron. He's got Restorative Burst, access Restorative Burst again. We said the mono green deck was going to have trouble taking care of the Angels, but it looks like Don's starting to go infinite.
I'm wondering if we can get a mana count, because that Restorative Burst is 5 mana, and we have been casting a lot of stuff here.
He just played a third Nykthos. This is the third time he's attacked.
Oh, this is the third Nykthos? Yep. Oh, okay, well, yeah, he probably has the mana then.
Third time he's cast Nykthos this turn. But it is a 9 mana loop just on the face of things, right? Like you got to cast Restorative Burst, pick up Karn, replay Karn, get back Restorative Burst, cast it again. It takes a lot of mana. Even though he has tons of mana, this is very mana intensive.
I don't believe Don has the black mana yet. He cannot just grab the Overgrown Tomb, right, off the Cavalier.
Sure.
Because he requires black mana to finish the chain.
Now the Cure is in play, which lets him, I believe, untap the Nykthos.
Correct.
So now the mana is almost essentially infinite, but he doesn't have access to a second Cure, so this is going to be his last bite at the apple, per se.
A lot of mana.
This mono green deck sure can make mana. Wild.
Actually, if Don did find the Maze End runners, he could attack and deal enough damage to knock Jeff out of the threshold of Righteous Valkyrie.
Sure. It does seem like he's got to be running out of stuff soon, right? He needs the second Cure to actually completely go off.
Correct, yep. And with the Cavalier of Thorns, he will be able to just, when all of them hit the yard, he can exile one of them to return another Cavalier, or just let him go and then Restorative Burst. So he can use the milling effect of the Cavalier to fuel the Restorative Burst.
Sure.
But if he gets a little too greedy and doesn't leave a Karn in his hand, and Jeff just goes, I'm going to attack everything at Karn, then suddenly he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Looks like Don's thinking better of it. He's just going to grab the... Unless he's going to be casting it.
Man, it just feels like this deck gets to do whatever it wants. Like, man, it's just not even a real thing.
No, it's infinite mana.
Just completely ridiculous. Yeah. So I'm going to have to step away from the commentary booth. Andrew, help the people.
All right, so Don is continuing to loop. But like Zach said, he is kind of getting to the point where he's really running out of stuff to do. So the what he could do, because he's grabbing 2 cards every restorative burst, he could just
He's getting the Vivian Arco Ranger here.
basically just fill his hand up with all the good cards in his graveyard.
It does appear, though, he's going to get to a point here where there's just no more impactful cards to get back from the graveyard. And he's gone through 2 Nykthos already. There's only 1 more. If Jeff can make some good attacks next turn, he's in decent shape.
Is there another Karn in the yard? I believe there is. Oh, actually, there's not. So, if Jeff is able to find if he has a Skyclave Apparition in his hand, which the deck does play 4, he can exile the Karn, and that would end the loop. Or he could exile the Kiora and make Don find the other copies.
It does look like he's just going to go infinite on Karns for quite a while. Oh, yes.
So for everyone watching at home, if you like these big mana decks and all this stuff, this is the deck for you. You can just basically do whatever you want, play whatever you want.
This turn is really out of control, if I'm being honest. This is a ridiculous turn.
But the funny thing is, he's done so much.
He's not really doing anything.
But really done so little. He really hasn't done anything. He can kill the Giada, and that would end the chain of them coming in as massive creatures, right?
Although,
Or he could. It looks like he's killing Speaker, which actually is the incorrect play because the Giada is what's making this whole thing out of control.
also, just the Giada is a mana switcher now. Like,
Correct.
we haven't been on Jeff's turn for quite a while, but he is still stuck on 2 lands, despite Donnelly producing well over 100 mana this turn, to assume. I don't know how much mana he
Goodness.
produced,
It's got to be over well in the triple digits. Going to target Resplendent Angel. I think Don is forgetting that is an 8/8 Resplendent Angel. Getting a count before he makes any declaration. Smart. But the only 2 creatures that can be removed are the Speaker of the Heavens and the Giada.
Let's see what he decides to do. It looks like the Restorative Burst chain has at least been in it here. He is going to kill.
Oh no.
Like,
Oh no. Don, the legend, making a little bit of a misstep here.
Legend Donnelly.
So Skyclave.
He can pick up the Cauldron again, right?
Yep.
So he'll have access to a lot. He can restart this chain.
So theoretically he can, but Skyclave Apparition clearing up that second Karn.
I believe he had access to 3 cards. I believe that was the case.
There's 2 cards in hand. One of them is the Gravedigger's Cage. One of them is the Restorative Burst.
Sure. Can we put a time limit on Donnelly's turn?
Don takes his time on all of his turns.
Right.
Giving him infinite mana is kind of a problem.
We picked up Karn.
And-
Looks like Restorative Burst is in the graveyard now. That should probably be an
exiled.
exile.
He would love that card to be exiled. Yeah.
There it goes.
There we go.
And we're grabbing another Vivian. Fair.
Is he going to cast another Vivian to shoot down the Giada? No, it looks like he's casting another Karn.
This is
Okay, yeah. So we haven't updated the life totals, but yes, Restorative Burst is giving him life too.
Yeah, gain 4 every time you cast Restorative Burst.
But each player gains 4, which puts
Jeff
them.
has to be effectively infinite now then.
Yeah, it's not even. God's not even.
Okay, so Don is literally just trying to set up the combo at this point. He's going to attempt to mill Jeff out. Jeff is likely to get another turn here. to do something. All right.
Do it a few more times.
Okay, we're
He is able
finally
if he
not
casts.
getting restorative burst.
So if he casts the. Okay, so this is bad news for Don if Jeff's able to get the Karn off the board. God Pharaoh statue.
God Pharaoh statue.
So actually,
that makes.
am I missing something where Don could have?
Right?
Don could have used. Or he did his land drop for the turn. Never mind. Okay. Okay. So we will need to get clarification. Yes, and this angel comes into play because of Jeff gaining so much life off the restorative burst.
Very wild. Okay. Very large angel.
Well, it gains 6 counters, and he also is a +2, so it is a 12/12 angel. So he gains another 12 life on top of that.
So it looks like we'll do the kill Karn next turn at the very least. But does that actually affect anything?
It does.
Don will be able to sacrifice, or at least put a Cavalier of Thorns in harm's way if he so chooses.
It ends the Karn loop. Is the main point here.
Well, because he can put a Karn on top of his library, right? From the Cavalier of Thorns?
Correct. But, that being said, it makes it so if he puts a Karn on top of his deck, he doesn't put a Cavalier on top of his deck.
So then he's out of Cavaliers?
Then he's out of Cavaliers, out of blockers. But so he is at 32 life. So he is still dead in the air to all these angels.
Oh my goodness. Let's see what Jeff chooses. Jeff is sitting at 77 life. I don't think life
I think
any longer
so.
For Jeff here.
If I'm Jeff here, attack everything at Don. If he has the land in the Skyclave, that's the key to this whole thing. So if he has land Skyclave,
even with the land, he can't cast anything because of the statue, right? God Pharaoh statue makes it cost 2 more.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right.
I think almost no matter what he does here, he's gonna have a hard time punching through these Cavaliers. Give Don the turn he's looking for here. It does look like Don will also be able to trade with at least one if he wants to do a double block. He will lose a walk process, but I don't know how much it matters to Liz Vivian here.
So I'm a little confused by this attack. So Jeff should be attacking all out at Don because there's no way that Jeff loses based on life total, right? So all of these Cavaliers have to block the angel tokens. So these other attacks are just free. Like the Resplendent Angel being a 8/8, nothing's killing that. So it's just a free attack.
Sure.
And the Righteous Valkyrie is also a free attack because that thing is if I remember correctly, it is a 6/10.
Very large angel. Is it a 2/4? How does it become a 6/10? 3/5?
It's a 2/4, but it anthems itself.
Plus O plus 2?
+2/+2.
Shouldn't it be 10?
No, because it has also got 2 1/1 counters on it. So it's a
6/10. It was a 2/4.
So it'd be 4/6. Oh, excuse me. You're right. 6/8. My bad.
We're good. We're good here. We figured out the math.
It's been a long day.
Not that it matters in any way, shape, or form, but we have calculated the power and toughness of the Splendid Angel here.
Still a very dead Cavalier.
Yeah.
According to my math.
Don's trying to line up blocks. This match shades the mono green devotion mirrors from standard. The mono white devotion maybe. Those.
So I feel like we all could have attacked each one's attacking a walker. So Don is considering doing a triple block on one angel.
Wants to get this angel up the table and protect his Karn, which makes sense because it does seem like Karn is the most important part of his loop here. He's actually set himself up in such a way where if Karn was to die, he might have trouble continuing the loop. All right, so 2 other walkers are down.
And
He loses
2 Cavaliers are dead.
2 Cavaliers.
He's
One
going
gets
to put a
Gonzalez,
Cavalier on top of
another
his
Cavalier
deck.
on top, sure. This is exactly where Don wanted to be. He was setting it up to exactly be left in a spot where...
And we should have some topiary stompers and stuff that are off screen. See if we can get those brought in.
They will still be adding to his devotion. Those have all right. The passing turn didn't gain life this turn, so it doesn't get named from a splendid name. And Donnelly draws surprise Cavalier.
Worthy of mention is that he did go through a lot of his. He went through all of his Nykthoses that last turn.
I think he has
So-
one more.
One more, so he's not going to be able to do that insane chain that he did previously. It'll still be a really good chain, but he can buy back 1 Nykthos when he's doing this.
Does a restorative burst allow you to pick up a non-land? Oh, it's a non-land permanent, right?
I believe it allows you to pick up land, creature, or planeswalker. Let's take a look.
So you can pick up 1 Nykthos, get another tap.
Creature, land, or planeswalker.
Don has his choice here of Forest. 4 other mana ramp creatures and or Wolfwillow Havens. The real question is, can Don find a way to go infinite here? It looks like Jeff is essentially F6. The Godpharaoh statue just locked him out of casting spells. He still hasn't hit their land draw. We are going to try to find a way here to end it if you're Don.
So we got the restorative burst back, and we have essentially infinite mana again. So we're able to gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. So, but this chain does 9.
This chain does cost 9 mana. It looks like it's effectively infinite, but it does cost 9 mana.
So he's at 11. He
Does
can just
Godpharaoh statue make it cost less?
No. Nope, it only attacks your opponent's spells. So he's grabbing. So he just casts the restorative burst is 5.
Yep.
So he can cast Cure, which will have 3 mana left. Is it 9? So 5. You have 1 mana left floating. Untap the Nykthos. Float more mana, cast Karn, get restorative burst. So basically, just reset himself to the last turn.
So Don still comboing off here. Isn't this the worst kind of combo, Andrew?
It's the one you got to like. There is a fail rate, so you have to sit through
You
it.
got to go through all of it. I don't think you can really fail from here. Maybe you can find a way.
The problem with the last turn that Jeff did was he went for the walkers.
Yep.
Just go face.
Sure.
Because Don has to protect his life total, right? And he is going to essentially like if you just attack all out, like I was saying, deal Don a bunch of damage, and then he essentially has to rebuild his entire board and still continue to try and chain off.
Yep.
So, but you have to pressure his life total in some way, shape, or form.
Well, the way it's going now, he's going to be able to rebuy
Everything that was lost.
just repeatedly. He's still missing the second Kiora, but the second he finds that, it's over. Is there a way for him to mill himself?
He's going to rebuy the Cavalier Thorns.
Oh, sure. Rebuy the Cavalier of Thorns that have died. So he's got 2 Cavalier of Thorns in his already. Right? Or just 1?
Just 1.
Sorry. Or no, wait.
He exiled 1 to put a Cavalier on top.
And one of them didn't die. So he actually doesn't have a Cavalier of Thorns in his graveyard.
Oh, you're right. So he doesn't have any way to mill himself to find the cards. He should have just let them, based on that, he should have just let all his Cavaliers go to the yard and then restorative burst them back to his hand.
Yeah, maybe that is a tough line to see that that's what you're going to need. The first one hits a Kiora, you just win on the spot, right?
Right.
So maybe you maximize to see more Kioras, but tough to assume one way or the other here. Oh, man. All right, Don.
He'll be sitting here for a while.
Yeah, this feels like, is it Mono White Devotion? GP Miami, 4 or 5 years ago, the Devotion Mirror.
Oh, no. No, it's like the...
15-hour match?
What was it? The Fate Reforged with the Master of the Unseen?
Yeah, Master of the Unseen.
Oh, gosh.
Everyone's gaining hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of life. Oh, man. All right, Don. Let's make some game action, buddy. All right. Now he's got another Karn. We're going to minus again. I assume we're getting back Restorative Burst. Yep, we are returning Restorative Burst. Still has a Nykthos in hand, ready to make another drop at a moment's notice. And all we're missing here is a second Kiora, and Don will be infinite. I guess he needs a black source of mana, but seem like that's going to matter. I think once he's got the second Kiora, he'll be able to find it. Oh my goodness, that is so much mana. At some point, we're going to have to consider banning this Nykthos card. What do you think, Andrew?
I was saying that the next cards that should be banned, there should be 3 cards banned. There should be Nykthos, Lotus Bloom, or Lotus Field, excuse me, and Winota. All of them create just degenerate gameplay states. Winota kills you way too quickly. Nykthos is basically broken in every color except blue in Pioneer. Like, every single one of them is doing this kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, Nykthos was fine before they started printing a lot of untap effects, but now that they have a significant more amount of untapped target thing, it's becoming more and more of a problem. The other thing that's a really big problem for Nykthos decks especially is there aren't really good counterspells in the format, which tend to be the type of things that prey on big mana. You don't really want to cast large mana things into decks that play a bunch of counterspells. But those decks don't really exist because there aren't good counterspells in Pioneer. Yeah. So
when we were talking earlier about the counterspells in Pioneer, John and I, we were saying how they're all pretty wimpy.
Yep.
Where in other formats, there's a really efficient 2-mana removal, some 1-mana removal, but realistically in Pioneer, there's your counters. Your counters start getting really good at 3-mana.
Yep. And even then, there's not even like an Archmage's Charm style counter. You get cancel with upside, right?
Yeah.
You don't get the very, very good counter spells, the things that see play in Modern. And there's certainly nothing worth playing at 4. There's no cryptic commands here. So you don't really see the blue decks. I mean, I know we saw a blue control deck in one of the rounds, but overall, control decks tend to struggle in this format. And that leaves this green devotion style deck free to run rampant. There aren't decks really removing their board.
No, not
there
at all.
Aren't decks countering their giant spells. And when that's the case, you see it get to just go unchecked and do this. Now, it looks like Don is continuing to make game actions. I don't know that we've gotten anywhere, but there are more game actions being made. I think everyone's kind of hoping he can just find that second cure here, and we can call it. So he's counting. Does he have a lethal attack here? Is he maybe going to attack? I mean, 77's a lot, but he does have a number of creatures in play. All right, no, we're just going to continue bursting.
Yeah, this is just the worst. This is kind of like, what was it? Core Clan Ironworks, KCI, in Modern, where you just kind of had to sit through it.
Yep.
Like when you were against a really efficient pilot, there was when they could just explain, this is how I got you. I already have all the stuff. We're done. It'll take 5 minutes of me just going through, but you're just dead. You're like, okay, just pick up the cards. Here it's like, there is a very significant fail rate, and you have to sit through all of it.
Yep. Well, he's kind of hitting the fill rate, right? Like, he's just out.
I think what he's going to try and do is he's trying to kill all these creatures.
Now, was that one supposed to die? That was an 8-8, right?
I don't believe that was supposed to die.
Let's get a judge on that. I guess you need to remember that it gets +2/+2. But if he's at 77, it seems like
it's relevant. It's relevant as long as it's the game state recognized as an 8/8, so it shouldn't have died.
I guess. See, Jeff maybe has thrown in the towel here. He's not even fighting back about it. Being an 8-8.
I think he's just bored.
I would be too. I would be too. Don's going to get to play another card and minus it. He just doesn't have... There's just any amount of mana. Who knows how much is still floating? It could be infinite at this point. Oh, turns over. All right. What's Jeff got here?
Probably nothing with this Godfair statue in play.
And we found the third land. Does decide to shock, which,
Another thing about
this... Only at
this...
77.
Another thing about this mono green devotion deck is it just proves how much of a problem Karn is in this kind of format still. Even when there's like no card, like good cards and stuff, there's ways to like loop it.
Yep.
And you can still get like these really punishing cards that just kind of create those, what do wizards say about the Michael Celeste unfun game states or whatever?
Repeatable, unfun game states for
Yeah.
Planeswalkers. So we're starting with the Cavalier off of a Nykthos, which is interesting. If we can find a Kira, we'll be all set.
Just find it, Don. Let us go to a game 2.
There's Kiora. We have found the loop.
So show him the Kiora. All right, Jeff, just pick up the cards.
Please, Jeff. Demonstrate the loop. He's drawn another Kiora as well. Don, explain it. You've won.
And Jeff is familiar with the infinite loop, too. I think he's just making sure that Don is familiar with it.
Sure. And that makes sense. You definitely want to be careful with it, but... At some point, you got to think of the people here, Jeff. Think of the people.
Just sit here with his arms crossed, just like, this is the most miserable I've been all day.
One likes to lose to indiscriminate large loops. All right.
And then they go,
Tap in Untapping, tapping, untapping. Demonstrate the loop.
35 minutes. Have fun. That's game one.
In this. Think of the people.
This is why I preferred watching Inverter Combo.
Yeah, Inverter would have been much better here. much better here. Holy cow.
They were just dead when you just Thassa's oracled them.
Getting back. I mean, it doesn't matter here. He's
just got all the mana you could ever want.
got all the things. Maybe Don doesn't understand the loop.
I'm not sure if he does.
We are casting
The two
Yorion
planeswalkers.
again. Tell him to put it in. We're casting Storm the Festival. At some point here, we should. Someone needs to concede, for being honest.
Well, there's a Beseiju.
Beseiju do anything.
It stops book combo.
Okay. Very good.
So it's important to have the Beseiju.
Another Topiary Stomper.
Don have no deck anymore?
This deck is extraordinarily milled or in play. There aren't very many cards left. What is the actual combo with the Pestilence Cauldron?
So you gain. You use Restore Reverse a bajillion times. You gain, bajillion life, and then you use the Pestilence Cauldron, and then you use its ability, which each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life you gained this turn.
Ah, okay. So
it's an infinite mill combo.
Deck. He doesn't need 2 black to do that, right? He do that.
He needs 1 black, and he has the Overgrown Tomb in the yard. But he can just buy that back when he's ready to just finish his combo right here. Grab that. Grab Karn or wherever Karn is. Nissa, whatever.
All right.
Cast the Cauldron.
And Jeff Paxton. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
All right, going to game 2. Just remember, Donnelly doesn't concede or doesn't split unless he's facing you. Take his lunch money.
So for a little context on this one, Donnelly, famous Western Michigan grinder, does not split. Donnelly came to play, which I can respect. I like a man who came to battle.
It's fair.
You showed up, you wanted to play. I like it. Last week, or 2 weeks ago maybe, I battled Don in the top 4 of an event. Top 4.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get paired against Don in the top 8, but we both won our top 8 matches. We were in the top 4. I told Don, we're splitting Don. I want to leave. And, despite saying I respect someone who wanted to battle, I do respect it, but I wanted to go home. So Don finally agreed to a split. It's the first known split of Don Lee's career. And
it's because you told him you're going to take his lunch money.
Sometimes you gotta ask kindly for a split. Kindly, I mean not sometimes.
See, I'm all for just playing it out. I'm all for it, but you know what? This time we just need to go have dinner and have a beer.
Yeah, once it's 9 p.m., it's time to go.
Yeah.
And speaking of, I'm happy we started at 11 today because this has certainly been something.
Oh, yeah. And that game 1 took over 40 minutes.
Now, players have each other's deck lists here, so we don't have access to them. But do you think Jeff has anything in the sideboard here that's going to give him an out, like a way to get back in this? I mean,
I have the deck list that he's using. So let's take a look. So he has 2 Deafening Silence, 4 Portable Hull, 3 Shaper Sanctuary, 3 Archon of Mary, and 3 Selder Wreckage. What he's going to be bringing in the full set, the 3 Archon of Mary and both Deafening Silences.
that makes sense. Archon of Ameria seems like it would be very good here. Restorative Burst combo just effectively does not work. Okay. Thank you.
Why don't you have the players there at the feature match table step away for a minute?
It's all right.
Yeah,
Let them finish. Please let them finish.
I only have like the people who are.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, they're
They're also.
The Archons will help. How much they help is debatable.
They also put lands in tapped. So you can't do that nonsense with the Nykthos.
Okay,
Yeah.
with the Cavalier Nykthos combo, that makes sense.
Yep.
That does make sense.
You just kind of stop it.
Sure. And you might bring in the portable holes, maybe not. Hitting
Portable
the elf
hole-
would not be that good.
Portable Hull hits Elf, hits Oak, and that's it.
Okay.
So not enough.
No portable hole. Out on portable hole. So really, Jeff just needs a more aggressive start. And play probably did matter there. Jeff was right on the verge of, being able to attack for lethal.
And that one angel he missed off the Speaker of the Heavens actually probably was pretty relevant because he probably could have actually threatened lethal damage
Sure.
with the angel tokens if he just had that extra one.
And that makes sense. Oh, man. Nykthos.
Yeah, Kurt just promotes unhealthy playline.
I think basically everybody who plays Pioneer is just begging for a counterspell at this point. Let's just we put counterspell in Modern, it was fine. Let's put counterspell in Pioneer, please.
All right, let's see what Don's deck list is. So Don has a Pelucranos, the World Eater, in the sideboard.
That one sounds awesome.
A
This matchup.
Tezian Petitioner, which I don't know what that is. Mazen Forerunners, which is the Hoof Daddy. Feed the Clan.
Needs to beat the mono red deck.
Don Lee, Madman over here. Shadow Spear, Damping Sphere, Sky Sovereign, Heart of Kirin, Tormod's Crypt, Pithing Needle, Dark Steel, Grafdigger's Cage, the Cauldron, and the Statue.
All right, it looks like we're drawing our 7s for game 2 here. Looks like Jeff is fairly happy. Yep, he's kept. And he's leading off with a Deafening Silence. So no Karn combos this game. But Donley has a lot of creatures in his deck. Do you really want to be leading Deafening Silence on turn 1 in this matchup?
You just use to get it out there.
Just need to get it out there? Okay.
Yeah, Jeff doesn't have any 1-mana drops after game 1. He and I spoke between rounds. He's cutting the Speaker of the Heavens every game 2.
Sure.
All day. Just been cutting it completely.
Just so bad, we're just going to cut it no matter what at all times.
Yep.
I can buy that.
It is a win more card.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
doesn't really do much for you.
Oh,
so that's
no turn 2 play is rough.
So he could just be going for the turn 3 cast the Righteous Valkyrie into a turn 4 Coco.
Sure.
That would be a good line. Not having anything on turn 3 is a little weird though.
Also, second Oath of Nissa here is not ideal for Don Lee either. Unlikely to have a significantly strong follow-up. Maybe he has an elf to play, although I have to imagine he would have played the elf. So no, we're just back to Jeff here for turn 3. Jeff, what do you want to see here if you're Jeff? Is it Righteous Valkyrie?
It's Righteous.
Okay. Looks like we're playing
So that's very telling. That pathway going on white's very telling. It's
London Angel then?
It's either Resplendent or he already has the green source locked up and he's trying to he's holding out.
Ooh, the Archon.
Okay. So that means his next turn is Coco.
How do you know next turn is Coco?
Because he would have put the pathway on green.
Oh, okay. Sure. Maybe he just doesn't have a Coco and doesn't need the green.
That's possible, but it's your best card. It's your best top end card.
Sure.
and I would be setting up for it. The only cards that require double white or above 1 white in their mana cost is the Book of Exalted Deeds and the Resplendent Angel.
Sure.
And none of that is benefited.
See, he's going in too. He's not even attacking Cure here, which is very
No, you go in.
Well, no Coco here either. That's
No
Coco.
Oh, okay. So there's the Valkyrie. Okay.
And also no land drops, so he just didn't have the green source.
Okay, so this means that his line. He plays the Archon to stop the Nykthos shenanigans. Let's slow him down even more, and then we're going Righteous into Resplendent.
It looks like he just wants to get the beatdowns going.
Yeah, exactly.
Which makes some sense here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like the Archon's doing a whole bunch against Don Lee, and the Deafening Silence is extra dead at this point. So,
Worthy mention, Don still doesn't have any a Nykthos. So his
4 mana here looks like maybe a Karn. He's staring at a Karn. It could also be a Vivian. Vivian on a board with no creatures, though, is not a particularly strong play. So we're going to go Karn.
What do you grab here, though?
Tough question. And if it's... Yeah, I mean, there's just not a whole bunch of good things to pick up here.
Sky Sovereign, perhaps?
Sky Sovereign could make some sense.
It does.
Way to get the Archon off the table.
Yeah, it does eliminate Archon.
But if we're going Sky Sovereign... just aren't going to have a creature in play. Maybe
a Heart of Kieran.
Interesting. Okay.
That does block really well.
A blocker, sure. Just wants to stop the beats. Now, if you're Jeff here, are you attacking the Planeswalkers or are you still just going face? All right, he's getting
you killed Karn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ooh, another Righteous. Okay.
Another
so
Righteous.
That's 4.
Okay.
So he's going to be at 24. Once he goes above hits 27 or more, his whole board's going to get +4/+4.
Jeez. Okay, so just basically any angel next turn.
Any angel. And if it's Resplendent Angel, the game's just very cleanly in.
So we're casting something for 5. Is this a Cavalier?
Yep.
It is.
It's a nice blocker.
Interesting to play Cavalier of Thorns over Nissa here, I guess. Nissa's such a powerful card, but Cavalier does seem to work better with the infinite mana combo that he showed us in game 1. Not infinite mana, but Restorative Burst, effectively infinite mana combo. This
is going to be Resplendent. It's got to be. There it is. Bang.
Resplendent Angel. Okay.
Okay.
So Jeff should
Game
go up
6.
to 20 or 32 here. Excuse me. In 8. Oh, because. No,
Oh, you know what it is?
6. But
He gains 3, so then it'll put him at the 27 threshold with the second one still checking. So he should actually be at 32.
well,
But they missed
at 30. Regardless,
You just
these
attack
things are
face.
now getting +4/+4.
This is a lethal attack.
Really? Does the Archon also get it? Is
All
it's only
creatures.
angels? All creatures get it?
Mhm.
Okay. And the Archon is not going to effectively block, or the Cavalier is not going to effectively block anything.
No. And there's no good card for Don to put on top that gets him back in this game. And Don's probably checking power and toughness, but that Archon is a 6/7.
And Don's going to
pick it up.
Okay, so after one of the longest game 1s we've ever seen,
Pretty short game, too.
game 2 went fairly fast, and we saw some angel beatdown from the heavens, if you will.
Yeah, that Righteous Valkyrie, that card is insane once it really starts going. Oh, he did have it 32.
Okay.
Coverage, you got it right. Larry's got us.
Jeff picked up. So Larry, biggest troll in the multiverse here, was able to correctly identify the life total. We're all very happy about it. Way to go, Larry. Okay,
And
so
going into game 3, I really don't expect much of the game plan to change.
Jeff's not even...
Jeff's not really... Jeff is doing what... He's just going to be playing cards that slow down the game state, and he's going to continue doing what the deck does. Just
I love that
punch
he's
face.
not even like bluffing the I'm sideboarding again. We're changing it up. No.
No.
My sideboard changes have been made. You know I think Speaker sucks. You think Speaker sucks. We all cut the Speaker. That thing's out. It's not coming back in. Speaker is so gone. We're putting the cards we put in, and we're just going to go. And it's funny, too, that the mono green deck is the deck doing extra sideboarding, because that's the deck that never sideboards, right?
I think, but Don does everything, like, he tries to get in your head, like, the whole
Sure.
time. I think he's just playing head games, and Jeff's just like, nah, we're done here.
I appreciate the quick concession, though. He could have played it out one more turn. No. Right. So Don is going to be on the play here. Jeff taking a mulligan before Don even makes a decision. That hand must have sucked.
That or he's just really sick of this matchup already.
I am ready to go home.
I'll be
Don's thinking about it. Maybe Don took the draw. You think that happened?
No way. No way.
Pioneer, no.
Don's hand is not that good, though.
I mean, I see a land, elf, storm the
I see
festival.
a couple elves, storm the festival.
Don's thinking about it, though.
It's a Wolf Willow Haven.
Okay.
So if Jeff just has a...
One strip mine and the game's over here. So Don has kept. Did he keep in the dark? Did Don just keep before even drawing his 7?
Oh, no. He looked. There's no way.
Oh, man. I was really hoping he would have kept in the dark. So Don does have 2 lands here.
Yes, he's 2 lands, yep.
Oh, man. I was really hoping for keeping the dark, Don.
Well, that is
legend status.
So Jeff doesn't have the deafening silence. So that's big.
Anyway, Don does have a pretty fast start here, too. All right.
Okay,
He is
so
going to be
6
casting
mana.
a turn 3 Storm the Festival on the play. Already 6 mana in play. All right. Is this a Giada? Giada's good. Giada's exactly what you're hoping to see. Is that a Nykthos?
It is a Nykthos.
Oh, my goodness. Can you think of a better draw in the entire deck?
So he's going to have, that is 4 devotion. So he's going to have 4, 5, 8 mana.
It is 8. Interesting how he comes to the decision to tap here. This game
Yeah,
looks
a
like
little
good
bit
mono
weird
here
why you
real
wouldn't
quick.
just want to tap with a Wolf
He's got
Willow.
2 Storm the Festivals. Oh, man. We were saying Don's hand didn't look that good, but this
Must have drew the other storm.
yeah, this looks about as good as it possibly could be.
There's a Karn. I think it's just Karn Troll. There is another Nykthos. I don't think you're interested in that, though.
I mean, he could activate. He's got another Storm the Festival in hand. I don't think Nykthos is the worst.
That's a heck of a sequence of draw steps to draw the second Storm and Nykthos in your draws. That's pretty crazy. Troll, yeah, makes sense. Maybe 2 trolls? No, he's going for another Nykthos.
He does go Troll Nykthos, which makes sense. You're getting a little bit extra mana. I mean, we're set up here. He could go this turn. If this second Storm he's about to cast is it all good? I mean, if we hit a Kiora here,
it's actually a pretty risky thing to go for the second one, right?
It could be. I mean, if he whiffs here,
If you whiff,
and
that's
we hit
big.
his
But I think
Skyflame-
he hit double. I think he hit double Knight or Cavalier. Yeah, he did.
Okay, that's
Pretty good.
a pretty good start. Storm puts on the bottom?
Yeah, Storm puts on the bottom.
Okay. And we did hit a lander. Is that another Nykthos?
It is another Nykthos.
Oh my goodness. He's got Storm the Festival in his yard. The Nykthos start tap. I mean, this is outrageous.
It's a heck of a turn 3.
I mean, this is turn 3. You're dead. I mean, that is tapping 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana there. So still floating 3. I'm going to cast Storm the Festival a 3rd time this turn on turn 3. I mean, it's mono green deck.
It's pretty ridiculous when it really goes off.
This could be a problem. Could be squarely in the sights of the Banhammer, and Jeff just does not look thrilled.
No.
From the side, he does not look excited about this turn.
Nope.
Sorry, Jeff. thank you for coming to the event today. We appreciate your time here, but yeah.
Don's just like, go.
Okay, well, yeah, that's all he's got. Oh. We're gonna attack with the troll. Nope.
Can't. Summoning sick.
Summoning sick. Man, I feel bad for Don. I was really hoping to get to cast the 4th Storm the Festival that turn, but apparently the manas number 23 through 32 were hard to come by. All right. Jeff, on the other hand, playing Fair Magic, 3 mana on turn 3, as Richard Garfield intended.
Yeah, something.
Got a Skyclave taking care of the troll.
That does reduce the devotion count.
He did have the play that was going to punish him if he didn't hit off the first storm. So lucky Don hit, but he did hit. So how much water can you really put into that?
Well, now and he hit another elf.
Okay. So he's got a very large board, but this is effectively all he has outside of 1 more
mana.
storm left.
He has, I believe he has 2 storms in the yard.
He already flashed back 1. Did he hit another one? Okay. Maybe he's hit a second one with Cavalier Mill. Or a third one, excuse me. No, there's one off this one regardless, so he definitely has access to another.
And there's Kiora
There's
and
Kiora, don't tap Nykthos, and another Cavalier of Thorns. Yeah. And this.
But where you mentioned that, Storm the Festival is going to the bottom of the deck.
Ah, okay. Doesn't get milled. Fair. So it's actually actively pretty bad for him to see the Storm the Festival there. Drawing the card off the Kiora trigger. Kiora sees Cavalier enter, even though they enter at the same time. And now he's resolving the Cavalier trigger. It looks like maybe it's the Forest play. No,
oh my
Nykthos.
Goodness, another Nykthos. Jeez.
But at what point do you just say, I want the life equity and pack it in if you're Jeff here?
Well, he doesn't live too far away from the shop, and that was a Cavalier that he drew off the.
Oh, he decides. Oh, I guess he's got the flash trigger. I was gonna say he decides to go with the Cavalier.
And there was a
ahead of the draw trigger.
Storm
and
the Festival.
On top.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not even doing the draw trigger this time. Doesn't need it. Storm it again. I think one Karn does it here, right?
Oh, it has to. It just
There's
has to. 2 Karns. Grab them both.
Yeah, I think both Karns is actually a good play here. Despite not really looking like it necessarily would be. It is a turn 4 kill. And
Jeff's backing it up.
All right, so we've got Don Lee moving forward. We're going to get the next round of top 8 paired for everybody. We'll see. There might be a split. But if there's not, because we do have Don Lee still in top 4. No split Don. We'll be back here to cover the semifinals in just a second. We're going to get matchups paired. Andrew?
All right, we'll be back shortly.
Yes.
There you go.
Runner, sure.
Nothing you can do, man. You played it right.
Yeah, play my 2 drop. Play my 3 drop. Go.
Yeah, he didn't have the Nykthos scan until the
I know
next
he
turn.
did. And, well, okay, I killed him technically. Because I had this Archon in my hand.
Yeah. Oh, you had it in that game 3 in your hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, play draw.
Are you sure? John, you split? You never split.
Now I'm back. I am. So thank you for joining us today. Unfortunately, this will be the end of the stream. We will be closing down because Donley is a coward and split top 4. He never splits, but he was worried that everyone else was going to take his lunch money, much like Zach Allen would have.
Local legend Donley let the people down. You all came out to see this, but no, we have a split today. Savage. All right, so Andrew, let's give the people what they came here for. Let's talk about this format. How are you feeling after watching 6 rounds of Swiss and then a 7th round of top 8?
Well, Nykthos is pretty busted.
Nykthos